I think I did it. I think we're live.
Get a 5x5. Are we live? We are live. Now, do we
Cheryl,
get a
Benjamin,
5x5?
Spotlight, Turning Guns. Are we here?
What's up, Guns? Watt, Benji, Cheryl,
Oh my goodness. There's
Al's
Al.
here. Chop, chop, Bonnie, he says. Chop, chop.
Okay, so we're not live.
Yes, we're live. It says we're live.
It looks like it.
But we don't have a 5x5 saying we're live, but it says we're live.
With two people. Oh, a little more. Oh goodness.
Did you forget how to do all this?
Something happened. I don't know what. It's just, uh, you know, the shaking and I don't
You still ain't got a
know. I'm really
5x5, but Benji's saying hello to me, so I think they can hear us.
okay, cool. No, Al said I'll get here.
All right, yeah.
Uh, I don't even know why I went live. I'm not
You're not all here?
I'm not all here. No,
It's all right. Maybe it'll help.
I hope so. Okay,
He
that's
ain't been live in a few days, right?
no. And so when I was live, it was on my phone. So he stands alone. It's been a while since I've been live on my computer. I think maybe I went live. Well, we switched over. I don't
I remember you had to figure out how to switch over.
Yes, thank you for the help with that. Y'all were probably hearing the eat. I muted my computer so I wasn't hearing it so I could think. And
What's up, stands alone, Garrett?
Texas is on the quarterfinals. Woohoo! Awesome. I didn't think they made it. Thank you, Garrett.
I saw Rock Steadies in Texas.
Yes. And I think he's way south, like way south.
Well, I saw palm trees, so that makes sense.
Yeah. So you saw AD
What's up,
420?
D? Flame on, 420. I'm ready for you, man. Got it right here. Fire
So
in the boat.
how did you see Rocksteady was in Texas? How did you see palm trees?
He did this video, little short.
On his see,
Yeah,
look, am I even sub him?
I don't know. Are you? I mean, they unsub you without even telling you they unsub you from people. They do that.
I know. And I'm looking. Well, that popped up real quick because it's popping up the song.
That's a good song, Bad Company.
Yeah.
I can't do that.
Well, this is the Whispers. And I
Merry
think
Christmas, everybody. By the way, Merry Christmas to everyone.
absolutely Merry Christmas. I have got presents piled all around me that need wrapping. And they're just sitting here looking at me.
Yeah, that's funny. What's up, Meat? I always got kind into helping people wrap presents because I'm good at it.
Is it? Rocksteady Atlanta? It's not him.
No, just plain rock steady. I can't drop his link or anything right now, but
Just plain Rocksteady. Well, darn it. He's not showing it. Um,
I can send it to you when I get off of here.
oh wait. Yeah, I think he's gonna be here a couple of weeks. You just wrapped your furs today. Well, I've wrapped a bunch, but hey, meat puppet,
What's up,
Matthew, Larry,
Larry?
good to see
Matthew
you.
Fields, how you do?
I got everything mailed that needed to be mailed. I think. I hope. Mailed two more yesterday. Uh, okay, not here. Your device is not connected.
Who's that?
I don't know, and I need to know who you are. Not here.
Yeah,
Hey,
make sure you
Matthew,
do.
509 subscribers. That's great.
Yeah, they do
Yes.
that. They make it hard to find people.
Yep.
I've been on somebody's live stream, left, and when I went go back to find it, they're like hiding it. All right, I have to go to things I watched to find them.
Yeah. And so I don't know why he didn't pop up for me because surely I would have been subbed. And but I've had people say that too, that they'll type my name in just like it is and find it.
Show you everything but you.
Yep. It's rock steady. Paul Bundy. God's gift to us in
Well,
Christ.
you can't be blocked,
And
Copper. 'Cause I can see your comment. If you were blocked, we wouldn't even see your comment.
yeah, you're not blocked because I see you. It's my two front teeth. Hey, Marshmallow Man. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. If he's putting up videos, I definitely want to see him. Keep up with him too while he's wandering, wandering around. Boy, that was a heck of a trip. So,
Well, there he is right there. He's all of a sudden here.
Rocksteady, put your link. Can't find you.
See
Please
what happened? Were your
wait,
ears ringing, Rock? His
wait.
ears were
I know
probably
how to
ringing.
do it because
Wolverine!
he's on here now. So now I can go to him and click on his name and get his link. Here now. So now I can go not that.
Oh yeah,
Thank you, meat puppet.
they do that, D. Somebody, I forget who it was. Just yesterday, I realized I wasn't subbed to him. I know damn well I was subbed to him. It's even worse when you find out you're unsubbed to somebody. You go there and you're still modded, but you're not even subbed to them.
I was going to show you, and I'm like, no, don't turn your camera on. Um, it's I'm subbed and I have the bell done.
And you didn't see
So
nothing.
nothing, not a thing.
That's the way they treat us. That's how they treat us.
To We were talking about that last night, how they're um, even trying to keep us from each other. People who frequent each other, like
I have to believe that, Bonnie. I do. From what I've seen,
yes,
I have to believe that.
yes, because it doesn't show when we don't get a notification, and
You know,
then
somebody
you
I
know
really think
live.
they do that. Somebody I really think they've been doing that too was D. All right, I go there and there'd be like six people in her
Yes,
chat. You know, I think they were fucking hiding her.
yeah, I don't get any notifications from D. Didn't even get one from Indy, and but I knew she was live, so I had to go to my subs and find her, click on it. Hey Daniel, good to see you. And so yeah, it's a thing. And when you go live, I don't see it. I don't get a notification, nothing.
Cola here
And
didn't
that's when
see
I
her.
was so shocked. And like 2 hours after you've been going, I'm like, what? How come I
Yeah,
didn't know this?
I'll never forget. It was Rescues. I was on Rescues live, and an hour later, while I was on his panel, I saw the notice go across the screen that Rescue went live.
I remember that. Yeah,
What's up, Daniel?
there you go, Rocksteady.
Sorry, I got a train. I didn't even think to mute.
Benjamin, that is awesome. Hallelujah.
Wow, Benji. Merry Christmas, man.
That is awesome. Bless whoever it is out
Thank
there
you, Matthew. Thank you,
being so
Matthew.
generous.
I'll have to remember the sub to you when I see you. I can't do anything when I'm on a panel like this because I'm on a phone. Hey, Sherry.
Benjamin, I can understand. That's an amazing gift.
I'm feeling the gratefulness myself, Benji. I got my tires will be here Monday. The brakes will be here Tuesday. This week coming, I'm going to be on the road again, and uh, people have stepped up to help me here in this community. So I'm going to have to start doing a bunch of content and stuff, and I'm going to be on the road meeting people soon. I'm
All the
excited
time.
beyond. I can't even explain how excited I am. That's all I can think about. You know, I'm already plotting routes and stuff of all the people. I have so many people that have invited me to come and meet them. I'm looking forward to the meetups. There's a bunch of surplus places all over the country I've been wanting to hit for a long time. There's going to be some content coming up, folks. That's what it looks like to me.
Yeah. Okay. Billy. Who? Which Billy?
Uh,
Turning guns? Oh,
what's up, Gun?
his device just got unconnected for some reason.
Uh
I
oh.
I I am not controlling this. I don't know what's going on.
And 420. Here we go now. Just so you know, I'm not slacking. Hmm.
I'm telling y'all, they're unsubbing us from people, and oh my goodness, Cherie, I'm so sorry. I totally understand.
What did I miss? What's going on?
Sri, she really needs some
No,
friends tonight, not coping with losing her brother yesterday. Let's
I'm
see if it's
sorry,
working this
Cher.
time. Are you with us?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Um,
No, Billy.
if you, if you guys give me a chance, maybe. Does that
You're
sound good or
little
what?
glitchy, little glitchy, but I can hear you.
A little. Oh, I
It's a it,
apologize.
no, your volume's just a little low.
Sherry, I'm sorry.
Just talking about that. It just reminds me of a song. Well, turn it up, man. Is that from a commercial?
Yep,
That
you sound like
commercial
you're
From
coming
Uppbeats. Is that
in. You
freaking
sound
rock
like
you listen
Marvin.
to? Yeah, man. Turn it up.
He's super glitchy. Can't understand anything he's saying on my end.
Yeah,
I'll
it's
try better.
spotting.
All right.
Really,
I'll try something else. Okay. All right. Okay.
He's mip zorping, bip squawking.
are you in a bad spot with internet?
No, probably. Probably. I'll try a different device.
He just cleared up a little right when he said that.
Yeah.
Oh, don't say that. I'm moving everyone around. Everyone's going up to the north now. Sorry, guys.
That sounds a lot better. That's a lot better.
Please wear your seatbelts. Um, Passengers, click your seatbelts twice. We're going in.
Do you got seatbelts? I mean, not everybody has
Yeah,
seatbelts.
absolutely. Yeah, for sure. Some
I'm up
people
here.
crash because whenever you park your airplane, there's a bar that you put from the bottom of the seat up to the yoke or the stick. And I don't know how this happens, but it's basically a control lock, and it's in the event that the wind it keeps all the flaps and stuff level so that when the wind comes by it doesn't blow your airplane over if you have it tied down on the mat if you don't hanger it. And some
Hmm.
people forget to take that off and they go to take off and they pull back on the stick like they're going up and it won't let them push forward. So many people have died because they forgot about that bar.
Oh my goodness.
Am I am I coming through clearly or should I try a
Now
different?
you are. Yeah, I heard all that. You'd think they'd paint them things orange, bright blaze orange or something.
Well, they
Good
do.
night,
Yeah,
rock
no,
steady.
it's so
We'll be
weird.
keep up with you. You take care. God bless you.
Anyhow, happy holidays. God bless everyone. Hi Bonnie. Hey Carl.
What's up, bud?
I hope you guys are all doing well.
I'm so
Usually don't
peachy
come
I
up
could
on.
man. I'm so peachy I could bake a pie.
I don't know if I'd want one of your pies,
Best
buddy.
life.
Maybe I would. How would you?
Sherry, I'm headed that way. I will stop in there and see you. That's one of you're one of like I think 8 or 9 people in that state I need to meet.
What state?
She's in Missouri,
Oh, okay.
Missouri.
and that's all I can say. But she's
I
good
want to
Well,
people.
go to Missouri.
happy birthday early. I know.
Billy's
Oh,
down there. Look, there's another Billy. I see him.
hey,
What's
Cola.
Cole.
up, Cole?
Dude, that was crazy the other night. I listened to that stupid thing 3, 4 times now. I That was ridiculous, dude. That was the funniest. I think that is literally the funniest thing.
What?
I can't think of anything that was more funny than that
Well,
ever.
I got. Let me explain the body because it is funny, but it's mean too. All right, it was this show that Steve, Harola, and Ronnie did that was about sex, a stream.
Oh
and
my goodness, I was there. Yes, I
Ghetto and
Bonnie was
Zach
there, dude.
got together
Yeah,
and
she
punked
has a.
them bad. And
that was
yeah,
horrible.
they used Zach's computer voice to come on and started talking about a gay encounter. And the looks on Steve and Ronnie's face are just, oh, it's so mean, but it's so funny.
Dude, I've watched it like 3 times and ripped through probably 2 boxes, like the high count boxes of Kleenex.
Oh no. No, it was too detailed. It was
Yeah,
but
yes.
yeah, I could
It was
see
too far, but
Ronnie,
that was, yeah.
Steve
It
even
was
looked
so
at
funny,
him
dude.
like, "Oh my goodness."
Both Steve, to me, both
Um,
Steve and Ronnie looked like they both had just stepped in a giant pile of cow shit. You know, they had this look in
Yes.
their face like they they
dude,
stepped
I
in it.
was losing it over there. Dude, come on. That's the
Yes, Cole,
funniest stuff I've
I
ever seen.
agree. Yeah, they just kept letting him
Everyone,
go on and on
I
and
know. I know. I love my favorite part of the whole thing was when Maurice Delk fucking ducked out. He was like, "I'm gone, dude," because he was
right.
all like, "Yeah, yeah," and he was like, "Whoa, I'm out of here."
What's up,
It's like
Best Life?
he was looking at it like, "Am I in the right place?" I'm like, "I
That
am
stuff
not on
was
this panel.
the
I don't know anything."
that was the funniest stuff. I think I literally I'm trying. I cannot think of anything that I've ever seen in my life that was literally like understanding like everything that was around it. Like I don't know if you could walk into it and not laugh that hard, but like understand like the people that were involved and what was going on. I just
Sounds
lost
good,
it, man.
Waffle.
That was too funny, dude.
Yep.
Definitely god tier trolling.
Sure is
Unreal,
a
man.
several of us that know that feeling. You know about you, us
Ghetto
being
is
your
just
only family.
Ghetto is unhooked, dude.
Oh, he is so.
Him
But
and Zach
last night
together are just terrible.
he was good. Last night, I mean, he can be good. He's even he comes up here and he's like, "Okay, I have to be good." I'm like, "Please."
That was so good, man. That was that literally I do in my heart believe that was the funniest stuff. Trying not to cuss I've ever seen for sure. I mean I can't even think of anything that compares to it. I've seen some funny stuff. I mean, everyone has. I'm like, that is just ridiculous, man.
And this is why I will never do a stream about sex. All right, I'm just never gonna.
No, no.
It's inappropriate from like the get go. It's just like who would think if you approached me and if I had a platform and you said, "Oh, let's do a stream about that," I would be like, "No, no."
Right?
That was awesome. That will probably never happen again.
We can hope.
I'm I'm
No.
losing it just thinking about it. I watched it like 3 or 4 times, probably 3.5 times. I'm like, okay,
Indeed.
where's the box of tissues? This shit's coming up right now.
Well, it has gotten a little wild here a few times, but
That's terrible. If he does like a short video, I don't mean like a short, but like a 10-minute video of that.
mm,
Dude, it will go global. Like, I'm sure it will launch off, dude. I'm sure of it. That is just, dude, I'm losing my stuff over here. And I'm like, what the hell is going on?
yes,
Steve will
If
Cheryl.
go
you if
to,
you did something like that, you could
if he
bleep
puts it
out
out, dude, he
parts
will
of
get
it.
millions of, that stuff will get viral. I'm sure of it. I would definitely,
What's up,
being
Jerry?
wrong.
I know how that feels, Sherry. I really do. I feel like all of you guys are my family. I can't say that enough.
Jerry,
I would be sitting here by myself on these holidays with nobody if it wasn't for all you folks.
Jerry, it's so good to see you back.
Yeah, we noticed you were gone, Jerry. I asked a lot of people about you. People noticed.
Yeah, that's what um, I just saw him last night at
I saw
Indy,
him too recently, but
and he put a B, and I was like, "Wait, is
he
that
said his
Jerry?"
computer crapped out on him for
Without the leaf.
2 months.
Yeah,
Sorry, train.
yeah, that's what he said, and I was like, "Oh my goodness, we've been so worried." Wait till Carl finds out.
I saw him 2 days ago. I saw him in a chat and told me it was his computer. Which is, you got to always think about that. But when you talk to somebody all the time and then they just vanish
So,
without explanation, you notice that shit.
yes, yes.
And Jerry, you ain't too far from me, man. I got to know your area. What state are you in? I thought it was Indiana. I'm gonna be mobile very soon and making trips across. I still got your shirt and a couple other things for you, man. So I gotta meet up with you.
I'm surprised that someone hadn't posted up Cheech and Chong's
In
Christmas
Illinois,
story.
right on.
I'm
What's up,
really
Andy? Hey, kiss off. Sorry, Billy. Oh, she just answered me though.
Hey, One Ranch, good to see you. So that's what
One
I
Ranch.
was
That's
just.
me. I'm me. That's me.
Oh, that's you.
I
Well,
think
how many names do you have?
I have four names. I think three names: Mountain
It's
Aviator, One Ranch, and
One
three.
Ranch
What is it?
307. That's you.
One Ranch 307, Mountain Aviator, and whatever this one is. Turning Guns.
nope.
Yeah.
Most of them are okay, Bonnie. Most of those guys are okay.
Yeah.
If I want to say hi to people in the chat, I have to use a different device, and it's on a different channel. So there's no
Uh,
confusion really. It's easy.
well, I
It
try to
has to
say
be
hello to
easier.
everybody in this.
I do too, Bonnie. I mean, I feel guilty if I miss somebody that says hello to me. Especially like, all right, people that you see all the time and they always say hello to you. Now you got to say hello to
Right.
them folks 'cause they're always doing it to you.
Hey, Andy. Good to see you.
I'll be going through Illinois, Jerry. You'll be seeing it. I'm going to keep track of everything I do on my page, dude. Stay tuned. I'll be in your area.
Yeah, you got Traveling Carl. It's like the Traveling Wilburys, but it's Traveling Carl Berries or something.
I don't think it's going to be anything like the Traveling Wilburys. I can't. It's just a one-man
I
band.
think,
How was my trip? Cherie, it was, oh man, that's what I was fixing to tell you. So exhausting. It, it was like, maybe I bit off more than I could chew. And it's probably a good thing I didn't get much further than Louisiana. But um, I learned a lot about myself in that trip. One, I cannot sit in the car from 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. It just, whoa. Even my daughter, we've both been just recuperating because everything hurts. The different beds, you know, I have to have my firm bed, and a lot of those are like mush. And we bought pillows, but even my pillow is mush already. It's not firm. I don't know where you find a firm pillow anymore, but the the towns and the people and the lights, all of that was just amazing.
I
Signs,
want to ask you a question, Bonnie.
okay.
Is it fair to ask where you went? And also, how did how did the people treat you from town to town to town? Did you notice any differences between like how accommodating or how polite people were from town to town to town?
Excuse me. Um, thank you, meat puppet. I'll let. Um, okay. The people were accommodating everywhere we went. We went. Um, I don't know how far into Louisiana we got, but we went into Louisiana. Went through Shreveport. Um, a lot of back roads. My daughter sets that stupid thing that talks to her on her phone to no highways, and so that was the scenic route. It was absolutely beautiful, no traffic, nothing. And Carl, when you start traveling around, you might want to do that. Take the back road. Because I did that when I went through Tennessee. First time we went the major highway. And then coming back, we took a wrong turn. And I was so glad we took that wrong turn because Tennessee's actually beautiful. But you don't see that on the main highways.
It's exactly what I plan to do. This truck isn't fast. It's not meant to go on them freeways at 70 miles an hour. It'll do 55 fine. But I like back roads. I like taking my time, and I like seeing things.
Yes, yes.
And
And we went to, so when we got back into Texas, we were not ready to come home. We weren't even ready to come home when we came home, actually, but we were so tired and um, it's expensive, so had to had to come home. And but we went to these small towns that were having parades. They were having they one of them had put up a ice skating rink with carousel and all this stuff, and I so wanted to get on the carousel, but it was there was like a million people there because they had just had the parade. And but we found this one, I think it was called Jefferson, and it is like a Hallmark movie, y'all. It was just uh, the, the little shops up and down. It was
Jefferson, what state are you Jefferson where?
Jefferson, Texas.
So is it like a tourist town, you think, or
It
was it a natural town?
it's I think there was a lot of tourists. Well, not a lot. I I think it's a tourist town, but it wasn't crowded. It was like in the houses. Oh my goodness! I wish I could share. That's I want to know how to share things with with this stupid new thing that they have to share things. Because I was gonna share the Facebook pictures that I posted and the videos. It was just
Pretty amazing, huh?
yes. I
so
love the
when you're
old
talking,
timey houses.
Bonnie, when you're saying that it's expensive, are you talking because you were staying at, bread and breakfast type
Yes,
places? Or,
yes. And that's what
see,
I told
that's
my daughter. I said, "Do you see why I want a motorhome? Because then we would have a place to stay in. Yeah, it's
and
going to
it'd
use
be
more
your
gas,
bed, and it'd be
but when
your bed and your pillow, and you wouldn't have,
yes,
you would have, it's a whole
yes,
different thing. With this truck, I can pull into a parking lot, stand up in the driver's seat, open the door, walk in the back, close the door, lay down in my bed, and nobody even knows I'm in here. You know,
Yeah.
it's really convenient and cost efficient. What's up, Sharon?
And that's what I told her. I said that, then one of us could be laying down in the back while the other drives if we needed to switch off. It's yes, it uses more gas. When you're getting gas for 39 a gallon, come on. It's like
That's
it,
crazy.
yeah,
Yeah, I'm gonna have to be smart with that, man. I'm gonna have to
I
aim
don't want
well.
to I don't want to waver too far off of and I probably wasn't being as descriptive as or articulate as I meant to be, but what I really meant to ask you, Bonnie, was did you notice how people are maybe, I don't know, your immediate community, like, did you notice
hmm
how people shift in being nice to other people or ignoring other people? I mean, there's two extremes there. I've experienced them both. Sometimes when like right now, I'm in a community that everyone ignores each other. And then when I go like cross state lines or even towns, like just a couple towns over, people are waving at you and they're saying hi. And did you notice any,
yeah,
different approaches, like as far as like society, basically? That's all
not
I'm curious about. Like, did you go like, oh, they're super nice over there, or oh, they're super mean?
no one was mean. The
What's
only
up,
thing I
Eric?
noticed.
Sorry, I'll just say hello to Eric and Bahamadanna.
Oh, I didn't see Eric. Hi, Eric. Um, the only time that I noticed a difference in, like you're talking
Mentality.
about,
Yeah,
was
mentality, basically.
in Shreveport, Louisiana. Um,
What did you notice?
it was just a different feel.
Vibe?
Like, yes. And I don't know, um,
Were people
you
more
know,
suspicious of each other or more
yeah, well, we were kind of the only ones
three
like
wheelers
us
over there? Hey, what's going on,
walking
baby?
around.
Just kidding.
And just
I
before I
mean, that
left,
it gets. That's how
I
bad it
bought
is,
a,
really.
well, just before I left, I had gotten a decal for the back of my car because the real problem that we have, especially in Texas, is tailgaters. And they will just fly up to your
They have the
bumper.
coolest one too. He's like, if you can read this, why aren't you that close to Jesus or something? What is it? What is that? That's so clever too. If you can
Mine
read this, how
says,
come you're not following Jesus or something so close? Or
yeah, mine says, do you follow Jesus this close?
yeah, that's it. There you go.
And
That's
so
brilliant. I love that.
whenever they sent that to me, they sent me a little Sasquatch decal also for free. Just just a little gift, I guess. And I need to write them a letter because that really helped, believe it or not. And but the Sasquatch, so in East Texas, everything is Sasquatch there, and Shreveport, we're built different. Yeah, a little bit. And a lot of voodoo and casinos. That's all I saw. And so I don't know if it was that, that just feeling that, or because we did pull into a convenience store and I don't think we went inside though. That's another thing.
You
Clean
know, a good
rest.
way to keep people from tailgating you is you spot weld a big old pipe wrench on your bumper, on your rear bumper, and they'll think it's about ready to fall off. They'll stay the hell away.
It
Well,
sounds like
clean
you really
rest.
had a good. It sounds like you really had a good trip, actually. So that's really
It was.
nice.
What's
It
up,
was.
Amir?
It was. It was good. It wasn't quite what I set out to do, but we made the best of it.
It's never about the destination as much as it is the journey. If you don't have fun on that journey, you're just going from point A to B. That becomes, for some people, there's people I've hated traveling with because they don't stop to see nothing. All right. They get
Yes.
upset they get to go into the city and get stuck in a traffic jam.
Yes.
If you did go somewhere with them, they're going to go with the tour. They're going to follow the directions of go where everybody else has seen everything. I like to get away from that, man. I like to satellite an area. It's kind of like everybody wants to go to Las Vegas. Well, I want to go to the desert and the mountains around Las Vegas. I don't even need to go into the city. I'd rather go out into the round surroundings that I've heard about. That's what I would want to see.
Yeah. Yeah. And it, um,
I went up to South Dakota a couple days ago, but I was only up there for a day, I think.
You could spend weeks in the Black Hills and still not even
There's
scratch the surface.
Indian reservations, and I'll tell you something. I don't know how many white people you got in your room over here, but you better make sure your gas tank's full and just keep on cruising through. You don't want to stop anywhere on the res ever.
Not
Not
without
even
permission and invitation. I wouldn't.
That's crazy. I know that. I grew up around a or
do I
three
know you?
reservations.
Do you know Crazy Hillbilly?
Crazy
I know a
Barb?
hillbillies
couple.
in the chat.
I know four hillbillies on
Don't know
YouTube
them, but
and two in real life.
Do you
How
know
y'all
this
I
one?
know
doing?
this crazy hillbilly. Hey,
Hey, I just had to jump up there. You want to live in where you said you don't want city life? Come down where I'm at, way in the woods, way up in the mountain. You enjoy it.
where's that at?
Kentucky. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, that's good. That's all you have to say. I think actually,
Kentucky
I'm
is
not a crazy hillbilly
beautiful.
for no reason.
that's all you had to say. I think. I'm
Hey,
sure.
that's hey.
Gotta get along with bears.
Yeah, you gotta worry about bears and snakes and
Your
stuff
weather.
like that. But other than that, you don't have no neighbors. Nothing. You're way up there. You just do your thing, and that's it. You can make moonshine, whatever you want to do up there.
That's
Well, that's great.
awesome.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet
Nice to
you,
meet you,
crazy
hillbilly.
hillbilly.
Hey, nice to meet you all. But heck, if I want to go outside and run naked, who's going to call the law on me? You
As
know,
long as you don't got
I do that
neighbors,
once in a
you're
while.
good. I
I
think.
no, I admit, no. When I get on drinking moonshine, I do once in a while run out there and get naked.
She doesn't like it.
Oh, shut up, honey.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, I
I'm
do.
waiting
No,
for
no,
that.
I got so drunk
I
on
can't
moonshine
judge
one night that I burnt my back. I rolled into a fire pit and burnt the
Sounds
hell out of my
awesome.
back.
Where's Steve?
I can't judge you.
You
I've been
really are
naked in the woods
crazy.
without even drinking.
I've been
You
to
really is
Somerset,
crazy, man.
Kentucky. That's the only place I've been to in Kentucky, but it's beautiful.
What part of Kentucky?
Somerset. Do you know where that is?
Oh, yes, I do, ma'am.
Yeah.
You know where Paintsville is?
Paintville?
Paintsville,
No.
Eastern Kentucky.
Okay. We didn't go that far east. That was the only time I've ever been there. And it was at Christmas and it was snowing and ice and everything was the grass was still green or blue, whatever y'all
Yeah.
call it, blue green.
Yeah.
Aw, turning guns. You didn't have to leave.
Probably got knocked out. He was good to you sometimes too.
I met him. He said they all are depressing, Billy. Somerset is in the south part of Kentucky. It's a little town. It was just, I like the little towns.
Yeah. Well, that's the way Paintsville was. It's a very small town. It's just,
Yeah.
I mean,
Grow over the years.
it's grown bigger after the years, but but when I was growing up, it was a small little town out of nowhere.
You got a little more than a general store now.
Yeah, you got. I mean, they're growing, but
General stores are amazing. I stopped at as many of those as I could. And I had to make myself stay out of places. We stopped at this one place and went inside, and that's I want to share the pictures with y'all. Darn it. There's a train, and it's a full size train. Like not no, not a full size train, but it's big enough that it has the steps climbing up into it. It's just the
yeah,
front of it. What the locomotive, is that what it's called?
yeah.
And so this little couple was standing there looking at it while I was taking pictures of it. And they said, I wonder how much one of these are. And I said, well, here's the price tag. And it said $12,000 or $8,000 as is. And I looked
Yeah.
at them. So what do you get for 4,000? Because it looked great. It was beautiful the way it was. Maybe they put a motor on it. I don't know, but that store, I was like, my daughter, I was just on the outside of it looking at things. And she went inside and, Mom, you got to come in here. And I said, no, I don't. I know it can turn out bad. And then across the parking lot was this big sign, Christmas store, the Christmas store. And she said, oh, we need to go over there. And I said, no, we don't. I was making myself stay out of places like that because I know me. And we would have
Now I
been
know why it was
hitchhiking
so
home.
expensive. Now I know why the trip was so expensive.
No, I didn't. I didn't. At that one store, they had a rock, and all it said was faith. A little, it was probably about 4 inches wide, 5 inches wide, and it was $30 for a stupid rock that said faith. And I was
Well, I
like,
gotta tell you something real quick. You ever seen
Describe
a
it
hillbilly
better.
flashlight? Have you ever seen a hillbilly flashlight?
$30. What?
a
Well,
hillbilly flashlight?
Flashlight. Yeah, it's a
No.
pink stick with a
You gotta
clothespin,
get a hillbilly
and
for like 15 or 16 bucks, don't you think? Says that's a flashlight. I don't know.
no, it's just a paint stick. What you stir paint with, and
That's too funny.
they put a clothespin on it, and then they put on the back of it is a box of matches. That's your hillbilly flashlight.
Goodness.
You know how much they're going for? 40 to 50 bucks a pop.
No way.
hey, hillbilly, are you using like headphones or something, or earbuds or something?
No, I'm not using nothing. I'm just on a phone.
Something
I don't
going
have
on
no
with
internet.
There's something going on with your
Well,
actuation for your
I
microphone.
probably have to drop out and come back. I'm way out in the boonies. Sometimes it does that shit. So
I'm gonna have to back out and come back in. I'm missing everything.
I
Okay.
think he might have been turned up too loud or something because it was like
Yeah,
saturating when he was speaking.
I'm sorry. I should have lowered his volume. But I'm going to raise Billy's because I'm having trouble hearing him. Oh, no
Yeah,
wonder.
Billy was way low.
Talk now, Billy. Ah, we lost Billy.
I think it's weird, man. I've seen people all day long having trouble with their microphones, making weird noises and shit.
Meat
Well,
Puppet.
actually, a couple days.
How are you, Meat
Hey,
Puppet?
what's up?
What's up, meat?
It's me. Hold on, let me pause it. There we go. Sorry, I forgot to pause the other video. That was my bad.
Is it better now?
Yeah, sounds much better, sir. By the way, Miss Bunny, in the private chat, I put that link to non-affiliate link over to Amazon for the pillows that I bought that are nice and firm. They won't get soft on you. And
Awesome. Thank you.
the covers unzip and are machine washable too, so you can just unzip it and wash them.
Cool. Okay. Thank you so much. Because
And they're cheap. They're cheap too. They're not expensive either.
I have about 10 pillows up here now because I keep just adding to them and trying to make them get firm. It's not working. And
Yeah, they're only about $30 right now on Amazon. They're not very pricey at all.
okay, cool. Well, it'd be worth it because, well, the
Yeah,
first trip we took, she forgot our pillows in the motel room that we had just bought. So then we had to buy more pillows this trip. And it was good grief.
Good pillows are hard to find.
Yes, they are.
But if you do a lot of traveling, I don't know, the travel pillows seem to work pretty good if you're trying to sleep in the car while you're driving, and while someone else is driving.
The best pillow I ever had was by Feathers.
Yeah, like a down pillow or something.
No, it was huge.
Yeah, that's a big giant pillow stuffed with feathers, right?
Oh yes. Oh, I loved
Yeah,
it until my wife
that's a
took it
down
and threw it away. Oh,
that's called a down pillow because you put all the
yeah.
feathers in there. But yeah, no, those are good. I like the deer hide blankets. We need to get a nice big deer hide that has been made into a top blanket to cover with.
I never heard that, man. I've been that's something
Well,
new on
it was something I haven't had since I was a kid, which was I haven't had it since like probably 86 or so. But someone had taken a deer hide, they skinned it, tanned it, set it up so it could be used like a blanket, and put
right.
it on like a twin size bed.
Whoa.
I'd like to move from it.
It's off control, your man.
Well,
I'm intrigued.
I skin deers and all that, but that's something I got to look into.
Yeah, I don't know what exactly they did other than it was, they skinned it, flattened it out, and then I was able to just put it on top of the bed as like a blanket.
Right.
Bonnie, and yours getting weird again.
Yeah, I know. And that's what I told Kiss off. Control your man.
Wow, that's traumatic.
Okay, so who let Kiss off near the caffeine?
Darn it, Billy. Now it's like, did you move again?
Me?
No, I don't
Billy.
think he moved. Oh, Billy.
So you guys are talking about pillows. I got a pillow for all you guys out there. All right, I take a U.S. military field shirt, camouflage any color you want, and I turn it inside out, cut the arms off, I sew the bottom shut, I sew the arm shut, and I sew the top shut where the collar is. Cut all that shit off, and you turn it back right side out, and now you've got a square rectangular pillowcase with 4 cargo pockets right on the front that you button open to put your. my pillows are filled with whoobies and coat liners. So I just stuff all that stuff in there, and I got however firm I want it is how much stuff I put in it. Plus, you got 4 pockets, so you got your ammo right built into your pillow. How handy is having ammo in your pillow, guys?
I like that idea. I really do.
Yeah, I can't do down.
Hey, you all have a good Christmas and New Year's. I just thought I'd say hello and
Well, it was nice
Yeah, it was nice talking with you.
meeting you and the wife and whatever else you're having. Y'all have Merry Christmas and try to stay warm.
oh, we will, but it's just hard for me to get out on YouTube on the phone way I'm at. I mean, I'm way up in the mountains. It's hard for me to.
Yeah, I mean,
Hey,
short of an internet hotspot, it'd be hard probably to get online.
Oh yeah,
it was
it is.
nice
It's hard
meeting
to get
another
TV, free TV up here.
Hey,
I mean,
Right.
hillbilly.
it's
It was
When
nice
you
meeting. You are the 5th hillbilly I've met on YouTube. Nice meeting you.
and when you come out of the panel, would you speak in the chat so we can get your link?
yes, I will. I will. When I get off here, I can put something in the chat, and you all welcome to. You know, I don't have much, but
If you have scenery, we're happy.
I just wanted to come up and say hello and talk a little bit, and I come back eventually, whatever. But
Yeah,
Okay.
nice meeting you.
you know, I had an old phone. I had a lot of on my old phone, but I somehow it fell out of my pocket. I ran it over with a John Deere tractor, so it got
Yeah,
crushed. So I'm buy a new
that'll crush
phone.
it. Yeah.
So it happens, you know, when you're out doing stuff, it falls out. I just,
Yeah.
so it's just one of them messes, but
I don't even think an OtterBox case would protect a phone from being run over by a John Deere tractor.
no, well, no, it won't. Will it? It crushed it. It crushed it.
Yeah, you don't take it with you when you do stuff.
Yeah.
Well, I wanted to listen to my music. So now I got to put a stereo on my John Deere tractor so I can listen to my music.
Well, and if
Well, I
you
mean, you could always get if you got a different phone, you could always get a Bluetooth speaker, keep the phone in your pocket, connect the speakers, play whatever songs you got access to,
Yeah.
yeah,
stream from your
All
phone.
done that. Yeah, but no, I'm gonna just hook me a CD player or something on.
Yeah, I mean that'll work.
Something out.
I put I will just end up putting a 1,000-watt amp on a John Deere, and I'll put it all day long, and everybody's gonna hear it.
Yeah.
You can keep your John Deere's, man. You can keep your international case. Red and white,
yeah.
baby. Red and white. What do you want? You can keep them John Deere's. I got some balers that are John Deere's. I don't mind them. I'm not
Well, I mean,
there's no diehard John Deere crazy hillbilly. Yeah, we need to get on the side chat and talk tractors here a little bit. I don't want to bore anyone around here, but I'm kind of new to the game, and I'm learning
I like
what's
my
going
muscle
on with the
cars.
stupid tractors.
His
I'm
wife
talking
was
Alice Chalmers, IH.
Yep.
I get away from that John Deere. I got 3 balers I got 3 round balers that are a couple for corn stalk, and screw that John Deere shit, man. Seriously. Fuck that.
You want to talk international harvester, you got to talk to me.
What's
Oh,
that?
Lord, hey, I will back an IH up any day. I love my John
That's what I
Deere's, but
roll there.
I
I'm
was
an
gonna say
IH.
I got
IH cases aren't bad. Those are pretty decent.
my favorite. I have the very first tractor I ever drove was a 856, and I'll be restoring that in probably 2 years. I think is what it's planned on my books. But I think I don't remember what year it is. It's an old 856. That's a icon, and it's the ice cream box. I don't know if you're familiar with that.
Yeah,
Mm-mm.
it's actually yeah.
Yeah.
They never made a cab. International never made a cab for that tractor, but somebody else did, and a lot of people referred to it as the ice cream box because it's white. Then the tractor's red. Then the bottom's white. I think is why
I
they did
don't.
that. I could be wrong on that. I don't care. I have one and I love it. It's got dual. All my tractors got duals. All of them. Goodyears, not Firestones.
I don't know
Firestones
if
and
you
Goodyears.
ever.
If you're a tractor whore, you know what the hell the difference is there.
I don't know if
All
you
right, that's
did
what I'm
a
going to
PBS station on TV where you are, but they've had
say. My classic
specials on
tractor.
PBS about international
Got the
harvesters.
calendars. Got them all, dude. Yeah, hell yeah.
Oh my goodness, there's that song just popped in. She thinks my tractor's sexy or something like that.
Hey, now you're gonna
She
get
thinks
me. No.
She thinks my tractor's dirty. That's what I'm thinking when I hear that stupid song. She thinks my tractor's dirty. Yeah, it is dirty. All of them are dirty. They're terrible. I actually went as far as trying to launch a company that specialized in detailing tractors in the Midwest, and it didn't go very far. A lot of attention, but not very many people stepped up. I called it what did I call it? Agri Clean. I just closed that business like a week and a half ago. Agri Clean, I think, is what I called it. Offered detailing for tractors, but I had some attention, but like everybody was like way far away and a lot of clicks on the website, like tons of clicks on the website, but
I know
nobody
a little bit about John Deere's and all the tractors, but what I like my muscle cars.
I'm kind
I'm
of
more
thinking if
into
you think a
the
tractor
race
sexy, you need
cars,
to get
muscle
off the
cars,
lawnmower.
stuff like that. So, I mean, I know my tractors to a point, but
I'm a farm girl.
You can keep your fucking muscle cars. That's all I'm saying. Those are worthless.
how is it worthless? How
They
is it?
look cool
It's
and all,
money in the
but they
bank.
don't do anything. They don't make any money. I'm trying to make money, man. I'm poor. I need money. I don't
I'm
got
poor
time for no
too, but
muscle car. You want to sell some calendars or something? I'll get some girls, dude. There you go.
I don't need that. I got the girl I want, so
Well, then get rid of that stupid muscle car and buy a weed whacker and start doing lawns.
dude, I got a fucking weed whacker will fucking impress you.
Hey, now this is a PG chat. Y'all just need to settle down a
I'm
little bit.
just
We don't
kidding,
need,
man.
You
need
have
no
a
weed whacker talk.
I'm just
you
being
have
a
a good girl.
I'm just being a
You
dick,
hang on
man.
to.
Don't mind me, man. Don't mind me. Just skip over me. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, go.
I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry,
We'd
Bonnie.
it's called a goat.
What's up, Echo? It's just starting to devolve.
Little
We're
shit.
talking about playing whackers and shit now.
No, I buy skill stuff. Skill weed whackers, skills, chainsaws.
I'm going to say this for everybody, man. If you think a tractor's sexy, you've been on the farm too long. You need to get out more.
It
Tractors
depends
are
on who's
sexy,
driving
dude.
it, Carl.
Well, I got
I'll
one
send you
back
some
at you.
pictures,
Go
man.
get you a muscle car and drive it around.
Nope,
Get the
don't
girl
You
want
don't
none of
like a
that.
you don't like a wide bottom girl, man. Hey, what are you talking about? I got duals on my tractor. I'll send you some pictures, Carl. You'd be like, oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
I've never
You know,
seen such a thing.
That don't
All right, I'm gonna leave. I didn't mean to start nothing up here on this. I just thought I'd
no,
say
you're
hello to y'all. And
you ain't starting nothing, dude. You're all good.
yeah.
It's
It
all
was
good.
nice meeting you, and you
We're
hang
all
on to that
buddies.
good woman. Treat her
Hillbilly,
right.
I wouldn't poke at anybody I didn't like.
Crazy hillbilly. Hell yeah, man. You're all right. Fuck yeah. What? I got no problems, dude.
See, Cheryl knows. Depends on
A
who's
lot of
driving the
people like you,
tractor.
bro. A lot of people like you.
No, no, that's different. You put a pinup gal up there on a tractor. Now that's pretty sexy. But I'm not talking about the tractor now.
You might have
Merry
something to do with
Christmas
that.
to you all and Happy New Year's if I don't see you later. But I will go and find that link, whatever you said earlier.
Yes, sir. Just
So
all you got to do is make a comment and chat, and
I
I
will.
can pull up your link.
All
Okay.
right. I appreciate it, ma'am.
Thank
Nice
you.
You all
meeting
Oh,
have
you.
a
yeah.
good
Have a good evening.
Christmas and good New Year's.
Happy New Year's to you.
Awesome, Scott. Merry Christmas, man.
God
Indy's
bless.
already got his link.
That's a cool dude right there.
Yeah, you seem pretty cool.
His microphone. I hope he listens back to what he when he was on here because there was something really glitching about his microphone. It might have been turned up too much or something.
And
Yeah.
it's just the internet. It could have been his location and his signal. Could have been YouTube just being stupid.
Yeah, I mean, but I hear everybody here now perfectly.
But with him being up in the mountains, there's no telling what kind of signal he's getting.
Right.
I'm gonna go sub
There he
crazy
is.
hillbilly if I can.
Yeah.
I'm getting crazy internet issues myself, so
But yours sounds pretty good right now, Billy.
yeah, but I'm getting all kinds of glitches on my screens. So, and I know it's not my brain. I checked that out with the refrigerator. I open up the refrigerator door, and if the light doesn't blink, 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 I'm doing all right. And I shut the refrigerator door. No, I'm good. I don't know. I got one phone that's chopping up on me.
Well, as long as the fridge doesn't start talking to you, I think you'll be all right.
Yeah, I couldn't have that.
Well, they got smart refrigerators that will talk to you.
Won't have
Well,
one.
I mean that's true. They do, but most fridges don't. So
I don't
Yeah.
want nothing to do with any device that thinks it's smarter than me.
No, I'm not having any appliance talk to me. It's just that stupid. Did y'all hear her? Is it Siri? She was she she said he made her mad. She told him, "You're making me mad," and he said, "If you're having feelings like that, we can talk about that after I give you directions." And I was like, "Oh my goodness, this thing is giving you navigation and life, life, whatever
Advice, yeah.
advice."
Okay.
Yes, and I was like, "Can you please turn that thing off?" And it
They want
interferes with the
to.
radio. So if you're
If
listening
you
to the
think about it,
radio, if you listen to the radio every time he talks, it shuts off the radio. And I was like, I was getting really frustrated.
that's creepy, dude. That's creepy. Creepy.
yeah, some of those things like Alexa and
Siri.
Siri and all that other nonsense, that stuff can get a little out there.
Overwhelming. Yeah.
Yes, yes. And so I'm sitting there with the Texas map, and I'm like, do you see this? this is how we go. This is how we did it in the old days. And we didn't get lost. Well, maybe we took a side road, but still, we could always find our way out.
That's true.
Well,
I got a
unfortunately, nowadays common sense is not so prevalent, though. So
Well, in
most
all
people
actuality,
can't read a map, let alone
in all fairness,
cursive.
common sense was always like a misnomer. Common sense was never that common. I don't
Well, I
know.
mean, you're not wrong. It wasn't,
I
but
don't
there
know
was
why
enough people
people.
that had it.
I don't. Yeah, I don't know why. Isn't shouldn't there be another term for like uncanny sense, or there could be another
Well,
word for that, like something that people could strive for rather than sit there in the comfort thinking that they already have it because it's so common. Most people are dumb. I don't. I'm just saying.
look, I spent 10 years driving truck, semi variety. You're not wrong. I
I
saw
have to
stupid
tell
every
you.
day.
I have to tell you something that my mom told me. God bless her heart. She said, "You know what? You know what? You know what a truck driver and a refrigerator has in common?" I said, "No, Mom. What is it?" And she says, "When you shut the door, the lights go out."
Yeah, she's not wrong. But in fairness to me and my fellow drivers, that's because we usually were so tired. That's exactly what happens.
I just bought a semi truck the other day, and I decided that there's air ride in the driver's side, and we always team up when we go pick up stuff. So I was like, "Hey, I have an extra semi over there. Why don't I pull the air ride seat out of that one and put it on the passenger side of the new one?" And that was awesome. It was a good idea. And so I cut the air ride seat out of the passenger side of the International, and I
Hmm.
just bought a Ford. And I don't know if you know how much an air ride seat weighs, but it's probably like 100 pounds. Like the whole
I was gonna
thing,
say probably about that, if not a little bit more.
maybe a little bit more. And I picked that thing up. I took I had a cheap, a nice seat, but not a cheap base in the Ford. I took that out. And anyways, I pick this stupid seat up, dude, and I pick it up over my head and put it way up over in the. I've been screwed up ever since, man. My shoulder's been whacked, and my neck hurts, and can't sleep at night. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm not 20 years old anymore. I gotta quit doing that.
No, picking seats up like that will cause problems.
Well, I, so I had I didn't even, I was so sore. Listen, I had a welder up there because I had to get a hitch welded on the back of it, like a ball hitch, or what is that? I don't know, 2 and 11/16 or whatever the big hitch is. I was like, I want to. So while I was there, and I was like, instead of bolting this seat down, I was like, can you just zip that on there with that MIG welder, man? Because I can't climb up there. I'm really screwed up over this, and I got to roll over I got to go pick something up over the next state over. And I'm just saying, if you think that you're 20 and you're not, don't be doing stupid shit like that, man, because
Right,
I've
that's
been
like one of
suffering.
those things where my mind says yes, but my body says hell no.
Yes, that's exactly what I
And
was
the
all running
the
around
problem, yeah,
thinking I'm young again, and it caught up with me.
As you say, it
it's
probably did.
terrible. It's terrible.
um, Refurbished. Less is
I
more.
like the big truck though.
Less is more. That's what it was. So, um, my daughter, her Christmas present to me. is she ripped up the carpet in the living room and she's putting down wood flooring. And
Mm-hmm.
she's been doing that the whole trip. She kept telling us, "Don't come back yet, don't come back yet." And then finally she was like, "I'm not gonna have it done." She still doesn't have it done. Bless her heart. She's been working her rear off on it. But so when I was on the phone with her and I said, "You know what? Take the sofa and love seat and put them out at the street and put." And she said, "Are you sure?" And I said, "Yes." And I said, "Because nobody wants to sit on them. It is a tweed seat. It's like they're nice, but." I said, "Somebody else out there needs these." And sure enough,
Right.
within hours, they were gone.
Yeah, I mean, some of that stuff, if you put it out, it'd be gone
And that's what I've been
almost as
doing.
soon as you
I'm
put it
I'm
out.
I'm downsizing everything. I'm getting rid of as much as I can, and if somebody else can use it, hallelujah. Because I I
What are you
I'm
having to do? You got to move into a smaller spot? Is that what you're saying?
no, I I feel like I
Strawberry
need
wine?
to no.
Oh.
I feel like I need to um
You're being preemptive?
I don't want so much stuff. I don't the clutter, the
That's
dust.
actually smarter. That's actually smarter than you think because, and that's actually pretty good that you're saying that because I was left with a gobs. I mean, this stuff could have been done years and years ago. Old family photo albums and just all this stuff is incredible. What a weight it
Well,
would be
and
lifting off of your children if you said, okay, it's time to downsize. I don't know. I missed part of the conversation, so maybe I'm stomping. I don't want to step on your feet or nothing. So
I'm not getting rid of the photo albums. My mother had probably 20 photo albums.
I'm
And
not saying not necessarily. I'm just saying like you're thinking about allocating or
yes.
allocating.
And
You know,
so I have patio furniture and I don't have a patio. So that furniture is going to come inside the house. It's heavy metal, it's waterproof, it's easy to clean under, it doesn't go all the way to the floor. It's just, and it's really comfortable. So
Excuse me.
See,
it's just
Bonnie,
swapping.
here's my map collection.
Oh my goodness.
Well, you do know that they have these
uh,
laminated round ones of all 50 states that they sell now.
I've
MAGA,
got all
you know,
50 states. I've got counties of
iPad
all
that
different
have all
states.
the
You know, just going
updates.
through it here: Kentucky, North Carolina, Florida, Ohio, West Virginia, South Carolina, Arkansas, Texas. I've got every state: Virginia,
You have the
Oklahoma.
actual sectional maps.
These are actual state maps from the states themselves, full
Uh,
state maps. But I've got a bunch of county maps too for certain areas. I've been
we're gonna
collecting maps
review
for
the
about
best of
15
that.
years. I don't use
MAGA
a
Patriot.
GPS.
It's good to see you.
Well, I was gonna say, I'm sure you're aware, Carl, that they do sell laminated ones of all 50 states.
I've
I
got
wouldn't
all
even go
50
that
states.
far. I'd be like,
I've got combination maps that are like combinations of the western, northern states and all that. I've got
Hmm.
maps going all the way back to the 60s, but I've got some modern ones too. And I mean, you can't really ever have enough maps. You can get detailed county maps of certain areas too. I collect
Serena
them, man.
yeah, I
House was
bought
on.
a I didn't even buy it. Somebody gave me a whole museum worth of, well, no, a library, an aviation library, and probably, I don't know, I fit it all in the back of my Bronco and hauled it to my library, and I would say that probably 95% of it was basically irrelevant at the time. I'm not saying that, if the power ever goes out, that stuff will be worth a fortune, but I don't. That was a long time. Powers never went out. I don't know how relevant or how. I don't know if it's really worth packing that kind of crap, or I really don't know.
I'd feel lost without my maps, man. A lot of these
I don't
places
know
I
if that
do
makes any
know,
sense to you,
a lot of these places I've been to already, so I do remember a lot of it. But with the maps, you can find anything you want, even if they're an outdated map. You can find yourself
but
around.
there's
I
not
got maps,
even there's no there's
Hey,
no
Matt.
collectors out there. I don't think.
but I
I think
got
there are people that collect maps, especially if it's older maps.
Well,
what's
and
up,
I
Matt?
Not
used to,
newer ones like you talking about. Those are all new maps I was talking about.
Not
I
mine.
used,
Some of these are all the way back to the 1960s. I've got
I'd say
map
no.
old,
Anything after 1885 is new.
but I've got
As
maps
far
of
as map,
Mexico,
I
maps
could
of
be wrong.
Canada.
Yeah, you need a place for all that stuff, Carl. That's all
I
cool
do have a
stuff,
place for
dude.
all this. I do have a place for all this. It all fits in here.
so what you need to do is what I used to do whenever we would go somewhere somewhere new, I would circle it on the map to show, okay, I've been here, been there.
Ew, I would never do that.
I got that. There's a
You
lot of
would
these
never
maps
do
on
that.
there.
I would never do that.
Why?
That's like my Bible. Everybody's like, you gotta underline that, you gotta highlight that, you gotta all these different courses and stuff, and like, oh, you gotta. I would never do that. They already screwed the Bible up by putting the numbers in it. As far as I'm concerned, there was a time in history where they didn't have verses and numbers. It was just all one straight story.
Well,
Did
yeah, it
did
was
you know
one
that?
one. Yes, I did. It was when they wrote a letter to
It
whichever
was one
church or location.
continuous.
It
It was
was
a
all just
book. Yeah.
one thing. But the only reason they put the verses in there, and I have limited understanding of it, but what I do understand is that it basically they did that to make it easier to read, not to necessarily change anything.
Actually, it didn't make it easier to read. It made it easier to reference because people got into cross coordinating it
Right.
and studying it. So um, I
Because
I'm getting older, so I don't remember exactly when they did that, but
Yeah,
there was a
I don't
certain time
remember when
where
they
it
did
was.
it either, but
Well, neither one of us were alive when they did that.
no,
It
definitely
was
not.
Lauren,
probably in the 1600s, I think, or late 16, early 17. I don't even remember. I used to know. I actually used to know, but they say, "Oh, I forgot more than you'll ever know," which is kind of BS. But you can only know so much, and then you forget stuff. I forgot that, but
Well, I mean, some
I
people
don't
are
know.
that way, some aren't, but
I don't remember how we got there.
The saying I remember is an expert has forgotten more than a novice has even learned.
good to see you.
Yeah, well, you got to take that with some temperance. You're obvious. It's obvious the progression of any state of learning. I guess is the simplest way to put it, but you
What's
can
going on,
only
Sigma?
retain so much, and then I used to say, "Oh, don't teach me that. I will lose something else at the back end," and it's like a digestion cycle of some sort. Like, yeah, I pooped that out a long time ago. Thanks for reminding me. I don't know.
I don't know if you
No, I
can
had to
see.
organize
I'm
these
not here
maps.
to downplay the old maps or nothing. I
I
think
had
they're
to sit
awesome.
here.
I remember.
Yeah, man. I had to organize them. I don't need to have all these Michigan maps in the ready. I just need to have all the state maps in the ready. So I had to organize them.
Answered it.
What kind of maps did you use? What kind of maps, Bonnie, did you use on your journey? Did you just use the phone maps, or did you have a paper map, like a,
Paper map.
or how did you?
Yeah, that I have
And you did,
paper maps that,
What's
and
up, all four?
so it depends on where I'm going, which map I take with me. But Texas is pretty much the longest route, and so once I hit 20, I know where I'm going.
Well,
But
Texas is so big. You could drive for 12 hours and still be in Texas.
yes,
Well, let's see. I'm gonna get my
that's
Texas
amazing,
map out.
actually, to think about that. Can you imagine that driving 12 hours and still being in the same state? That's crazy.
That is crazy.
The only other state that will afford you that is probably Alaska,
offers
which is
kingdom.
almost like
Yeah, I think that's probably right. It would be Alaska, the only other one I can think of.
it's incredible. I mean, at highway speeds too, not like I can take 5 days and not get out of my state. So
Yes.
I'm
Like,
like lackadaisical when I travel. I have to stop here and see everything there, and then I have to stop over there, and then gosh, by the time you get, it's crazy. Oh hell, I made it
Oh,
in 19 hours. Yeah, well, it took me a week, but I seen
Bonnie,
everything.
here's my Texas map. It's very detailed. It has topography on it. It's a monster. It's actually made in 1998. But this is a big map and very detailed.
That's
Yeah,
what, about 30 years
yeah,
ago ish.
yeah, 98. That was a while ago.
it has
98.
to have part of it on the
Yeah.
other side, doesn't it?
Well, it's got all the cities on the other
Yeah,
side in
almost
detail.
30-year-old map.
Well, mine
Oh my
has the
god.
cities, but then at the bottom it has the rest of Texas because it doesn't all fit
It's
on one
35
side.
years
Does
old.
it look like that?
Is that 35 years old now? 1998 is
And
35 years, isn't it?
No, it's just under
That's
30 because I graduated in high school, from high school in 97. And 30 years from 97 is 2037, roughly.
yep, you could drive from Texarkana
I can see
to El
that. What
Paso.
high school did you graduate? Because I have issues with the counselors over there. They didn't teach you right. That's not true.
You could drive from Texarkana to El Paso, and it's the same distance from El Paso to LA.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah, it's
long
about,
ass
yeah.
road.
I'm sorry, I
Because
stand corrected. Never mind.
Hey,
Sorry.
I
Gma,
did go.
good to see you.
I fucked up. I won't do it again. You're right. You're right. You're right about your
Used
math. I'm not gonna.
Gma, I used to get a lot of maps at rest stops. We used to have maps at every rest stop you could get, like a buck 25 or something.
Yeah, I forget what they were. They used to sell them. They don't do that
Cheap.
anymore, obviously, but
And I've got a big map of the whole country that I'm going to put right above my driver and passenger seat in the front so I can mark locations down. I can just magnet it to the top of the truck, you know.
Billy, can you see private chat?
No,
Who, me?
I don't know.
Uh,
I'm too
just
retarded to
wondering.
see it.
Okay.
I could try to figure it out, I guess.
Well, if you just hit
Do I
chat, and then there's the private chat,
push
there's the comments, and
the 3 little buttons?
no, to the left of the 3
No.
little buttons where it says chat, you click that, and then you'll see 3 tab options. There's chat, comments, and recording. The one that says chat is the quote unquote private chat.
If he's on his phone, it's on the top. It'll say private chat comments.
Yeah, I'm
Not
thinking on baiting myself out. I'm not that smart, guys.
I mean, his could say that, but mine, I'm in a phone browser, so for me, I don't.
So I'm on an Android. So how would I get to the? This is a learning experience. How would I get to
so
the
are
private?
are you in a phone browser in
I'm
your
not looking
StreamYard for like a phone browser?
I believe so.
So when you're seeing the panel,
What did Bonnie say before? I think she had it.
she has. There's 3 little dots that says more.
Yeah.
Well, if you're on cell phone on StreamYard, at the top it just says private chat or comments, right?
Oh yeah. That don't say That don't say anything.
No, like see in
It
my
doesn't
case,
say that.
Why don't you
like I
just
said,
say it out loud? I have nothing.
well,
I'm not hiding
do
anything.
what do you see below the window where we're talking? What do you see below that?
I see a big old ribeye stick, and then I see you're in the show.
Okay, so below the you're in the show at the bottom, do you see like mic, cam, chat, more, or leave?
Yeah.
Okay, so the box that says chat, the one that says chat, you click
Yeah.
on that,
Okay. All right.
and then when you do that, your first one it brings you to is the backroom chat, as we call it, that the people on the panel can see.
Yeah, it says Billy. My email is such and
Is
such.
such and such, right? So that
So
you
should I
can
go?
screenshot it or write it down for whoever that was
Oh no,
intended
that's
for.
fine. I don't. All
And then
right.
if you want to see what the YouTube chat is saying, you click the next tab over, which is comments.
All right.
And then you can interact with the chat.
Well,
You
I'm
might have
doing
to
that on a different
sign in.
device. So
Yeah,
what's
you
up
might
with
Yeah,
have
the
to
no,
back
sign in.
chat?
I'm on an Android device as well.
Dude, you're
Right.
kicking ass. You're teaching me. You're
If
doing.
you go to meet the first time that you go to be in chat, though,
Wait a
sometimes they
minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on, Carl. Carl, hold the fuck on. So how do I get to the back chat?
It just says
You just when you click on that first chat window, you just click it and you're automatically in the chat unless you click comments or recordings.
Okay, so I'm not clicking on nothing yet, but you said there's a back chat.
Well, the one that says the word chat in it, we call that back room chat. Even though it's
Okay, I'm
not,
gonna
that's
click
what
on
we.
that. I'm gonna click on that right now.
Okay.
Okay, nothing.
Well, are you trying to see that the chat where the email thing is, or are you trying to see the
I thought you
YouTube
were trying to
comments?
steer me over to the back room, and
Well, no,
I can't get
that
over
is the
there.
back room. The one that says chat where you says
So I'm
the
already
my
there.
Amazon link and the my email.
Oh,
That is the back room chat.
okay. I see Bonnie's email, which is cool. That's
Yeah,
it.
that where that is. That's the back room chat.
All right, I'm in the back. Hey, everybody, I'm in the back room now. Oh boy.
That's what she
That
said.
is special. It's like a backstage pass without the little plastic floppy thing that you have to wear around your neck.
Right.
Right
The
on.
VIP section.
Well, what am I doing back here, though?
No, well, you can do
Why
almost
am I
anything you want within
here?
reason.
It's like, come over here, and then nothing. I thought I was going to see like titty babies and
Oh my
No,
goodness.
we don't do
shaving
we don't do the
bottles.
crazy stuff until after the show ends.
I don't even
Oh,
look.
that's
I don't
later.
even go there. I
I
don't
have to
want to
wait
know.
for that.
We don't even
Yeah,
do that.
yeah. I was gonna say we hardly ever do that anymore, but
All right. Well, I'm late, like by years.
What's up, Chuck?
No, that's cool. Hey, thanks. That's fine.
you're welcome.
No, that's good. I'm learning something. I like learning. I enjoy it. That's good. Good teacher. So hey,
Well,
what do you
I'm
guys
Before
think?
glad I'm glad it
Billy
worked.
will be doing,
Am I
before
retarded or
Billy
what?
will be doing his own live stream.
I use
Oh my
Android
goodness.
quite extensively, so
Geez, Chuck.
That's not good.
Sorry to hear that. I'm glad I didn't catch it, whatever it is. I left it with
Well,
y'all. I'm sorry.
all
I
my friends
stopped.
are here on YouTube. Benjamin says so. Yeah, I think he's right. I
Yes.
really don't have any friends anymore. I think Benjamin's right on it. Even
look,
my
good friends
family
are hard to
is
find.
coming over here trying to rip me off every damn day, and it's hilarious in a not so hilarious way. So
It was good to see Chuck and Vicky.
Oh, you did get to see them again?
Yes. Yeah. Sat
I'm
and chatted
dangerous now.
a bit.
Now I'm dangerous. I'm going to be driving around, boy. I can't wait for that. I just can't wait.
I wonder how I back out of the back room. Is that like I'm
Oh,
stuck in
that's
the back? I
well, if
feel
you're in
like
the
I'm
back
being
room and you want to
abused. I'm
top
being
right hand
trapped.
side,
I
the
feel like
top
I'm
right
being
hand.
trapped. Like you go in the back room and you just stay there because you're
No,
in the
no,
back
no.
Oh,
room.
Just focus for 2 seconds. Top right hand side.
Just
Uh,
focus for 2 seconds.
it,
You got me wrong, dude. I can't even focus for like a half a second.
top right hand side of the window, like where you saw the four talking faces. Uh, you'll see a little X. If you hit close, it'll take you back to the main talking heads, as it were.
Dude, that's awesome. Thank you so much. I was getting all claustrophobic and stuff over there.
you see
I
that,
could
Bonnie?
barely deal with myself.
Okay, wildlife.
You see that? Vicky's in the hospital.
Yeah, that's why I've got it pinned at the top. Y'all please believe she's in the hospital.
Oh, that ain't good if she's in the hospital. Hopefully she's okay.
She's got high CO2 on top of the COPD.
Here's a good question. How would I go to the back room and drop my email address like Bonnie did? And that
Same way
way,
you just did.
Same way you just did.
okay, I'm going to go to the three dots up on the top, or
Well, no, you
how'd we
click
get
on
over
you click on that chat window at the bottom like you did before, or
there?
more
Okay,
specifically, the
chat.
phrase that says chat,
Yep.
and then you'll see the chat where her email is, and then you just click the little gray box at the bottom, start typing.
Oh, I'm gone.
Oh my goodness.
Be gone. Maybe that's too much for me right now. Maybe I need to pump the brakes and take it easy.
You get there eventually. It takes a little time to learn it, but
Oh, no, I can see it now. Billy's going to be doing live streams any day now.
Oh gosh, I already tried that. I tried it, but I couldn't do it because, for one thing, the only way that I could possibly even have the balls to do that would be extremely intoxicated. So right
Oh
there's like
Lord.
a
Oh,
it'll
that's
never
pretty good.
work, you know. So I've already tried. I've gotten I don't even know like these programs downloaded, and I'm trying to block
Just
them
do
left
that.
and right the next day. It's just nothing's working. I'm just like, yeah, I can't do it, man. I'd have to
Keep me
have.
updated.
I tried to hire a
You know,
personal assistant, but that worked out for like a day and a half.
So you're hard to work
To
with?
deal with all this stuff. No, just I don't know. There's lots of problems. I'm just gonna hang out and and I appreciate you letting me up on your panel. So I don't know. I think I'm fine here for a little bit. If I if I if I actually had the balls to start a stream, I don't even know if I'd ever turn it off. I'd be like, okay, everybody, we're going on a ride and it's never gonna end. I could
That's
foresee
what
people
I'm talking about.
coming out, just all 24/7, just keep going.
That's what I'm
Because
talking about.
that's kind of how I am, though. You know, it's just like all or nothing. I don't want to
Well,
come in.
that's what
I'm
Bonnie
not
did
saying
last week or week before. She fell asleep and we were in here
Yeah.
for 13 hours.
you guys
No,
rock,
it was.
man.
She did
You
a
guys rock.
28-hour stream. She did a 28
I don't know
hour
about
stream.
that.
Oh,
I
that's
was gonna
right. You're right,
say
Carl. It was 28. You're right.
it was a lot longer than that, and because I
I kept
started
popping in and out a couple times here and there.
the night before Thanksgiving and went all
It
through
was.
Thanksgiving till what, midnight or one
I don't know. You're always like,
I'm
Thanksgiving.
saving up
oh,
my
I
hours,
gotta go
Jesse.
to bed. And then
I'm saving
4 hours
mine up for you.
later, they go, I gotta
Oh,
turn it off.
by the way, 30 days.
It was in 30 days.
That's what I need to do, Al. All these people making fun of me falling asleep on panels. Charge for them to
I would
hear me.
never make fun of that.
I was gonna say, how many times have I fallen asleep on a stream after a day
There
of
ain't
driving?
nobody making fun of
A
that.
few.
Actually, you needed some rest that night, Bonnie, and you did all right.
I haven't fallen asleep on a stream
Thank
ever, and
you.
I did one for 40 hours straight
You did
nonstop. Wait till
all
I get on the road. You guys,
Nah,
you
nah,
ain't
nah,
seen
nah,
nothing.
nah.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
So you're saying you'll be streaming the whole time, is what you're saying?
Just like what Billy was just saying. I'm never gonna want it to end.
Never turn it off, man. Never, never. I don't know how that works. Some of those truckers, what I would do, because I'm
Yes,
kind of a
hilarious.
cheapskate, I would hook up with some of those trucker channels and see what they're doing, and then I would mimic. It's been my whole life story. Who is the best at doing that particular subject? And I'm going to do exactly what they're doing. It's not that
Yeah.
hard.
We
No
used to
original
follow
thought needed,
we used to
Literally.
follow the truckers because first of all they knew where the popos were, and they also if we broke down they would stop right where they were and help. It was
You're
I
talking
don't
way
know
back.
if
You're talking
it's
like 70s and 80s stuff there.
well I was fixing to say I don't know if it's still the same way.
Currently, there are some truckers who will stop and still help if they can get stopped in time. You know,
Meat, meat. Do they still do the good buddy? We've got a bubble gum machine down here. Do
yeah,
they
they still
still do
call
the?
they don't use the phrase bubblegum machine very much.
Well,
But yeah,
hey,
they'll still call out the 5-0 locations. Yeah.
before I
Right
lose
on.
this thought, this is exactly what I was asking Bonnie when I first came into this chat. I said, hey, did you notice any difference in the mentality? Because that is a prime example, like where I was born in or where I was raised. if you were in a ditch, no one would pass you out. And then I end up in another
Yes.
place where if you're in a ditch, everyone passes you up. And then I realized like some places people don't wave at you, other places everyone waves at you. It's just that, and that's why I fell in love with Missouri, and that's why I want to move over to Missouri is because
Well, that's because
everyone
misery loves
has
company, but
that attitude.
That's
Yeah.
the difference between northern and southern Michigan. Down here, you wave at somebody and say hello. They'll make sure that they've got a good hold of their purse, or they'll think you want something. Up north, everybody waves at you. You don't even know them. They're
And
going
that's
down the road.
basically what I was asking Bonnie. I was like, did you notice any difference in your travel? Because I know you just traveled.
Yeah.
And I
No.
just traveled only for a day and
People
a half or
still
so,
wave.
but
They would honk. I have a Christmas tree on the front of my grill on my car, and they would honk. They love it. At night, it lights up. Um, it's how you. I don't know. Maybe it's how you present yourself,
I was going to
or
say it is a lot about presentation, and most drivers are different.
yeah.
Um, so
I've gotten all kinds of reactions from my truck alone, man.
I did get to
well, you
see
stick out like a sore
firsthand.
thumb anyway. So. I
I
drive a
got to
soccer
see.
mom van. You couldn't pull me. If I robbed the bank, they wouldn't know who the hell to pull over. I blend in. I look around and see what everyone's driving, and I go the most non. Like I would never get wheels or flares or all that crap. I want to blend in the most.
What temperature is it down there where everybody's at? Well, I got five
let's
below
see,
zero here.
it's about 18 degrees. Feels like or 21 feels like it's 18 or something crazy like that here in the northwestern Illinois.
We had a freeze last night, but tonight it's only getting down to 40. And tomorrow night, I think it's 50. And tomorrow night's when I'm going to try to
Well,
do
it's
the
the
That's
karaoke.
coldest
low.
night so far. It's colder now than it has been all year. It's five below zero right now.
Mm.
Mm.
That's pretty cold.
Well, thank
You keep
you.
that.
I don't want any
Yeah.
of that shit.
Uh-uh.
It was 8 degrees this morning. Um, at my
Mm.
one place up north, and it was I think 20 degrees here where I'm at currently. It got up to I think 40 today. It should be 50 tomorrow,
Oh, 50.
and
That's tank top and shorts, man. Get some suntan lotion.
it was well, it was 64 I think 2 days ago. You know, so
Nice.
nothing special. Just not like that Arctic cold. I'm over that shit. I'm too old for it.
Huckleberry,
I
if
don't
you'd
like
be
that
nice,
weather.
you might get some. Yes, that's what I was going to say. Because my friend, she lived um, south of
Oh,
Branson,
I'm going to Missouri, that's for sure. There's no
and
problem.
she would still,
I'll be
she
over
would
there
get
by the end of
snow.
next year. I'll be established.
It was it was
I
about
got property.
20 degrees cooler than it was here always.
Where at?
Branson.
Outside Branson, Missouri.
Branson, Missouri. It was always 20 degrees cooler than it was where you're at.
Yes, that we
I
don't
don't mind
really
it, but you know what? Go ahead.
we don't really have harsh winters like North does. It's rare that we get snow.
Everyone
Sometimes
did know that
ice.
today was the solstice, right? Everyone with that, or
Yes, the 21st. Yep.
At 4:21, I think. What would that have been? Central Time? The only time that matters.
Right. I'll agree
I don't
with
know if I'd
that.
go that far.
I'll agree with
Woo!
that.
I'll do it.
20 went till 17. Ugh. In the 50s. Yeah, I've
I used to.
noticed
I
also,
had a. I
I've
was going
noticed
to tell a story.
Washington State and Oregon seem to be warmer for some reason. I thought
It's
that
supposed
that's
to
where
be.
all the Arctic colds came from, was from Washington, Oregon, all that. That's the way it used to look on the map whenever we were going to get an Arctic front, and then it would come down. But um, even where I'm at, compared to like Dallas, North Texas, they get the weather. North Texas, they get the more snow. They get more cold. So
I lived in a. I lived in a townhouse one time, and I went to this bar, and the guy knew me because I knew his son or something. And I said, "Hey, I need a drink that will last me all night and not freeze when I set it down outside to go smoke cigarettes." And he says, "Oh, I got you." He gave me a plastic cup that was absolutely topped off with Wild Turkey 101. So I drank that about, I don't even know, maybe almost halfway down. And I had been outside and I'd smoked cigarette. It was free, like 20 below or some crazy, crazy stuff. It was February. And finally, somehow, through the grace of God, I made it home. And I set that drink lasted me all night. I never needed another drink. I would just sip it. It's crazy. I didn't even like bourbon. Anyways, I can almost think of his name, but he gave me that drink and I went out and smoked. I came back in, sip in, went back out, smoked, come back in, sip in, went back out, and it was time to go home, and I set that drink down somewhere in my driveway. And I looked for that drink for, I don't know, 10 years probably. I was like, I know that Wild Turkey is sitting there somewhere. 10 years before I finally gave it up. I know there's a half a solo cup of Wild Turkey 101 sitting over here somewhere, man. I was just looking for that thing. I never did find it.
Or you
I
had
was
a
probably
drunk
scared of.
neighbor around. Because the raccoons and shit will get into that shit.
Well, they'd be some pretty happy ass raccoons if they did.
I've seen happy raccoons. I walked
I
into
was going to say,
hey,
I,
I walked into an orchard once and caught
mm-hmm.
both a young deer and a raccoon drunk off their asses because they were sitting there eating fermented apples off the ground. And the deer run into a tree trying to get away from me and wandered off into the woods. And the raccoon just sat there and looked at me like, what? I don't give a shit. He didn't even care. He didn't run. He didn't do nothing. He just looked at me like, I'm fucking drunk, dude. I ain't running. He just laid there, fucking drunk off his ass.
That's
Sounds
crazy.
about right for raccoons. But now I've seen a few internet videos where a coon accidentally ate some like marijuana infused candy or whatever and started
Oh, I seen
stumbling
one
all
of
over the
those.
backyard.
Yeah, I seen that video. I know exactly which video you're talking about. That
It's
that kid was
hilarious, man.
fucked up.
That shit's
Yeah,
hilarious.
that coon was super
Messed
lit.
up. And that's really weird because you don't think
can
that like
understand.
all animals get jacked off of the same shit that we do, but like catnip, like cats fucking
Oh yeah, catnip will it'll mess them cats up.
Yeah. Sorry about the
There's a video
cussing.
on my page where I took and I had this grape juice. It sat too long and it fermented, and I poured it into a bucket, and I got this drunk raccoon on tape. He sat there and drank and drank and drank, and he was walking away all fucked up.
Carl, you're using the F word too.
Yeah,
I think the
do.
worst one is when the cows start getting into the fermented apples and start pushing the fences over. That's the worst.
That'd be funny to get on film too, even if you had to fix the fence.
I'd say the hogs never do that because they don't leave anything behind, but the cows do. The cows
we
will get drunk on that.
got hogs running around everywhere.
It
We
wouldn't be
breed
over till the
hogs.
cows came home.
Do what?
I said it wouldn't be over till the cows came home.
Well, they do that every night.
Yeah, yeah. They coming in for them fermented apples that you've been throwing out back because you're canning or something. That's how that happens.
You know, I never seen a drunk bull. I'll bet that is something to see.
It's not good, dude.
That's
We throw
awesome.
all of our scraps out back, and then the cows would come. They'd come over and start eating that a couple days later or whatever. And like a bull in a china shop's nothing. You should see a bull, a drunk bull anywhere. Is just that's not good, man. You can't do
Yeah.
anything either. There's no. They say that when people drink alcohol, they say you got to wait like a certain amount of time for how many drinks you drink or something like that. It's the same damn thing with the cow.
That sounds like some communist controlling shit right there.
There ain't no controlling about it. I don't know where you're coming up with that controlling part. Commie stuff. No. None of that's jiving. He's just got drunk ass cattle out there. You're like, well, I hope they don't come over here towards the house. Give them 6 or 8 hours. They'll be all right. Hopefully, they don't break down a damn fence.
So they get drunk twice. Something else said. Yes, Cheryl, we do. I have
That's a
seen
good
them.
question. Cheryl says, "Do you have any wild boar running around down there where you were at?" That's a good
Wild
Yes,
boar are
question.
good to eat if you can get a hold of them.
they're
Free
everywhere.
roam. That's called
And
free roam
They're
bacon.
everywhere.
Isn't
and
This is a question for Bonnie.
I have seen them run right by the courthouse in the middle of town, and they're everywhere.
They're running in the streets.
Yes, and they're everywhere, and you
Crazy.
have to really be careful at night. It's not the deer; it's wild hogs. When you hit one of them,
Did you see? Did you see? Did you see
kill
that
it.
actually Congress was trying to pass a bill that had an allocation for exactly what you're talking about, wild boar eradication. Did you notice that?
I haven't seen that, but here
Yeah,
it's
I've seen it.
legal. You can shoot wild hog any time of the year. Um, they even shoot from helicopters.
Yeah,
Um,
there's a guy out there that gives. They take you up in a helicopter and let you shoot herds of them with a 50 caliber machine gun.
yes,
Was it a Barrack 50?
No, it's a
Because I don't
fucking
shoot it. I'm
M60.
not sniping. Does it shoot 300 feet?
It's a M60 Mod Deuce M1902
.50 caliber machine gun mounted on it. I saw Ted Nugent going with those guys shooting boars out there.
Those small deuces will get the job done. That's for sure.
Yeah, it will.
No,
I
no.
actually assembled a rifle specifically for Texas boar hunting, and I never went down there.
Yeah, and that's Ted Nugent gives the tours too, doesn't he?
He's down there in
Hunting.
Waco. He's in Waco. He's got a big ranch down there.
Yeah,
I don't know Ted Nugent. That's really weird that I don't.
that's the last place we stayed was in Waco.
Good old Uncle Ted.
He's got ranches a few places. He's still got places here in Michigan too.
Yeah.
Who the hell did Ted Nugent get to drink a beer with him? Was it Anthony Bourdain?
I've never heard of anybody that can
I think
say
it
they've
was. I
ever
think it was.
smoked or drink. He's been anti-alcohol and anti-drug his
I
whole
think it was.
career.
I think it was Anthony Bourdain that had a beer that he actually had a beer with, in his
I've
whole
never
life. He
heard
never
of
had a beer
that.
with him.
Never heard of that.
Yeah, you could look it up. I'm sure that I'm right.
I have heard Ted talk about all the people that he thought was such a waste that they threw their lives away. People like Jim Morris, all these people he met, that he could tell they were headed down those roads.
Yes.
Elvis Presley was kind of like that too, but he ended up being a pill popper. So, uh, Elvis Presley was just as difficult to work with because Johnny Cash talked about that. He says, "Oh, because Johnny Cash drank a lot." I'm
Yeah.
not saying, I'm not accusing drinkers or people that drink or anything. I'm just saying that, it's funny how that kind of
You
stuff
know
works
what?
out because
I just thought of something, Amir. I'll bet if you had a taco left over from the 70s, it'd still be furry.
Yeah.
furry tacos,
Yeah, I'm
Japanese
going to leave
or
that alone.
Yep.
white one,
Um,
tacos.
and that's why it's good that we can get wild hog anytime because once you get a deer,
Hey, man.
then you want the wild hog to make sausage, and then you use the head of the hog to make the tamales, and well, any part of the hog really.
You're not talking javelina though, right? We have to make sure that we specify that this isn't javelina, correct or incorrect?
I have no idea what they are. They're big and black and they're wild. And they,
It's
Those are
called
javelina.
I
it's
haven't
called
ever
pig.
seen one attack anyone. They're not like, now I've seen pigs do that. Pigs will, if you passed out or anything in your garden or in the pen with the pigs, they will eat you.
Yeah, they call the ones that are usually attack people are called razorbacks. All right, and they're absolutely vicious. There's other kinds of pigs, and they can be hybrids of different, you know. But to me, I wouldn't mind shooting them at all, but I'd want to use the meat. I wouldn't want to just like they shoot them all the time and just leave them lay there. There's people that need food. You're gonna shoot them, use them.
Well,
Yes,
you're not going to do that. You're not going to do that, Carl. You're not going to. You're not going to. We raise Duroc hog. I don't know if you know what that is, but we started with what do they call it? Berkshire. That's basic. Berkshire is probably what you get in the grocer most of the time. It's just a white. we raise Duroc, and I'll tell you this: our hog, they're tame. Like they're really really nice.
Well, I'm
But
talking about here in Texas, Billy.
they're
There's
sold.
an open market on them thing. You
I
don't need a
wouldn't.
license to shoot them. They shoot them by the hundreds. People go out there
I
in droves
wouldn't.
and shoot them, which is fine. But at least, man, make dog food out of them if you're not going to eat them. Do something with them. Don't just shoot them and leave them there.
Well, if they're
Okay,
tearing
Nancy
up your
knows it.
property, that's the this. Listen, let me just cut to the chase. I tried to be nice about it. If they're tearing up your property, you eliminate them.
Yes.
There's no one's coming down there to feed the hungry or any of that bullshit. Is what it is. So don't. I mean, I don't know. I'm not trying to be confrontational, but
Dog
there's no
shooting something. I'd
support
rather use.
mechanism.
No,
There's
it ain't nothing
hunts.
like
You
that.
can go down on hunts and go get them, but you're not bringing them all back. Who's
Yes,
bringing them all
Daddy.
back?
I'd have to,
Who's going to
man. I
do
can't
that?
do something like that and waste it.
Well,
If that's good
I was
meat,
going to. I was alluding to. We process our own hog, and it's a pain in the butt. It's a lot of work. You can't. I mean,
Yeah.
just butcher size hogs are. That's an under. I would rather do. I would rather do one. Dude, hogs are a process, man. That's a lot of work. I'd rather do like 3 or 4 cattle than one hog. That's a 200 pounder. You know, that's butchered. 300 pound. I'm sorry.
yeah, I
We
So
never
we
even
cut
heard
them.
of that. I wonder because I've heard him, say that he doesn't drink and all that for so many years. It's the first time I've ever heard about Ted drinking.
And Nancy said that we have wild Russian boars in Texas. Hey, I don't know why they.
I knew there was a couple different kinds. I remember hearing something about that, but
And if you
it's
go
free
down
range
around the
bacon.
coast, they're
That's free
really.
range bacon, Bonnie. I mean, it's got to be good eating.
Anthony
It
and Ted.
is.
Echo's got to check it out. I think Anthony Bourdain, which I respect as a chef, had Echo looked. I don't know. Echo's not smart. All smart on it. That's probably the only time that Ted Nugent ever drank a beer.
And
That's
and
pretty
now that you
good.
say that, Terry, I have heard that before that pork isn't good.
Yeah,
I also heard that raw turkey
I'm
and
pretty
stuff is.
smart on that stuff, but Echo's got me on that. That's good.
And Huckleberry, I made the homemade cookies, but I still wafers too.
Is there a difference in having a drink and drinking? Yeah, you can have a drink sitting in front of you as long as you want, but unless you're drinking it, it doesn't fucking count. Here you go, Grandma Merkel.
Well, I've had a couple shots over the years, at funerals and stuff where I have a couple shots. I don't get a buzz at all off of that. I mean, it's not even like drinking. If I drink I don't like beer. It gives me a headache. But if I just drink a couple shots, I'm not gonna get buzzed off of that. So
You
I
know what
guess
I get
if you
buzzed off
want
is that
Well, I
stupid
do.
call. I can't get that. I can't get it out of my mind. I can't get that stupid stream out of my mind where,
Girly,
dude,
I
that
didn't
was
hear you come up.
I just came in, honey.
Oh, okay. How are
I
you
had to
doing?
ask. I'm. Don't ask that yet.
Okay.
Camo, you haven't answered my question like 3 times. Are you coming out west? If we
I'm
can
gonna
fund
go
it,
to
come
everywhere. This is my plan. I'm gonna go everywhere I was invited. All right. So,
okay. When you've been invited here, it's a long way. It's 2,300 miles. Just
and
say
you
it.
invited me a long time ago, and there's a lot of people that invited me a long time ago, and I think about that. And around you, I've told you, there's places I want to see. I got to even go way south of you. I want to go see Slab City. I want to see Death Valley. I want to see where Route 66 starts. I want to see shit.
Aren't you
Well,
Summer, Jerry Lee, it's so good to see you, honey.
saying about
That's my heart. Good to see you. Imer, you know what? uh, I have sad news for those of you who have been with me a
man?
long time. My friend Genevieve passed about an hour ago. So some of you know her. She was, she was the one that I would always drive to town just to interview because she couldn't get online, And
Yes.
her and her husband always wore the Hawaiian print at every rally. So just
Was
feeling
that
that.
unexpected?
Well, she was 78. Chuck is
Oh,
89. Chuck is still doing okay. He had like an abscess tooth, so the doctor saw him at the hospital and had him get a room with Genevieve, so that was really great that they could have a room together. But it's just really
Well,
sad
God
because
bless you.
so
no, it's you know what she was an inspiration for me, so I'm gonna try to just do something good in her memory, Isn't that
wait,
what
what's wrong?
well, I'm gonna hop off as fun as this is before I go to bed and pass out. So
night?
Have
I
a
will
good
catch
night.
you guys later.
It's
Next
good talking to you.
Yep.
time.
Merry
Yep.
Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Of course, D, if I come out there, I got to roll around in the dirt with your horses.
So
Man,
what is wrong?
yeah. I got a good setup for you, Carl. I hope you get to make it all the way out west. That's a good goal because we can help you get funded all the way. And then you
D,
got
I've seen 35 or 36 states, and I haven't seen any of them over the Rocky Mountains. I have not
oh
seen
my
anything on
gosh.
the West
Yeah.
Coast. I haven't seen the Grand Canyon. There's a lot of shit I haven't seen that I really want to see out there.
Either. Maybe I should meet you down there and escort you back to Humboldt.
Where are you at, D? Are you over in Washington?
No, I'm in California. I'm in Northern California, up in
Northern
Humboldt.
California. Yeah, I remember you from a live stream not too long ago. I put it up Google Maps. There's a beautiful bay outside your door. Is that true?
You're a little bit choppy.
Billy,
Can you repeat that?
something's happening to you. You're back in the roboting.
That's the man trying to keep me down. See? Let me communicate.
Steve, what's wrong with Jen?
I don't know.
More? Or
I don't
is
know.
it
I've talked to her this week. We were on a call Thursday. We were on the state call together, and I didn't hear anything.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Hi, White Life? Are you in a food coma?
Almost. I think I'm starting to get shrimp sweats.
Shrimp sweats. Shit.
That sounds nasty, really.
Timer.
Hi, Walla.
Some would say. I actually enjoy it. Let you know you're still alive.
Like sweating like a pig, like a hot mama.
Yeah.
My husband got some sauce given to him. This guy, he hired him, and this guy gave him hot sauce when he hired him. And then he came back and brought him more hot sauce, which was really cool. And it's like this ghost sauce. It's like Cannibal Island, it's called. I don't know where it's. I think it's from here. So anyway, he's like, "Oh yeah, it's pretty good." He's like dying. So Jen, I don't know what's going on with Jen Hilarious. Do you know something I don't know? Of course, we pray. I pray for Jen. I think
Benjamin said it. Ben said
it. Oh,
right there.
What's going on? Can you elaborate? I have not been to the Grand Canyon either. So it is one place I've asked my husband to take me. Yes, and Florida. Actually, I want him to take the kids to Florida. I've been to Florida many times as a child, and so, but
I need to spend a couple weeks there. I don't want to just go look at it. I want to spend some time there. Vision preparedness. I don't know if you know who he is. He says he wants to go down there with me too.
oh, Genevieve, my friend Genevieve, yeah, Genevieve. She's just shortening Genevieve for Jen. Okay,
Uh,
gotcha. Thank you. Yeah, her husband Chuck, he's 89, and so he's doing good. The daughter, when I visited Genevieve, it was her daughter's 37th birthday, and that was when I met her. And Genevieve, I'd never heard Genevieve like this before. You guys will appreciate this, okay? When Genevieve was a nurse for 40 years, and I was told that she was refusing some help, so I was kind of trying to talk her into. I thought like dialysis was an option. She had liver cancer. She had fluid in her lungs. They were doing some kind of test for her that pumped a bunch of fluid in her, but it just went in her lungs and it wasn't escaping. So they had to stop that. And I would say to her, Genevieve, if you can get the, transfusion, you were a nurse for 40 years. What if you tried to help someone and they wouldn't help you? And she would scream out. She would literally like get all perked up and say, they don't know shit. They don't know shit. That's what she would say. Oh my gosh, she was cracking me up. But to the end, she didn't trust the profession that she was in for 40 years for them to treat her. She didn't trust them.
wow.
That was really sad to see. But that day she had 4 visitors from the Truth or Patriot movement that we all are all part of. And that was really special because from what I remember, both of her kids were like vaxxers, and I think they were not on the same page with her. So it was a good witness, and I was really hoping for a miracle for her. But I knew she was really sick. I knew she was on the edge of death, and I could see it. I never seen her that way. She lost a lot of weight. You could hear the fluid in her lungs. She just was not doing good. So I was like, Lord, either take her or just help her to heal. It's at that point, you don't want someone to linger on and suffer. So
Yeah.
his timing, I trust. And she's in a better place. I do believe that. She fought the good fight to the end. She never, ever stopped. That woman never stopped. She got kicked out of everywhere she could get kicked out of by telling people to take the vaccine and giving them information. She was true grassroots.
Yeah.
She was true grassroots, Her and her husband, they had so much love for people. I would get so mad and she would be like, shh. She would just like try to calm me down all the time because people, when they drive by and say F you to us, it would get me so upset. And she would just be like, no. She never got mad at them. She'd say, we're number one. We're number one. I loved her so much. I loved her and I love her husband. So shit,
Good people. Yeah.
They were such good people. She's 79 years old. I mean, that is getting up there. Like your mama and your daddy, they were elderly. That's what is considered elderly. In my mind, I would think after 75. Is that fair or is that shitty of me? I don't know.
I don't know. I really didn't think I was going to live past 21, so I feel like I've been lucky for a long time.
Me too. Me too. You had a
is probably elderly is 65 and above.
Is it?
No.
No.
Yeah.
That's senior, bro.
I think so too.
Billy, that's senior, bro. Okay.
No, that's elderly.
Elderly, I would say 75 or 80.
I think it's got to be in the mid 70s before it's considered elderly. I really do. I think the age is, in my mind, I've seen some 74.
You might be right.
Isn't that guy that builds the incredible tiny homes like 74? My mom's 72. she is pretty frail, but you know, she's just really starting to get where I'm looking at her
Those
like
are
she's
one off. Those are
seven.
like,
Yeah.
those are secluded one off.
Yeah. I think 70, you know, I could put, it just depends on how fit the person is. I've seen people that work out, you know, they lift weights and stuff in their 70s, and you wouldn't know they're in their 70s. That's
Most
I've
probably
people
seen
aren't like
people,
that.
yeah, I've seen
Most
people
people
frail.
aren't like that.
30. It's, see, Hilaire Sue, I am 70 and stay active. Push
well,
mows or lawn.
I mean, my best friend's husband is 80 something, and he's still building and working.
My grandma was elderly until she was 80. So
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
It depends, really. You
it
know,
all
someone
depends.
said,
Yeah.
yeah. For sure, Benjamin. Yeah, it just depends if somebody lives a sedentary life, I think, you know. Some people, if they sit around the TV a long time, like my husband's dad, he was a truck driver until he was 40, and then he just like checked out and got on disability. And I think he lived to 67, but he was overweight, and he lived a typical American diet. You know, he didn't really work out ever. I never seen him work out. He literally drove from next door to here one time. I was like,
He checked out when he was 40.
what?
You said
Yeah,
he checked out when he was 40 years old?
I'm saying he checked out of the workplace at 40, yes, and
When
got
he
on
was 40
disability.
years old.
When he was 40 years old, he got on
Oh,
disability. He was in the army in Alaska in the 60s, and they fucked with him. You know, he had schizophrenia. At first, they diagnosed him schizophrenia. Then they diagnosed him like bipolar.
there's
But
always reasons.
there's always reasons. He was a good man, though.
There's
I
always
love.
reasons.
Yeah, he wasn't a pervert, and he wasn't an angry man. And those two things alone made me really just comfortable. You know,
As a daughter, that's how you viewed your father.
my father-in-law. I never knew my father, so maybe that's why it
Oh,
sounds fucked up
okay,
to
all right. No. Listen, but still, psychologically, that's how you viewed your father.
in law. I mean, I had a stepdad who was
You keep
worse.
going, I'm trying to lose that part. I think it's brilliant what you're saying. Don't get me wrong, I'm like right there
I'm
with you.
I'm saying, okay, for growing up on the south side of Chicago, yeah,
This
to
is a
have
learning lesson for a lot. This is very intriguing. This is You're saying
okay,
a lot more than you laugh, but that's not true.
why is that bar too low or what? I mean, my husband knew it was pretty low because I didn't have a
No, you're
daddy.
setting the bar very, very high. It's quite the contrary.
Oh,
I
it is?
appreciate
Oh,
that.
really? Could you elaborate more?
Absolutely.
I'm not sure I'm tracking with how you're thinking. I'm really off. Help me out.
I understand.
What was the question?
I'm
I was
saying
just messing.
because my father-in-law wasn't a pervert and he wasn't an angry man, and I really enjoyed him. I thought he was a really and he loved his kids. I should elaborate more, but like just the fact that I never got any pervy vibes from him or he never got angry at me. I can literally say never to both, which is hard. And he was an amazing man. He was super kind and loving, and I wish he lived a lot longer. He died at 67, and I found him actually. I found him. He was next door, and he died of a heart attack. I guess, and that was a long time ago. It was like 04, 05.
Goodness.
My husband's grandmother died in this room I'm in, and my mom lives on our property. So, but that's what you do, right? You help. You be
Yeah.
there for your family, you know, especially at the end. I mean, grandma, shoot, she grew up. That woman lived on the south side of Chicago all her life. And last year of her life, we brought her here to the mountains in Humboldt County. She didn't know where the fuck she was. Okay. One day she had a lucid day and she was like, who gets a second chance at life? Like she knew she was in mountains grandeur in California. She did think my husband was her son a lot, which was my husband's uncle. I told him, and he'd be like, Grandma, it's me, Billy. And I'd be like, don't worry about it. Just let her call you Frankie. It's okay. Like it's cool. She thinks you're the son. It's better, right? But
75, Pappy.
You're another Billy.
my husband's Billy. Knew after a certain age, he started telling people his name was Will.
Billy's. There's so many Billy's in his name is crazy.
I won't call my husband Will. He started telling people when he was in college his name was Will. You know who doesn't call him Will? This girl right here.
That's right. I'll never do that.
Billy. He's Billy.
My mom taught me about it. It's like, your name is fucking Billy. You better suck it up.
My father-in-law wanted me to name our firstborn Billy. I was like, no way. I'm not doing
Billy's in this community is just driving me crazy. I can't
I'm
believe
like,
it.
yeah. When someone calls the house and they say, is Billy there? No, thank you. Of course, then everyone didn't have a phone, You had one freaking phone at the house. That was it.
No, you got a cool pad up there. I like that. That's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, one night you were explaining like how they reflooded some area or something.
Oh, the bay. In the bay.
Yeah, I checked it out on Google. I was like, damn, dude, that's nice. That's real nice.
Guess what? This streamer, Peter Santinello, is his name. He has 3 million subscribers. He just dropped a video this morning about Willow Creek, which is in Trinity County, which is our sister county.
I know that guy. I know that
He's done 4 fucking videos of my area here, and I'm like, shh, stop telling people about our place. Shut up.
I don't actually watch him. If anyone, do you know the Nick Johnson?
I feel like I know that name. I'm not sure.
Yeah, Nick Johnson's better than Peter. Peter Santella can go up
He's
a pole.
Cool. Oh,
I know it, but Nick Johnson buzzes doors, dude.
Sorry, Jesus.
He's
Happy birthday, Pappy. Even though
there's I don't see
whose birthday is that?
12,
Happy
12,
birthday,
24.
Pappy. What's going on, Pat?
century. At the turn of the last century, that was 2000. So you're saying you're 74 years old. He ain't gonna say he's elderly either. I'll bet you that. He does not.
I think most of us. I think everybody here was born back in the 1900s.
We're Gen X. I'm Gen X, taking care of my kids and my mama. How about that?
I'm fucking Gen X, and I'll fucking smash a shithole through your fucking head.
Oh my goodness.
Welcome to the family. You're in. Your hair is glowing.
That's what Gen X is. I don't even want to hear it, man. I'm like the heart of Gen X.
We're the shit, man. Fucking A, right. We are the shit. Gen X is the shit.
I drink out of garden hose and kick the neighbor's ass while I'm not doing it. I drink out of this hose and kick his neighbor's ass. Fuck it, dude.
I still drink out of the garden hose and straight up defiance.
Yeah. And I'll shoot out the lights so I don't have to show up at home.
Exactly. Is it glowing yet?
You gotta come home. I'd be like, whenever the street lights come on, I'm like, what day? I'm fucking out of here, dude.
Yep. I was number 5. Number 5 out of 22 cousins. Okay. I was put in charge of my cousins all the time. Watch the kids, Deanna. Okay. My cousins one time tortured me and they chanted and followed me. And guess what they chanted again and again and again? Miss Bossy Boss, Miss Bossy Boss, Miss Bossy Boss. Again and again. My little cousin Timmy will still to this day, he'll tease me about it and I'll get fucking mad at him. I'll get so mad. I'll like, shut up.
You know what my cousins are doing to me right now?
What?
They're stealing the dog shit out of me.
Why?
Because my mom died and they want all the property.
Sorry. Oh no.
Pat, please say something. Tell me I didn't just do something. Pat
Shit.
Evans.
That sucks. You know what? When my grandma died, my aunts and my grandparents had 13 kids. My grandpa had already passed. My grandma's will was vague. Okay, it was very vague. And one of the things that was in it was that I was to get her baby grand piano, which some of these people here have seen me play. I've shared that. And they
piano?
yeah,
Wow.
very very mediocrely, but my family talked about selling it. Okay. I heard them yelling and arguing about selling it because
Okay.
just, you know,
You're good,
Thought I did.
Bonnie. You're good. You're good, Bonnie. Everybody, we
what's
can hear
going
you.
on? What's going on? What's
I
happening?
Bonnie,
accidentally
no,
hit a
you're good.
button and the
happening?
box popped up,
You're
and I
good.
was
You're
like,
good.
please tell me you're still here, Pat.
Is he
Wait,
here
yeah.
coming on panel? Happy birthday,
No,
Pappy. For your birthday, I'm not going to sing to you, okay? Because I love you. And God did not gift me with the gift of voice. That is not my gift. But I will sing
God
for
Evans
Jesus.
is there.
I will sing for Jesus, and it sounds good to Jesus. And so I don't care.
So what you were saying that you have a baby grand.
I have a
and
baby grand
you're
piano. That's
mediocre at it, and
yeah, at best.
you had possibly family members attacking you over it. It's insane. What the hell's going on in this world? Oh my
That was
gosh, I can't even
1988. No, that they weren't attacking me. I'm saying my aunts and uncles when they died, because you said your cousins were there's
The
like
year I was born.
estate shit
Yeah,
going on.
people that don't even know me are like after
Living
my
that life.
estate. It's insane. Just insane.
Well,
All I want is a pool table.
you said your cousins were about you with the sounded like estate and
That's
money.
right. Yeah, and they
So
have nothing. There's nothing for them.
I heard
It's
that.
ridiculous.
You disagree? About what? Oh, I know. You're going to flatter me and say I can play the piano.
Oh, there's a whole thing about that going on with mine too. So, who was it that mentioned the alloidal title to me? Any of y'all know?
Medical term?
No. So, but y'all listen. No, but y'all listen to this. Listen to this.
What?
An alloidial title is a type of property ownership that grants the owner complete rights to their property without any obligations to a landlord or government. It's also known as absolute ownership or freehold title. So, but then it says, but listen, alloidal titles are the opposite of feudal land ownership, where the landowner owns, rents, or service to a higher authority. In the United States, all land is technically. Would you let me talk?
Shut the fuck up, okay?
All land is technically owned by the government, but individuals can own land through alloidal title. And so then I went to, not that.
Just kidding, Billy. Right.
You actually did it?
Okay, not that.
Choo choo. Is Kiss Off still here?
So I went to check on it about Texas. And so it says, does Texas have an alloidal title? So it is supposedly the whole state of Arkansas does. but the federal government doesn't recognize it. The federal government thinks they own all the land in the whole United States. In Texas,
Yeah,
the
but
correct term for
you're
a
right. But the
property.
federal government doesn't. Hold on. The federal government does
No,
not
you have
charge you land tax, Bonnie.
no, but your local government does, and it's all
Yes,
connected.
no, the state government does, not your local government.
State is local
Well, yeah,
too.
I guess maybe it is. You're right. I tried this. I know
You're
exactly
right.
what you're reading.
Ooh, he said you're right. Holy shit.
Well, no,
I
you're
know,
right.
Big deal
That's right.
around
No, that is right.
here.
but
Very good.
listen to this one. In the United States, the land is subject to eminent domain by federal, state, and local government and subject to the imposition of taxes by state and/or local governments. And there is thus no true alloidal land. Land is held of the crown in England
Exactly.
and Wales
Yep,
and other
yep, yep, yep.
jurisdictions in the Commonwealth realms.
That's true.
100%
What are
is
you
true.
reading that
What she
from?
just
Wait, I'm
said,
sorry. What are you
what
reading
she
that from?
just said is
Can you believe that?
100% true.
No. What is
Yeah.
she reading it from? What
No,
are you reading it
that
from?
is 100.
B.
Go ahead
All
and
you got to
argue it.
do,
Go ahead.
all you got to do is Google it, and it will tell you
That,
all of that.
that is 100% true what you just said, Bonnie.
Bonnie, were
Okay.
you on the call Thursday night on the assembly call?
Was it Thursday night that I was there? I
We were
heard you and Jen.
talking about the
No.
Iroquois people. We were talking about the
The
native
crown
people. And
owns the land. Yes,
Echo came on, and they
absolutely
were
right.
talking about an original constitution
Yep,
that the
Jerry.
natives
That's it.
had.
The rest at the bar.
The
No,
Iroquois people, the native people of America, they had a constitution in the 12th or 13th century. It was really good. That guy
I
Clint.
missed that.
You're not moving up to the native land. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
No, they wouldn't take me
You,
when
you
I was
can't
on.
even buy anything off the native land.
I mean, in South Dakota, I could. I do have a card from a lady that.
I've been there. I just came back from South Dakota.
Have you ever been on the Rosebud Reservation? Because I've been on the Rosebud Reservation on the Lakota tribe. You know that reservation? It's pretty intense. It's intense. I was 16 years old, and then on day 2, I was in my moon, and they were like,
you will not buy a refrigerator off of that land
"What? What do you
for
mean?"
your own home. What do you mean? What I mean? You said that you're raised up there. You should be like, yeah,
I wasn't raised up
obviously.
there. I didn't say I was raised up there, bro. I said I was on there for a Sundance festival.
I
when
don't
I was
want to
16.
offend you. I'm not. Oh, okay. Look, hey, I'm sorry.
I'm not offended. You can't offend me. I'm from the south side of
No, I
Chicago.
don't want to offend you. There. Hey,
Try
check
again.
it out.
Try harder next
I
time. Okay?
Oh my goodness.
try
You
harder.
too.
What? It's
I'm
all
not offended.
good.
I understand you.
No, all I'm saying is that what Bonnie just read, I read that probably a long time ago, and it is true. There's all kinds of laws
Do you know
exactly like that.
Do you know where the Rosebud Reservation is? Do you know that reservation?
I don't know where that is. That's not where I just went. Do you know where I just don't want to go down this road with you. I seriously don't.
That's okay. I'm not going to argue with you. Like you can't offend me though. You won't offend me. You won't.
I'm not out to do that.
I like to talk, and I like
I want
to get.
to agree with you. I want to like
I
you.
always agree. It's okay. It's okay to disagree too. I like that. I like
Did
that.
you go over there to buy your cigarettes? Is that or what?
No, my husband.
I mean, I know all this shit. I mean, I'm not being a clown or nothing. I'm not trying to say that I don't.
That's okay. No, listen. What happened was in 1988, my husband, who was my boyfriend at the time, had a car, and I got invited from a friend of a friend, an associate. at best who wanted to get to the Rosebud Reservation in South Dakota because she was invited. And my husband, who had a 1987 or something Mercury Cougar, we drove up there from Chicago to South Dakota for 9 days. On day 2, I was in my moon, and my friend ratted me out and told the tribe that I was in my moon. And so I had to leave for 3 fucking days and go to a state park. Okay. But then I got to come back, and I was with those people. On day 1, I did the sweat lodge though with the natives. And I just got this book locally about the Lakota tribe. And when I got to the end of the book, it talked about the Rosebud Reservation. And it said, we still have the reservation, or we still have the Sundance Festival on the Crow Dog property to this day. And I was like, oh my gosh, I might have actually sweated with these people, you know? And it was just an intense realization for me just recently, just in the last couple months reading that book. I realized, like, wow, you know, don't really know what it means right now, but other than this land was occupied by other people before us. We all know this. You know, the same government that fucked them is fucking us right now. That's all that matters, really, at this point. You know, and maybe when people start looking backwards and zooming out and realizing that, they'll realize what's going on, you know.
There you go, Whitelaw.
You got to look at your own history.
What's Garrett saying? I know Garrett ain't talking about my Bulldogs.
The
What a
creative.
bracket to set.
Yep, they did.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
just saying the lineup.
I don't.
You know the Rosebud Res, Sherry? Nice. It's
Oh,
a
yeah.
special place.
I actually.
Please go. I'm sorry.
Is it my turn?
Yes, it is.
I don't know the Rosebud.
Really? Go ahead. I'm just joking.
I'm not familiar with what you're speaking. I was over in Hot Springs, South Dakota, just the other day.
Yeah.
And I know that there's some Indian reservations over there, okay? But I'm not familiar with anything, whatever you're saying or whatever. But a caveat to my intuition would be that I'm from Wyoming, and I'm very familiar with Blackfoot, Shoshone. I'm familiar with a couple of different tribes. The Bannock tribe. I kind of know. If you've ever been to probably
Montana.
Riverton, Wyoming, or no, not. I know how the government has fucked with a capital F the Native Americans, and I've had several friends who are Navajo from down south.
Yeah.
And I know exactly. I am very familiar with how all that stuff gets going on. So I sympathize with you. I'm not trying to say that. I've actually had some really nice artwork that was from the upper Northwest, Washington. I mean, I appreciate the native cultures, but don't try to call me out like I don't know what I'm talking about.
I'm not at all, bro. I'm not at all. I was just
and I just want to convey to you that
I only
do
asked.
understand what you're saying.
I only asked you if you'd been to Rosebud. That's all. That's all I was doing, was asking you.
Yeah, I don't even know what end of the state that is. I had just came back from the north. No, actually, it'd be the southwest end of the state. Hot Springs, South Dakota. I just got back from there.
And isn't it interesting how we like for me, I was 16. I'm 53 now, so I'm just now trying to figure out why that happened, why God allowed that experience for me. You know, to me, it's part of being like medicine woman or whatever. Like I like to make the medicine. I like to make the cannabis medicine, especially. And I love the native culture. I'm not really super into it. There's a lot of natives around here. They don't like me. I'm just a dumb fucking white girl, you know? So they'll never accept me, just like the Amish never will either. And I'd love to be part of any of those cultures. So I'm not trying to one up you
One
in
of
any.
No, I'm not. I'm not taking it that way. One thing that I will say though, that was kind of surprising, and I've never been to Hawaii. Maybe they act like this, and maybe the Hawaiians act like this. I'm white, obviously. Never look at you in your eyes. A lot of my Indian friends.
No, that's bullshit. Look at my eyes. Look me in my eyes.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe you're in a different part of the
Help me
country.
understand. Why should I respect that? Help me understand.
Okay,
Oh, wow.
well, what I'm saying. Okay, hold on. What I'm saying is what I had a friend. He's dead now. He drank himself to death, by the way. But he taught me. I actually tried to get. He would not teach me Navajo. And he would never look at, he says, if you look at someone in your eyes, that was a disrespect to the tribe. That right there was probably the single biggest, like, wow thing that I ever knew about that culture. They never look at each other in their eyes. The Navajo, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
Nancy said the last scalping in the States was 1969.
Did he deserve it?
It's real fresh out here. It's 1850 when they came out to this state of California and just started, pillaging and raping the land. And it's only like 2 generations here in Humboldt. You know what I mean? It's like these people's grandparents could tell them stories about what happened to them and how they got pushed away from here, pushed away from there. And Echo, you haven't been on panel in a long time, Echo. Just saying.
Echo's smarty. Echo's a smarty. Echo's a smarty, I can tell.
She is. She's
I can cross that off my list. I've never met anybody from Wyoming.
I recognize.
So that was
cross them off.
Yep.
Where's Wyoming? Who's from Wyoming? You are, Billy? You're from Wyoming?
We don't need any help.
Huh?
We don't need any help.
Where are you from?
That's
Wyoming?
right.
Yeah, I've never met anybody from Wyoming to my knowledge. I have to cross that off my list. It's a moment.
My kids know Cheyenne, Wyoming very well. And I do too.
I'm not from that end of the state. I disregard that end of the state as a matter of fact.
Whatever, but that's where the mountains come into play on Highway 80, as you know.
Gotcha, hon.
That's wrong.
When you've been missing the mountains for so long. There's my friend. Hi, Echo.
Hi.
Oh, it's good to see you. It's amazing when those mountains come in. I'm just like,
oh yeah.
Yes, the mountains. I love the mountains. I could never live away from them.
That's the plains to me. That's the plains. I keep saying that.
Yeah.
I don't want to say it anymore. Cheyenne is.
Well, I like Georgia. We got beaches and mountains. We got the best of both worlds.
I want to see the beach.
Oh, we got it. It's
like
still
I
there.
was being poked there for a second, so I had to come up.
I wondered if
it's still there. I just figure out how to get to it.
I got on the assembly call Thursday because I texted her. I'm like, hey, we're talking about the Iroquois tribe. So I talked to a couple of friends, Echo, and I think what happened was when that guy mentioned about the blood oath, he was talking about Anna von Reitz, how she took a blood oath, Crown of England.
Mm-hmm.
So I think, and that's not who. Billy, you're coming in and out, honey. You're coming in and out, Billy.
Yeah, very quiet. That's on the East Coast, darling.
Yes, I know
That's
that.
on
But
the East Coast.
I know,
All
but
right, don't be mixing that up with the.
I can mix whatever the fuck I want. Who are you talking
Hey,
to?
Navy, back. Good to see you.
No, but on the
Hey,
assembly, we're talking about the Constitution. And so we were talking about an earlier Constitution.
Okay. I misunderstood. I apologize.
No, that's okay. I know you did. No,
Proceed.
you don't need to apologize. It's fine. Absolutely fine. But Echo, I wanted her to come on that call because I know she's tried to talk to me about there being a constitution with the native people prior to the British and the first original colonists coming over. And so at first I was really annoyed that we had to listen to Clint from South Dakota with his presentation because he can be an annoying fucker and he's got a big ego and but people that have knowledge, the Bible says knowledge puffs up, right? It does. And so people that know things, sometimes, not all people that know things, because I find Devil Dog not to be too puffed up, but doesn't mean he can't be, But on the assembly, there's a lot of masculine energy, and the world has really stomped it out and made it seem impossible to even tolerate sometimes. So I appreciate it. And we were listening about this older constitution that had been put out by the Iroquois people. So I wanted Echo to be there. And she's like, yeah, I was there till they talked about the blood oath. But it was good though, right? It was good. It was really good. I was
What's
glad.
your name?
The one
What's your
thing that
name?
really, really struck me on that conversation
Hold on.
was
What's
where
your
he
name? D.
Billy.
I'm D Humble. Yeah.
Okay, and now
You've just been
Echo's going
talking.
to speak, Billy. Let Echo
Okay.
speak, please. Thank you. Go ahead.
one of the things that really struck me in his conversation was how he called it the Holy Roman Empire.
Yeah.
And it is the Roman Catholic Church.
Right. Right.
So, that
Speech, Nancy.
that's where when I get into conversations or listen to many of the indigenous or native people of Canada and of the United States have discussions about religion.
Yeah.
The Catholic Church is the one that they go the hardest on. Now, in my own experience, I have to say my mother was brought up in an orphanage that was a Catholic orphanage at the time frame that they were just ending a lot of the so-called boarding schools in the United States. Her older brothers were all in boarding schools. They were run a little bit different than what they had in Canada.
Yeah.
But the thing that opened my eyes way back when was about wanting to know more, and everything that was totally shocking to me was coming across the 1980s case against the Queen of England in all of this. So that's where I started to realize how much more influence that England and the church, Roman Catholic Church, had in common. And that's where the puzzle pieces started coming together between the three heads: our United States capital,
Vatican. Yeah.
at the Vatican, in England. So it's been a long process in learning, but I always knew, my aunt told me that we had Constitution before even the French were here. So it was hard for them to speak because they were always taught not to. They weren't supposed to share what they knew. They were supposed to speak of what they had learned from the schools and from the orphanage. They were not allowed to speak of things that their family had told them because that wasn't written history. So I just wanted to kind of put that out there that, we didn't have written history. If there was any, it was interpreted by other people's languages. So you miss a lot of things in reinterpreting the different languages, if you know what I mean. Some words don't have the same meaning. Like I heard a guy last night on a stream say the Inuit didn't have a word for snow. Well, they do, but the word doesn't mean exactly the same as what we would interpret snow. So just saying, you have to try to read between the lines a little bit and figure things out sometimes. And obviously there's a lot covered up. I'll let you guys talk.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, I was doing he was talking to, are you from Canada?
I was born in Minnesota, but I live in Wisconsin.
Okay. It was, I watched a documentary, or not really kind of like a documentary on the 60s scoop. Have you ever heard that term?
I've heard it, but it's not registering.
It kind of ties into what you were saying about the boarding schools, and it was the orphanages, but it was just like a big swoop, a bunch of children, a bunch of indigenous children of Canada, some parts of Northern America. Yeah, they were put into those boarding schools or those type of places.
Yeah. It's bad.
They're starting to come out with a few more documentaries, but they don't usually get a lot of acknowledgement,
Definitely got to do our research, that's for sure. There's a lot of stuff they don't want us to know for a reason.
Yep.
Well,
because we did it to our own. They're okay with talking about the Holocaust or anything like that because it wasn't here. So they can't see that they had anything to do with it. But when it's done here, or even Canada, as close as they are to here, especially when it's through the Catholic Church, they don't want that spoken of.
Does it seem blasphemous to ask if the Holocaust really happened? Because there's speculation and doubt about.
How the word can you do that? I just listened to a woman on the American Family Radio today on my way to work that was from there.
Yes.
How can you possibly deny that? I don't even know how you can deny that.
D, I've known
I'm not
several people.
denying it. I'm not fucking denying it. I'm questioning everything.
He's asking.
I'm saying, is it blasphemous?
I'm gonna tell you.
Fuck. Is
Listen,
it blasphemous to question shit? Period. Is it blasphemous to question shit? Is it blasphemous to question if Trump was really?
Not. No. It's all you have to question everything.
That's right.
You have to question absolutely everything.
Thank you.
It's not blasphemous to question things. The thing is that they don't want us to question things. We're supposed to be compliant little sheep and just take whatever they say.
When you got old ladies telling you that they had went through this stuff, it's really hard to question that.
No, that ain't enough. Sorry, Billy.
I agree with you.
That ain't enough anymore. It's not. Okay.
Well, for me, I mean, the lady that I saw the documentary with that she was one of them that was helping the children escape. Was she Anne Frank? I don't know, but she was.
Cola, come up here. Aren't you sick of typing? Cola.
She was pretty adamant. She was very detailed about what happened, why she was doing what she was doing. It was
Okay, what if it happened to less people than they said? Because 6 million people couldn't have possibly been occupied in the cells that they say there were. Maybe. I don't know.
I want to point out one thing that we rarely ever talk about is that in takeovers, conquering, and wars,
look what
there's
they're
a
doing.
lot of orphans.
Yes.
Yeah,
what happens to the orphans.
Here's just talking. You're 100% right. Look what's going on right now.
Fine, Cola. Okay, it's not. We can't get to a place where
they don't want to hear what I got to say, Cheryl.
Okay, look at Navy Vet.
I watch videos of a Holocaust.
Okay,
Okay,
get a word in wise here, Cheryl. All I wanted to say is I personally have known people with tattoos of numbers on their arms who have graphically told me about their entire family wiped out.
Okay.
All right.
Yes, but doesn't mean it was 6 million, friend. Doesn't mean it was 6 million.
All I'm saying is
Even
I know
if it
that
was
stuff is
six.
real.
What if,
That's all I'm saying.
What if it was just 6? Wait a minute. What if it was just 6 people?
Still unlawful and hang them by the, you know what? Hang them. Treason.
There you go. There you go.
Lie about the numbers, but
It doesn't matter about the numbers, but what if they lied because they
exactly.
love to use fear and do
It
ritual
doesn't mean that we can
traumatization?
sit here and deny the
What if-
facts.
It just matters if they fucking lie to us all the time, bro. It matters if they lie to us all the time
They
to keep us
fucking
in
lie
the
to us
state.
all the fucking time.
You know they
All the
do.
time. They
You
don't
know
ever
they
tell us the
do.
truth.
You know they
Okay.
do.
Okay, guys. We don't need to yell over each other.
We're getting excited. I'm sorry.
I need to yell.
But y'all are getting really loud.
We can't. One of the things is if anybody has watched any footage of the past footage, we cannot deny the mass burials that we saw of them bulldozing people into the ground. Skeletal people. We can't deny that.
They did it to the natives.
Natives.
They did it to the natives. They did it to the Jews. They've done
That's
it to.
right.
They'll do it to us. They
To the blacks.
stop.
They did it to the Irish. They did it to the blacks.
They're doing it to us now. They're doing it to us right
Yes.
now.
It's been done all over the world.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's true. God help us.
Yes, Nancy and Jesus.
Bonnie, you're gonna have to change the name of your channel. It could be like Bonnie's High Tension Strength Channel.
It's not supposed to be. It's like this sometimes. Just deal with it, okay? It's just sometimes it's intense.
That's all good. I love it. I love all you guys.
The shallow level of conversation, like I can't deal with it. You know what I mean?
What should I do now? What are you talking about? Even Bonnie's getting all tightened up. She's like, oh my God, what's going on?
Because y'all are
control.
Bonnie
y'all are off the rails.
Bonnie said, calm down.
Intense.
What about
She's like, calm down, guys.
Oh, I don't have control.
Oh my God, that's so funny. I love it.
Y'all were speaking about the Vatican. What's y'all's opinion on these 5 portals? These 5 portals are supposed to be opening on Christmas Eve, and they're supposed to be open until January the 6th of 2026.
About that wildlife.
I ain't worried.
What do you think about it? Do you think it's gonna
straight to the aliens, man?
What?
Bonnie's like, let's get this shit under control, and then it's like, dude's like, hey, what about the aliens?
No, it's just it's something they've been. I've been reading all type of different articles about it. I mean,
I
they
have a
even
funny feeling that's
one
when
of
they're going to crank up the 6G stuff and people are going to start getting really sick and they're going to blame it on
that's what I'm
them.
saying. Yeah,
A lot of Christians in here. Okay.
we're already seeing certain states kick it in with the bird
Yep.
sickness
All
again.
debt slaves. Jerry Lee, we're debt slaves. I don't know what happened. My friend we were supposed to stream tonight. Bonnie, I'm so glad you didn't cancel your stream. Because I texted Bonnie, I'm like, oh, we're going to stream. I was going to stream with my friend. And there's 3 issues I have with the church. 1 is medical freedom. 2 is gold and silver. And 3 is, what was the third one? It's just something else. I can't remember. It's another thing. But, incarceration. Incarceration, putting people in jail when there's no victim, no crime. No victim, no crime. What a bunch of bullshit. Okay. I'm just really fed up with the Christians. You're either a government agent or you believe in natural law, God's law, period. Figure it out. Pick a side because these fucking people are putting people
what really screws up? Let me say this, and I think a lot of people might benefit from what might come out of my mouth right now. Do you realize that?
Sorry.
Do you know? Okay, let me just say this. People want to run their mouths and say, "Oh, I'm Christian." Okay, let me tell you something. Being a Christian doesn't make you perfect.
Fuck no.
But when you start saying that, "Oh, I'm a Christian," to other people, there's an expectation out. There's an expectation now that you cannot meet. Never.
No.
You cannot go out, "Oh, I'm a Christian, believe me."
That's
a
true
bunch
right
of
there.
bullshit,
That's
dude.
true. Right there. Yes, I know. As a Christian, you're right.
That is fucking. I would be like.
That's
I would be. I am a. Now, hold on. I am a Christian. I would be more like.
Not, fucker.
I hope that you don't know that I'm a Christian. Almost like I'm on the backside of
we
it.
don't
Like
talk about it, right? We show it. You show it. Show that you love Jesus.
you try to show it. You try to show it. Yeah.
Moment.
All
Hey,
these fucking clowns
listen
are
to
like,
me.
"Oh,
I
I'm
want to
Christian.
take
You can trust me."
Billy.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here, dude.
Billy, let's take this moment to say Merry Christmas, everybody.
Thanks, Carl.
Merry
Now,
Christmas, everybody.
And so
this
this
is
is
trying to get
Christmas.
real, man. Just trying to get real. Trying to let people know, man, that we're all flawed, and it don't matter if you're Christian, Muslim. I don't even give a fuck. It don't even matter. But these jokesters running around being like, "Oh, I'm a Christian. You can trust me, and I won't lie to you," and that's the biggest joke in the whole world, dude.
You know what, Billy? You know who's let me down the most? A lot of Christians let me down. Okay, just saying. A lot of Christians let me down.
Everyone's gonna let you down.
Oh my gosh, it's fucking horrible.
I hear you, man. I hear you, dude. I hear you. That's true. What you're saying is crazy. It's just stupid. It's like we're all human. We're all gonna fuck up. You can call I don't care what you call yourself. You can be like, "Oh, I'm Jamaican," or
piss off.
Tahiti. I don't even give a fuck. We're all the same. We all got the same problems. So some of us deal with them better than others, and we end up in places like Bonnie's.
Okay.
We tried to sort it all out. So
I'm going to ask someone a question with no interruptions. So sorry about this, Billy. Okay. Want life.
Present.
What did you
Merry
say
Christmas.
a while ago? Merry Christmas. What did you say a while ago that started all of that? When you were saying about the end of December?
Oh no, it's just some articles that I've been seeing about the supposed 5 portals or the 5 gates. that the Pope was supposed to be opening. I think it's the 24th, Christmas Eve. And from what I read, these portals or these whatever these things are, they're supposed to be open, stay open until January the 6th, 2026. From what I read.
Okay, because something was mentioned about that on Indies last night also, and it was real vague also. Like,
And that's their wording. You could actually go on their website, and that's the wording that they use. Portals. I thought that was pretty interesting.
wow.
You know, you talk about the Vatican and these these church-like entities, and they're out here opening portals and stuff. You know what I mean? We
Right.
can't even solve. We can't. We've been so dumbed down and detached and disconnected that we can't even solve our own issues. You know, we got people that's starving, homeless, stuff like that, children. We got all these issues, and these people's out here opening portals. You know.
Yeah.
Oh, we don't know what could possibly happen. We're just going to open these 5 portals right here, and see what
So
happens.
maybe that's the you know how they start throwing out a lot of stuff to get your attention over here while they're doing this over there.
And openly, I mean, I'm not fearful or scared of it. It's just something that's interesting, that they throw out there.
Yeah,
It is
I'm not
something that
scared
they
of
do
it.
every now and then.
They've done this before.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Portals. There are
But
no
there is
portals.
supposedly going to be something a little bit different about this one. What is it? They're gonna unblock a cell, like a jail cell or something, prison cell.
And what Cola just said, that's interesting. In the Bible, they talk about seals. What if portal equals seal?
Could be. If
Or
there's
gate.
something in there, it was sealed away or put away for a reason. Those type of entities and stuff just don't get put in there on accident. Sealed away.
But the way they're throwing out the germs. Okay, the germs also, and the drones and the aliens, and it's like that's all the Congress and the FBI. Oh, and the cyber attacks on the telephones and taking all of our information, and
Oh yeah, they're hitting us with everything they got. They're hitting us with everything they got in the playbook. Just got to stay strong and vigilant.
And God's still win.
I want to share something with you guys. Are we here?
Yep. Go ahead.
It's a short study. Are we right, Bonnie?
How long is it?
You're roboting just a little bit, Billy.
All right.
How long is it going to take you to read it?
I think that.
Yeah, Huckleberry.
Oh no, I lost it. Never mind. Put me back on mute. Shit.
Well, in California, they have a new thing called vapor mist, and it makes me nervous because last week when I came in from outside, when it was misty, it's misty a lot here. It's very moist in Humboldt County. We get a lot of fog.
I got stressed out too. That's what happened.
It's like red, bloody nose. Not bloody nose, but just like I had to blow. My nose ran right away, and I had to blow it, and it was like red. I'm sorry if you're like grossed out by it, but that's new. So I don't know. And I took a screenshot of all the shit they found in the water. Hey, Camo. When they had the water tested in Oregon, and that's the same kind of water we're getting from the vapor mist. Bunch of fucking bullshit. They're putting all kinds of stuff in it, like aluminum and barium, and they put a lot of stuff out here in the chemtrails and stuff, and they will in your town too. They'll poison you any way they can, and they'll kill you any way they can. You know this, right?
Every way that they can.
Every way they can.
Every way.
Lauren, I got all kinds of shit done. I just organized all my bobbins
And I've cleaned up a bunch of shit while these guys were talking. I got a bunch done. Now I can sit back and smoke one.
Cheers.
I wish I could go back
This
and
bud's for you.
remember what it was. It was a very
Cheers.
good lesson.
And Al said 7 is your chakras. And last night we were talking about something there on Indies that I had seen, and it was talking about the chakras, and you know how people make it sound like that's so evil to even think about any of that. And
New agey, right? It'd be new agey. It'd be
it's
devil
really
shit.
not.
It'd be devil shit. Oh, buddy, look out.
It is not New Age. One of the books that I got from my grandmother,
Yeah.
Billy,
Just so you know, Buddhism
Hold the phone.
and
one of the
Hinduism.
one of the books that I got from my grandmother, and this is an old book, and it has the diagrams of the human energy. It shows all of these things that people are just now talking about the last 5 years that she has looked into since she was able to read. And so it is not something new. This has been throughout history.
Yeah.
It's just
Thousands
that
of years.
now they have named it because we know that the spiritual energy in us is healing, right? We know that
Yes,
that
there's
is,
things about our body we don't know. Fair enough, everybody.
yes,
Is the name of the book the Apocrypha?
88 books in the
I
Apocrypha.
don't know about a book,
66. 66 in the modern Bible, but 88 books in the Apocrypha. If you know,
I'm
88 is
asking now. I
8,
don't
8 is
know
more
the
a number
number.
of 8 is more a number of infinite. You're roboting, Billy.
That's weird. You've mentioned 88 3 times, and I was born in 88.
Have I? Really?
You mentioned a trip or something that happened
Yeah,
in
it was
reference to 88,
right.
and then you mentioned another reference of
assimilating.
88,
Oh
and then 88 then.
I have people, new age friends that are into the assimilation, right? And so that's probably with the
there it
chocolate,
is.
Bonnie. Bonnie, like today I watched a video from the Anonymous. It was about the magnetic field, our magnetic field, which is our aura. There are things our government has purposely hid from us, just like why we can't find each other
Yes,
sometimes. We can't find each other sometimes because they already have this fucking algorithm and they already control who's going to get to find who. And they know our next move before we know our next move. Do you guys realize that yet? Have you guys figured
yes,
it out?
yes.
I have.
We were talking about that last night.
Yeah, it's scary.
And there it is right there. Al said it. It's ancient physics of life.
Yeah. Pyramids and the ether and your wisdom teeth that they insisted you have to have taken out, and your pineal gland, you got to have fluoride in your toothpaste. And they have been trying to dull our senses with God, cannabis. People that don't ever use cannabis or mushrooms.
Never had my wisdom teeth taken out.
No, really?
I didn't either. Well,
I took
okay,
my own wisdom teeth out.
they're coming out one by one, but
I took my own wisdom teeth out with an X-Acto blade, pliers, and a bunch of whiskey.
Fucking psycho. You're a psychopath. Oh my God.
I remember when the dentist took my wisdom teeth out and told me I had cavities in them, and I said, "Oh, well, I want to keep the teeth." She looked at me really weird, and I said, "No, I want to put them in a bottle of alcohol and keep my teeth." I studied those teeth. Not one of them had a cavity.
Oh my gosh, that's so funny.
yes, and that right there.
I just had a vision of my uncle who was a retired firefighter, and he has this like, oh my god, you guys, I think it's 40-foot fucking RV, and he drove it all the way out here when we built my mama's tiny house, and he brought a couple other aunts and uncles, and we built my mom's tiny house. And I thought it would be so fun to load his RV up with you guys. And Camo following along in his military little, RV. What do you call that thing? Your truck? And
A
I
just
call
road
it.
trip with Camel.
No,
God,
her name is
so fucking
Hildegard.
fun.
She,
Be so fucking
listen,
fun.
her
What?
name is Hildegard, D.
Hildegard? What the fuck?
It's
Hildegard.
a,
I gotta write that
it's,
shit down.
it's
Hildegard.
Hill to guard. Hildegard.
Hildegard. Okay, got it. Got it.
Oh
Hildegard.
yeah.
Okay,
So
well, let's
hilarious
go to
too
the West
said
Coast before we fall into the ocean. We're gonna be okay. We're gonna be okay, you guys. We're gonna be okay.
I'm a little concerned about the earth cracking right by your home, but okay.
I
Hilarious,
know it's scary. It's really scary, Bonnie. I'm scared too.
hilarious too said the sleeping hours for healing hormones is 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. And I have seen that is the time for your body to heal. So all of us night owls, we're in trouble. The same.
Okay,
Don't you put
Camel
that
Well,
on me,
Carl.
you know
Bunny.
what?
Camel
I
Carl.
slept in
Let's
this
just
morning so I could do this. So how do you like me now? I slept in so I could do this.
Camel Carl. Hill to go. So you got a bunch of PayPal donations, and I have a
Billy,
25.
you're not done.
I have a $25 donation from a lady who ordered some salve from me when I was streaming that day on your
It's
show.
true about the batteries.
Remember, I texted you about it, Camo? Remember?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if there's that, there's more money on the table for you. You understand what I'm saying to you, Camo? Carl? Camo Carl, do you understand what I'm saying to you?
Started getting all this 5G and 6G amplified.
I
Camo
will say
Carl,
it again. Listen, now, if you're going to bring this up, I'm going to have to say I appreciate all the support I've got. All right. I
fine,
made some posts
fine.
about this.
Okay.
All right. I've talked about this and I'm very appreciative and I'm going to do something with this. And there's going to be content to come very soon. And I'm going to be driving around this country meeting everybody on YouTube that invited me, which I've got a lot of invitations, and I'm going to record and do live streams. I'm going to do all that stuff. If people are going to help me, then I'm going to do something with it.
What about the West Coast, Carl? Could you give me a word on your plans?
Next
I
year.
can tell you
Hey.
this much. All right, I
What?
can tell you this much because I have
Tell me
started
something.
to map. We're going to let me tell you. All right, now
No,
listen. All
no.
right, I started to map this out, and this is not an easy thing. All right,
I
this
know. Are you going to
this
take
is
Highway 80 or
zigzagging
Highway 90?
all over the flipping place. All right, and I'm working on that. And I
Uh,
don't want, I can't, I gotta, some of the people that have supported me more than others, I need to go and see them. I've got some jobs lined up. I got to go see them. I got to keep the funds coming. I need to make money. So the
okay. Are
plan
you going
is,
to see Lisa Anderson? Is that who you're going to see?
Oh
well,
my
Elise
goodness, Steve.
invited me. Yep, I've got invites,
Okay.
but
That's what I figured. You're going to probably do some work there.
it's not just there, D. There's a lot
Yeah.
of places, and
Good.
I want to do it. I want to do it strategically. All right. So,
Well,
and
you
it's
can come here and rest. I don't need you to work for me. You can come here and take a respite and let me cook for you and hang out here for a while and meet my husband and let it be like the goal, let's get you all the way across. If you want to cross the Rockies. I
I'm
want
going to cross the Rockies. I haven't seen nothing over those. I've been all through
to
the Appalachians, and
Yeah.
I got to see some stuff over there. All right,
We can make it happen. We can make it happen.
Yeah, you
We
got
can
to
make
document all this. This be
we're
one heck
All
of a
right.
documenting.
story.
Who wants to see Camel Crow come all the way to
The
the West Coast?
Chronicles of Camo Coral,
Shit, yeah.
live
I'm
action.
ready. I want to do it. I want to help you make it happen. So I'm excited. I'm excited.
I'm
Guess
pretty
what,
excited
Camel?
too.
Camel Carl, guess what? Yesterday, when I went to dinner with my mom, we were at a stoplight and there was a mobile sewing van on the corner. I shit you not. I was like, Mom, look, I've already told her about you. I'm like, yeah, I got this friend. He sews sales and shit, industrial. There's a guy here in Humboldt County, Cornelius, that sewed. He was an industrial leather sewer too, but his shop shut down during COVID and stuff. So,
Well,
but
mine, I couldn't keep it, man. I went from 30 people a day to 30 a month when COVID hit.
man, shit,
There
chessboard.
you go, Carl.
Well,
Hey,
I got to go see
chessboard.
Craig, and it'll be an adventure. What's up, chessboard? If I document every time I meet people, all right, like I do lives and videos with people when I meet them, that I think everybody's going to like that kind of content. I know
Yeah,
I would watch the shit out of that.
yeah,
Christmas.
of course. Well, especially when it's people that you know and they're actually doing something. That's why people used to like to watch me, I think, because I would be out there on the courthouse or, in Humble or whatever. And it's partly why I feel kind of bad that I haven't put out content, but
Well, these are the things I've already done for decades. I can hit motorcycles, swap meets and gatherings and meetings. I can do leather patches on all their leathers and stuff. I can
yeah,
I can hit all the army surplus stores I can find because they've always got repairs, zipper
right
replacements
on.
and patch work. And then
That's
marinas. That's that on docks at marinas with my sewing machine. To do, I actually line up two jobs, go there and have people walk up left and right. Hey man, can you do this while you're here? And end up spending a weekend there and making a few $1,000s doing it. All right. So it is very feasible. I just, you
yeah.
know,
It sounds great. I mean, I know that because having like a cleaning company and being just like, where people come in the morning and they're looking around to see what you missed. Don't be hard on your cleaning company, guys. I mean, they're going to miss stuff, okay? There's people that have good hearts and they're really trying to clean everything perfectly, but once in a while, they'll miss something. And next
every
but
every
Carl,
biker.
listen, Carl,
Take
listen.
care, Billy.
Next door to us is a locksmith, and every time that motherfucker shows up somewhere, he is the hero. No matter where he goes, he's a hero. He's helping people get in their safe or get in their car or get in their house or you know what I'm saying? Like we're not the heroes. We're just the like faithful elves that will show up and make sure your shit is clean, but we might miss something once in a while. It doesn't mean we're not doesn't mean we don't have heart, okay? So don't be hard on your cleaning people, you guys. That's what I'm saying, okay?
Oh, ow.
People usually treat me pretty good, D. All the bikers always tip me. I get very generous tips from
Well,
bikers and
sure, you're
stuff.
saving their ass. You're sewing up their fucking leather bag, or you're with the sailors. If you get to sew up sailors,
Well, the thing with bikers, though, see, D, the thing
what are you
about
sewing
bikers
up for
is
them? Their leather jacket or what?
they can't leave their colors behind. They have to stay with their leather vest or
I'm gonna
their
show my
jacket.
colors. Fucking
No, no,
gang,
listen. This is real. They're not. Oh, the club will not allow them to leave their colors somewhere. So you have to do it when they are there. The moment.
We
gangsta.
pay for our colors. We put a deposit on our colors.
You
Yeah.
It's
gangster
real.
motherfuckers, you. Oh my gosh, you gangsters. You want
But
food?
if
Okay,
they can
next
have a guy, listen, that's the thing. Is see, if they can have a guy like me sit there and sew 5 or 6 patches on their jacket, it takes me 10 to 20 minutes. He'll give me $100 bill, man. They hook you right up for that.
well, that's where you need to park your ass. You need to go where you're appreciated. If you guys
Huh?
are in a
I'm
place where
going.
you're
I'm
unappreciated,
going.
it's time to
But
fucking move where you're appreciated. Okay? Period. That's the message for all of you guys. If you're not where you're appreciated, maybe it's time to move. Right?
I'm gonna keep on moving. I got a lot of places to see.
I want you to come here. I have a lot of
Everybody get him broke into the hugs before he gets here.
Well,
Please.
Carl, you can stay here. I mean, you might never want to leave, but you'll have to leave eventually, okay? But I want you to come and check out the West Coast, and you could stay here. There's no like deadline, you couldn't stay for months. Jen is gonna want to like stow away in your cab and hide away and like come out west with you. You guys remembered when Jen came to visit me?
Yes.
And it was really cool. But her truck is like, oh my god, her truck is rust, and her truck frame is rust. She could lose her. She could be driving down the highway, and her truck could just fall apart. It's really bad.
Wing
Well,
nut.
I'm going to tell
She's
you right
from
now, dude.
Wisconsin. That's the way all the vehicles get.
I gotta tell you right now, D. I check for stowaways because 25 years ago I went to a buddy's house, and when I was leaving, his three sons all were hiding in the back of my truck, trying to stow away and go back north with me.
Cleaning lady. Yeah, I mean, I'm talking about cleaners. You guys be merciful to your cleaners. They can really, there's cleaners out there. I have cleaners that clean janitorial, they clean homes. And I come home, I want them to come to my house and I want them to clean my house first so I can like talk to them and let them know. And I want to see what they're about. And so I'll come home and sometimes like the lights are left on. There's a dirty rag on the counter. I'm like, what the fuck? You guys, you didn't fucking do a walkthrough. Shit. That's what it tells me. Somebody didn't do a walkthrough. There's two girls. They come and clean every couple weeks. But you know what? People aren't perfect. As
I'm
much
a
as
housekeeper.
as
Darn.
much as you want them to be perfect, they're not going to be perfect. You need to be merciful. I don't care who you are. Period. You know. But
That
I
was
I
can't
can
my
tell my
really
side
customers.
job
tell.
when I was married. I cleaned people's houses.
Yeah, you can't tell customers that. You still have to say sorry. We'll come back and clean it perfectly for you. That's not an excuse. That's just trying to please my employee and my customer at the same time. Think about it. That's all I'm saying. Think about it. The workforce sucks in California, especially when people are paid to do fucking nothing. Think about it. It's fucking hard. It is not easy. So we do our
Yeah.
best. We'll charge top dollar, $55 an hour for maid cleaning. How do you like that? Would you pay $55 an hour for maid cleaning? That's how much it costs to charge for a maid cleaning in California to make a profit. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Okay, but do they dress? Hey, wait a minute. Do they dress in like those little French maid
Oh, they're not
outfits?
whores. Come on. You can go to Craigslist and find those whores. Okay. You
It's
can.
expensive here. Like when I sent one of my friends that cleans houses out to my mom's the first time,
How much
um,
is it? How much was it? I'm
it
curious.
was either $200 or $300,
They had a minimum of 3 hours.
and she didn't. I mean, I couldn't even tell.
Yeah.
And
Well, that's not okay. No. Well, if it was my girls, your house would smell amazing. Your floors would be fucking clean. Your toilet would be clean. Your shower would be clean. Your kitchen counters would be clean. All your appliances would be clean. I know what cleaning means. We had this couple when my husband and I used to clean. They tried to get us to. They tried to sue us for. Well, they threatened to sue us for ruining their carpet in their bedroom where they came in from their hot tub. And it was like, you fuckers, you guys come in from your hot tub. So we didn't do cleaning like that for 20 years because I know how
Well,
people are. People
it's a
suck.
lot. It's a whole lot easier to keep your shit clean when it's only you. I know that the more people you live with, the worse that shit gets.
yes.
People are
Yeah.
horrible though. People are looking for a fall guy, just like they blame Biden for everything. It's like, oh, really? You're gonna blame Biden for everything? What are you doing?
What's
Hello.
up, Moody? It's good to see you, boy.
I think Navy vet's looking for a matogram, not a
Yeah.
cleaning lady.
Yeah, I think that's a little bit more than $50 an hour. Oof.
A few of the men were talking about that though.
Or, home care is like, how much did they get? $14, $15, $16 an hour for home care. They're supposed to cook, clean, I don't know, grocery shop maybe. Customer is not looking for perfect.
Well,
Oh,
I think there's probably a lot of guys out there missing out if they never bought their girlfriend a French maid outfit. I can tell you that.
no, we're not doing that, Camel. Shut up.
That you guys have been missing out if you didn't do that.
Hold the phone. No, no,
Let me write that down. You said French
Yeah,
maid?
that's not
Yeah,
professional.
yeah,
No,
yeah.
Okay, got it.
I
no.
never received one of those.
Wrong.
It's
Wrong.
in the book. It's noted.
Wrong.
I even had one that never made it
There are whores in
to
Humboldt
be
County.
an item of
There are
clothing I wore.
Sorry. There are whores in Humboldt County that will put an ad for topless cleaning. I shit you not. They will. They fucking whores will do it.
I don't
Okay.
want to put no ad out there, but I'm talking about like your girlfriend, man. I
I'll
don't
be
know
right
why,
back.
but I bought lingerie for a lot of gals in my past, and I think it's worth every penny.
Oh, yeah. Somebody special. Yeah, sure.
Let's put it this way, I had to buy my own.
Yeah,
I
see,
didn't have a guy in my life that bought me things or gave me flowers or things like that. I had to buy my
Yep.
own. So he accused me of wanting to sneak around on him and stuff, and I'm like, no, I just want to be pretty underneath.
There you go.
So
Got to treat
uh,
yourself.
well, it's like unwrapping a present. What?
I'd be totally freaking shocked.
It's like a Christmas present. You get to unwrap it, it just gets better. Oh, there you go.
Oh, yeah.
Lauren, you worry me when you keep saying that. We ain't going nowhere. Nobody's going anywhere. Y'all are all trapped right here.
I'm going everywhere. I don't know about you. I'm going everywhere.
Oh my goodness. I'm talking about. Mm. Okay.
Yeah, you'll definitely have to chronicle your travels. Sure.
I look forward to it. You know, there's meetups too. Pretty big, good sized meetups of people in different areas of the country that
Yeah.
I've watched happen and really wished I could have been there. And one of them is at a place called Mount Pilot in North Carolina. And I
Yep.
fucking climbed that rock. I've been up on the top of that twice in my life. I lived
Mount
right near
Pilot.
there. And to watch everybody gather at a place I know, it's like, oh man, why can't I be there? Now I'm going to be there. All right. And you know, camp. You guys know I've been camping for like 5 years now. All right. I live camping. All right. But if I'm able to like set up my kit, I put up my big tent. It's mosquito proof. It's got windows. You can see all the way around. It's got a wood stove. I got cots to go in there and table and stuff. And it's very convenient. Like if everybody got rained out and got all their shit wet, there's been more than once. Everybody's in there drying their stuff around my wood stove. You know, it's I can set it up big enough to where I can accommodate
I do.
people. All right. And then I've actually got multiple tents. What's up, Moose? But I like to show that stuff off. You know, all the stuff I made. I can spread it all
Hey,
out when
Moose
I'm in
man.
camp.
Oh, yeah. The mosquito nets. Oh, man. Ooh,
Well, I've got a few kinds of those, but I mean, this tent I made, it's 17 by 17 and a half by 10 foot tall with a perfect pyramidal roof. I used
perfect.
all military contract grade fabrics. I made a Herculite, toughest fabric on earth. All right, I used that to make the roof, but I made Velcro removable walls. So I've got screen walls with curtains that you could pull a string and the curtains raised to expose 360 degree of mosquito netting,
or I can put just that on, but I can also put the outer rain walls on that all snap down. It's got a liner I could put in so I can have 3 layers for Arctic winter use, but I could put the wood stove in the middle of the tent like a teepee, unlike the military tents
Like
they
a
put
mini
their
yurt.
stoves above. But it's a
Yeah.
pyramidal roof, so it's a perfect square with a pyramid roof. And let me tell you, I made this tent over 25 years ago. This thing has stood through entire Michigan winters, dude, with 4 or 5 foot of snow. This thing's it's lasted for years of constant use. It's a pretty
How
good
long do you
design.
think it would take you to make one?
It takes a while to make one, and it cost me probably $2,500 to $3,000 to make it because of all the zippers, all the Velcro,
Oh man, you
all
had
the
NASA
ground.
grade.
I would have to charge 5 or 6 grand to make them, though, and which isn't a bad price for custom tents of that size. But it wouldn't be for somebody looking for a cheap
Well,
tent, that's for sure.
dude, I promise you, if it survived everything that Michigan's had to throw at it for the last how long? 20 years?
Over 25 years ago, I made
Oh
it now.
yeah, yeah. We don't have nothing like that. As
Mm-mm.
long as it can survive the heat and the summertime and the bugs, yeah,
Well, here's the thing is if it got like hurricane conditions, it's got military issue telescoping aluminum poles, all right? The middle pole is bigger and all the wall poles are smaller. I can pull the side walls, pull the pins in the center pole on 2 positions and it'll drop to right to a pyramid to the ground. And I can
yeah.
ratchet strap it to the ground because
Hmm.
I've sewed ballistic webbing into the seams of the whole tent as I made it. So I can literally put 100 pounds of pressure on that tent and strap it right to the ground. And the thing is I made it exactly the length of 2 military ponchos. So I can build on each side, all 4 sides, I can build out with shelters and lean-tos, and I could hook more tents together if I had them side by side. But it all links, and I can build it out like a screen porch. You know what I'm saying? Uh, it's I spent a lot
Like
of
the
time designing it right. A military tent that equal to that size weighs about 250 pounds in canvas. This one weighs 80 pounds. Plus, you can, if you had to pack it, all the walls Velcro and zip off, so you can pack the roof first, come back for the walls, pack that, come back for the wood stove, pack that. You know what I'm saying?
yeah. You're like the guy that could build Captain America's suit and shield. You know what I mean? Demo Carl, America's in a crisis. We need you. I'm on
And
it.
I took pictures of that too. One of the stores we went into, convenience store, they had the figures. They had Spider-Man, they had Captain America, they had Iron Man.
Life
And
size?
no, they were like probably about foot and a half tall, or
Okay.
and they were heavy, and they were like they were expensive because I was looking for an alien or a Sasquatch for my daughter for Christmas. I didn't say that out. She didn't hear me. She's working on the floor. Um, the one thing that I wanted, well, I was looking for. She's really hard to buy for because she buys everything she wants herself from working and hula hooping. And so there was a mermaid statue, and it was way smaller, and it was like $75. And I said, "Yeah, no, that's not something she needs."
I
But it,
know of a Bigfoot action figure, Bonnie. It's from the 1976 $6 million man line. It's Andre the Giant is Bigfoot. It's about a 13 or 14-inch tall action figure. They're the most valuable of the line of that year.
yeah, well, I don't have $1 million to put on a
Not a
action
million. It'd probably be
figure.
like $75 or something for a used one.
Hmm, I don't know. Uh, that's I can't see spending that much for a
No,
doll,
but now you know if you ever
whatever
find
you
one of
call
yours,
it, statue.
There's a guy that has been he sets up at the flea market. He's been there for years. I don't know, as long as I can remember. He's got a bunch of different
My
like
cat.
life-size statues like that, Star Wars or like different horror movies, and he said he's got a bunch in his collection. This is just what he brings out, you know.
Wow.
oh, I probably know him.
You know that type of
Oh,
world. You know,
boy.
you buy that type of stuff. You know, it'd be like you getting camo or army surplus. You know what I mean? You got a guy for that.
Well, now what? I don't need to brag or nothing. I don't mean to brag, but I am worldwide known for G.I. Joe, the original 1964 to 1975 G.I. Joe run. I sold that for 25 years on eBay. I was an expert and moderator. I still am on the largest G.I. Joe site there is. I even the experts have contacted me over the years asking me details and stuff because I've had one of the most comprehensive collections of original rare GI Joe stuff thanks to my mother who put trunks full of my GI Joes away and stored them when as
Mm,
I grew up, and
But
I ended up with a massive collection because people even gave me their collections when they outgrew them, kind of deal. And yeah, I even made custom GI Joe tents. Successfully sold those. I still have the design. Every now and then, I still make them. They're,
yeah,
I've done a lot of that. I've done a
same
lot of
concept,
custom
smaller
toys.
scale. Yeah,
I did custom toys, custom action figures. I'd buy electronic toys from vintage ones that were broken, and I'd add modern electronics, remote control, sound effects, lighting, and all this stuff. And I'd auction them off on eBay, and I made ridiculous amounts of money for some shit, man. It became a game. It really was fun. But
need to make a camo Carl action figure with custom nunchuck grip.
there
I'll
you
tell you
go.
what I did once. All right, in 2005, when
I'd
Revenge
buy
of the
one.
Sith came out. All right, this is when Star Wars came back in 2005, and they had all these action figures with little lightsabers, but none of them lit up. All right, and I had this idea. I took, the orange push-up pops that you can get, the ice creams. I'd
Yeah,
take the
yeah.
little plastic stick of that out, and I'd put an LED light would fit snug right into the base of it. And then I would sand that little stick down until it was
That was a
tapered,
good idea.
and it would fog up the color of the plastic a little bit, and then I'd run a little tiny wires through a Jedi's robe to a couple of watch batteries on the belt hidden, and I would take elaborate pictures of those and put them on eBay, and it cost me a whole of like $3.75 to make the lightsaber, $5 to buy a figure, and I was selling them for like 75 to 100 and something dollars a piece when I was selling
Mm,
those.
like hotcakes.
they they were, and then other people start doing it and the value goes down, but for a while you'll get top money for that shit, you know so but it was more of a hobby, really.
You got to have a love for push pops too. You know.
Yeah, yeah.
You know that app that I've been saying they've been trying to force me to get on my phone? That
Uh-uh.
One UI app? My phone
One.
just shut down and it is loading it right now. It just,
Like it or not.
yep, One
Well,
UI.
that sounds like
Yep.
Windows 10, man.
It's
That was
like your
like,
it's like your background all your background stuff. You know that's running. Yeah, a lot of them's got to the point now. If you keep postponing the reset, or not the reset, but the what do they call it?
Update.
Updates. Yeah, the updates. Eventually, yeah, it just automatically does it.
Yep.
Every time it messes me up because it changes something. You might not notice it right then, but eventually you're like,
Yes.
this is
That's,
what's different.
they've changed StreamYard and that's why I can't share anything. Like, at all this cool stuff to share with y'all that emailed to me, and I can't share it.
Mm. I've
You trying
told
to
you,
do like
Bonnie,
show a
when I'm
picture
on
or
my
a video?
phone, when I'm on my phone, I can't do hardly shit, man. I'm limited. I can't do anything else. I just actually found out I could minimize this, and it'll still be there when I bring it back.
Yeah, but I'm on my computer. And it used to be when you pushed present, share screen, and then it would go to your tab and tell you, and you pick which tab you wanted to play. Now it pops up this little box, allows StreamYard.com to see your screen. So it's either your StreamYard screen or your entire screen. So it shows every single thing that I have, but it won't let me go to a tab to share that one tab. And so that I'm gonna do a backstage with Indy because I think she might have that down, and see if I can get her to help me figure it out.
Yeah,
Because it just, they
you
changed
should be
everything.
able to. It's just a different way you have to do it, I think, now.
Yeah. And then it's got, so before I started, I was like, because I was going to share a song when I started. And um, when was it?
How do your intro? Did you have an intro video when you played? How does it share that?
I didn't have an intro.
Okay.
Now, when you do an intro, you have to add it to the, when you click the first go live, this
Yeah.
box pops down and it asks if you want to go live with an intro. And I turned that off because it, I don't know, it's just being a pain in my butt. But I was going to play Angels We Have Heard on High at the beginning for the intro. And so then it says having issues. So I clicked on that. Now this little help box is just sitting there. Can I help you? I'm like, ah.
I think there might be, like if you go to YouTube, you should be able to kind of put in what you're looking for on the instructions for the different things
Yeah,
that you want to do on there. They'll show you how. There's probably even a tutorial
Oh
probably.
yeah.
about the updated system.
It's probably in StreamYard even. If I go to the little help thing.
If you really
Yeah,
need technical help, Bonnie, you always just find a kid.
I really need
Yeah.
technical help, period. I am not tech savvy. That's when Gigi was explaining how to go live, it was like, oh my goodness. And then after you do it a while, you get used to it. Well, then they go changing things, and it's like, dang it.
Find a kid, tell them to teach you how to do that stuff, and then give them some bunch of candy and send them back to their parents.
There you go.
And then singing. Yeah. What?
Some of these young people are like programmed right into this tech thing. They're like 2 years old and already playing with their parents' phones and shit.
See, and okay, what 420 is saying. So that's it said something about you needed to have two monitors. And I'm like, what could have all that mess? I know, Cola. It, it's a mess, isn't it?
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know if people who haven't ever done a live or set one up don't realize all the yeah.
Do you remember when you first went live? Do you remember when that was?
About 4 years ago.
Yeah. I knew it was in August, and I can't remember if it was 20 or 21. YouTube tells me it was
It was
21.
21.
It
Yeah.
was
Yep. It
okay.
was 21.
Okay.
Yeah, backstage. See, Polaris do understand.
Yeah, I think during that time it was just so impactful. Even if you didn't live by a lot of standards that they said you had to live by. I mean, we've seen it on the TV and other places. Some people definitely felt it with friends and family, but I think that type of time it made a lot of people start going live. Maybe to talk about it, see what other people were thinking about it. You know, they tried to hit us with another disconnect by forcing everybody to stay home. So, all right, we're forced to stay home. We'll get online and see what everybody's talking about it that way.
I was
Right?
looking for reality too. That's what I came here for. I was looking for some form of reality. All right. And I was looking for answers. And then I started seeing people that were, talking about prepping things, that stuff I knew about. So I started speaking up, and people were talking back to me and being nice. Next thing you know, I was on 101's panel. Next thing you know, I was on Dangerous Freedom's panel. And the whole time, I was making friends, and now it feels like family. And I don't know what the fuck I would do without you people now. I mean, seriously, it's like I'm not here for all that anymore. I'm here because I enjoy being with everybody here.
So I put it in private chat. If anybody's able to, because I'm just, and this is just a practice to see if that's how it's done, and maybe that's why Indy always has somebody up there to share it. Because once somebody puts it in down there, then I can pull it up. But then the person who shares it is in control of it and has to push the play and all that. Okay, that's a lot of work for the people on panel. Never mind.
Yeah, I don't know why they would make it so complicated.
Because they don't like us sharing other people's work. I mean, these musicians that are independent, that Indy's always playing, they're 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 wanting their stuff out there. They like it shared, and because it gets them subs, it gets more people listening to them because they're really talented, right? And
Definitely.
but it just seems like YouTube is the one that they just keep blocking everything.
It's just the generalization of most things we deal with.
You can't quit.
Everything.
Yep. Oh, I get a copyright every time I go live. Well, not anymore, I guess, since I can't share anything. So I got a smack, I guess. It wasn't a strike, but it's a warning. But every time I go to my YouTube studio, it's got this blaring red dot warning. You have a warning against you. Because I played that little educational video.
How long ago was that?
It's, oh gosh, it was like, it's been months, a long time.
First lives I did 3 in a row, the first ones I ever did years ago. All 3 of them got taken down, never to be seen again. I got strikes for them for medical misinformation. What was the other thing? There was a couple things they hit me with, and then since then it's like everything I do, they give me a strike or a copyright or something. They've been yeah,
Oh my
they've
God.
Oh,
taken they've taken down some of my shit.
Yeah. 420 has a strike. Can't do lives for 45 more days. So
wow.
it's 3 months. Is that what they do it as?
That's insane.
Yeah. And we have talked about everything here.
Yeah. It had to be something real specific that probably wasn't brought up at one time or the other.
Well, and that's what I think. The the we were talking about that last night too. The AI, um, it's the algorithm, and there's certain trigger words, and I don't know what they are anymore. I mean, used to we knew it was like vaccine or COVID or whatever, but now we don't even know what they are because they don't
Just
tell
like, yeah,
you till it's too late. Mac, you're gone.
yeah, I'm the same way. There's probably been some things I probably would have thought of at a certain time, but like, don't really know if we could talk about that, so I just won't say nothing. You know,
Yeah, yeah,
try to keep it pretty light. Don't want to get nobody else's channel in trouble.
yeah, and that's what we, that's I started was just to have a place to kick back and relax and laugh and have fun and tell stupid jokes, play games, do whatever, and play music. There's some nights whenever I've just played music all night, and I love that.
I
People in
get
telling me what songs.
I get little rushes off of it, man. If I can be in a chat and say something that makes somebody up on the panel literally crack up laughing, my whole day is made. That is like one of the greatest things to be for me to be able to do. All right, if I can make people laugh, but I've even made people like Backwoods crack up. He just stops, reads a comment, and loses it. All right, and to me, that's the best part. Shit like that.
And that's
What?
another
What?
picture.
I absolutely love your laugh. When you laugh, I love it.
Well,
I
Yes,
thank you.
just can't explain it. I love your laugh.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
his accent, everything. It's Georgia.
I appreciate all y'all.
Appreciate you too. All of y'all coming up
I
here and
I
me.
love messing with Watt. He's so gracious. He'll take any kind of ribbon. You know what I mean? He's a
It's like, I
giant.
mean, just
He's a
in,
giant, but he's like the calmest giant there is. You know?
I'm pretty sure we're in all different parts of the country right now.
Oh
We're in
yeah.
all 5 points of the U.S.
I think that's kind of. I think we have a little more power than we even realize, man. I think that like Indy, for instance. Indy can share somebody's stuff out, and that's how most people find people is through like Indy and other people that share others' information out.
Oh, yeah.
Imagine if we were
Yes,
all on the same page on everything. All right, like if we had to get some news out and we all were posting on our page the same shit, everybody would see it. You know that kind of
yes,
thing.
For
true.
sure.
Baritone voice.
Yep.
I've talked to a couple of um, people, I guess, born and raised in Georgia, and it's the same like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, y'all almost all sound the same.
So there's certain regions, it's regional. It can be different breakdowns. You can't
I'm
really
used
count
to all of
Atlanta.
you. I'm used to all of you now, from talking to you for so long, or listening to you guys for so long. Even your accents, I don't even notice them anymore unless you say something like "wash." You know.
I I feel the same.
Far.
Even back when I was married in the 80s, my in-laws had people come up from Georgia and
Mhm.
they left and my daughters were like, "Mom, you're talking like them people." It's like
Yes.
it's contagious. They stayed up here for a few weeks and camped out on the property and run into them every day and talk to them for a little bit. And next thing you know, I was talking like them. I didn't even realize it.
See, I
That happens.
Echo. I can hear when you talk. I can hear what you would sound like if you said something like "Don't you know?" I can hear you really close to that accent, that northern Minnesota accent, but I can tell there's something else there too. It's like it's been a little bit overwritten or something.
We lived around a bunch of Norwegians for quite a few years in my life. Norwegians and Swedes.
Oh man, I can imagine.
So the Oli jokes flew all the time.
I knew a Norwegian family, and it's like any other foreigners. They always teach me how to swear in their language. I don't really ever learn their language, but I can sure cuss in it. And they made these things called crepes. I think they were called crepes, really thin, like little pancakes. Every morning they'd roll up meats and cheeses or jellies and stuff in them, and oh, they were so good. Norwegians know how to do breakfast.
I
Oh, I
have one
bet.
of those irons for making those.
Oh, those are good.
And then lefse. Lefse is made with potatoes and it's rolled real
Oh, I think
flat
I've
and you
had
fry
that.
it.
Yeah, I think I have had that. See, that was wonderful food.
Yeah, that's quite the process in making that. I still have some of the stuff, but my daughter had my lefse rolling pin, and it's been a long time since I've made it. I used to make it for the church all the time for um making money. We would try to get a fund together for like when people would have a house fire or things like that. We would have emergency money on hand to buy them new bedding and pillows and put them up in hotels or whatever. So we would always have bake sales and white elephant sales and things like that, just to make money for the
Wait a
community.
minute, back up. What's a white elephant sale?
White elephant sale is where you just bring in whatnot, whatever, kind of like a rummage sale, or you make up goofy art projects or whatever, and maybe crafts or things that you made at home.
Flea marketing.
And then people would come around and put a bid, write in a bid on the items, and the highest bidder got the item.
Hmm.
Hmm. Okay. Never heard that term before.
Yeah, we called it white elephant.
I mean, for somebody who did flea marketing and all that stuff, I think I should have known that.
We do that as Christmas gifts, where you bring a gift and picks one. If they don't like it, then they can steal one or trade with somebody.
Back when it was popular, I painted up a lot of those saw blades and stuff. Put a lot of scenery on things like that. One guy actually gave me a hay saw, and I painted a scene on that. And he says, "Well, here's a board. You can get if you can get this mounted on the board, that would be a really good thing for the white elephant sale." And it was cherry wood.
Oh my
Big
God.
piece of cherry wood, and I finished it and everything, and mounted the saw on there. And if that turd didn't go and buy that thing, the white elephant sale. He said, "Put it in the white elephant sale. I think that'll bring some good money." It was kind of neat. He's like, "That's good enough for me to put on my own wall."
It
It's good to
sounds
do that
kind of
type of
familiar
stuff. It
to me.
stimulates your mind. It keeps your hands sharp.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of miss some of
Chrome.
them people. They've been gone a long time.
Goodness, Solaris 2's been everywhere. Billy is a French trained chef.
I think he's just trying to corral a woman.
Mm.
You know, they say the way to a man's heart is a good cook. You know, woman being a good cook. I have to say that's the way to a woman's heart. Man being a good cook.
There you
I was
go.
Oh
gonna
yeah,
say, I was gonna say, there's better ways, girls, because I can cook myself. I can't. There's certain things you can't do on your own. All right, so
definitely appreciated. Vice versa.
Right.
Yeah,
I
it
think
is.
I've cooked for gals as much as they cook for me. To be honest, I think I maybe even more.
I like a guy that's a good grill master.
It
I don't
is.
mind doing all the cooking in the house, but if a guy is a good grill master, boy, that I like that.
There you go.
Neither one.
Fresh venison steaks cooked over a campfire of apple wood. That's the best you can get.
Yum yum.
Yeah, stopped at my son's processing plant on the way home. Got mistakes and a roast. Oh, I went a little crazy. Got some beef sausage, not beef hot dogs. I don't know what they are. Big as a sausage.
I love smoked fish, so if I have to stay away from guys that know how to smoke fish because
Oh yeah,
I might
that's some
be
good
a
stuff.
sucker.
Smoked salmon is the way
Oh
to go
yeah.
with it.
Oh, I love smoked fish so much.
Mm. Yeah, if when it's done right, yeah, it's some good stuff.
Oh, especially the brown sugar cured.
But, this is how people did it for thousands of years.
Uh-huh. Well, when I was a little girl, I grew up by Lake Superior on the North Shore. And a lot of people would, when I was little, have little smoke places set up right on the roadside by Lake Superior during the fish runs, in the spring. So my dad was constantly stopping at those, bringing smoked fish home. They just wrapped it in newspaper, and I'd always go for a ride with my dad, and he's like, "Oh, this one smells like they're using the right kind of wood." So we'd stop there and buy a bunch of fish. and we would end up with bringing home like boxes of smoked fish, and um, it was always so yummy.
You don't see as much of it as you used to. Michigan used to be full of that kind of stuff. It was everywhere. Everybody did it. You
Yep.
know, it's just not as prevent. Of course, the water's not as clean as it used to be. That may be a factor, but yeah, it's good stuff though. Go north in Michigan, the water's not so bad, but
Yeah. You got to get closer and closer to the source, though. But everywhere you go,
I
my
think that
favorite
a lot
fish.
of things have built up more along the roadsides and stuff, and with tourism, I think it got to the point where it was too dangerous for people to be alongside the roadsides like that, and they probably just don't allow it anymore.
My
yeah,
favorite fish is deep fried perch. I've never enjoyed fish more than that. I love that.
Carl, as a kid growing up in Minnesota, we never kept perch. My dad would throw them in the garden. I am not kidding. I moved to
Mm.
Yes.
Wisconsin and go to a fish fry with my birth mother and her boyfriend, and they're like, "You have to have some perch," and I'm like, "Perch? We don't eat perch." And they're like, "Oh, you got to try perch." I was hooked. Deep fried, deep
Really?
fried perch is that's the best.
It's so
Yeah,
good that I've eaten so much that I was in pain because my belly was sticking out so far. That's how good it is.
really.
Everything's just about everything around here is beer battered too.
there you
We,
go.
They even make beer battered French fries.
Mm, some good stuff.
oh my goodness, Billy.
I knew some sandbars, Echo. That's where you get the perch. You find a shallow sandbar in the middle of a freshwater lake. That's where the perch are.
I don't know. I just would have an instinct on where to go fish, and I would always try to take my time and let my husband, when I was
Oh,
married, cast the first line, and he would get so ticked off because I'd still catch the first fish. It was that way the
Well,
whole time I was growing up. I always caught the first fish.
they're like
Hello, deal for
bluegill.
real.
They're kind of like bluegill. You can spot their spawning areas because of the little craters they leave on the bottom of the sandbar. You know.
Hello, deal for real. How are you?
oh, I'm 5150. I just don't know why everyone got quiet.
Hello.
I haven't
I'm
had fish in too long. Man. I'm gonna have to get some fish because I haven't had it in a while.
We have never eaten. Well, I haven't. That's we would use it for bait to go down on the coast or throw them.
Panfish are pretty good. You know, they got bluegill and crappie and sunfish, perch, all these little panfish. They're tasty if you cook them right. Fillet them, you know. You can fillet a panfish. It's pretty good. Good stuff.
Oh yeah.
And you guys down there by you, Watt, you got monster bluegills. I see those guys catching bluegills bigger than a 18-inch skillet. You know,
Oh yeah, yeah. Still got a few little fishing holes left. Ain't got them all yet.
and your
I'm a
crayfish,
panfish.
man. That's another thing. Your crayfish down there are worth catching. The ones we got up here are little itty bitty things.
It's weird how that is. It's just the temperatures maybe. The warmer temperatures for longer maybe.
Well, you guys do know most fish have intermittent life, right?
What do you mean?
No, that's a classification. Like, most fish, like they have a life. They can grow their whole life.
Yeah.
The more
I
they
don't know.
eat, the better they are.
The older, I know the catfish down here, they keep getting bigger and bigger the older they are.
Oh yeah.
That's another thing you guys got. We don't have those big channel cats. We got bullheads. We don't have those big monsters up here like you guys got.
We have
But
them in Wisconsin.
you don't want to catch a big
Because you're
one because
close to
they're tough.
you got them there because you're close to the
Yeah.
Mississippi.
No, we got the Wolf River.
Right, but that area's got them. Over here, we don't have them. We don't have those giant river cats. You'd think we do. I mean, the county I'm in has thousands of bodies of water. The one county south of me is known as the land of 10,000 lakes. That's one county. Rivers, lakes, then the Great Lakes. It's like Michigan's kind of perforated with water, you know? It's not
Yeah.
just the Great Lakes around it. There's just lakes and ponds and swamps and shit in every direction, everywhere.
Huh.
That's
Yeah,
That's
weird.
where
why
I
the
am in
roads aren't straight.
Wisconsin's nothing like it was when I was in Minnesota because there were lakes all over the place.
So,
If you look at Michigan's roads,
love that.
that's why our roads aren't straight, man, because they got to go around so many lakes.
We have a lot of lakes. That one that I did a video on, Gun Barrel City, that was just a small part of it. Actually took 3 videos of the whole thing. It, it's huge, and that was just on one side of the bridge. It's on the other side the same way. It's a long. It's long. It's big, and then not far from that, Chambers Lake. We have lakes. I have a lake south of me and a lake north of me, and I have a river not real far north of me, pretty close, and then another river. Was, I mean, that's just immediate. We have a lot of lakes and rivers.
Quite a few in my area.
Yeah.
Would you
Rivers,
guys
lakes,
agree that
creeks.
fishing as a youth helps your intellect as a human, adult human?
Some would say. Definitely.
Well, they say fish is a brain food.
No, no. Well, but the point I'm bringing up, or what I'm trying to say is like, I don't think a lot of people nowadays, especially with society, like um, they don't go fishing anymore. There's no more free time. I think it's like a thing that is it's not been passed down anymore, so to speak.
Right.
Oh, definitely.
Like what
It's a
Benji
skill.
said, hasn't been ice fishing since the 70s. The only reason I've been ice fishing not too long ago, but it's because there's diehard ice fishers. You know, their parents did it, and their parents did it. And up here, that was a big thing. Except now the lakes ain't freezing, so it's you gotta go north to trust the lakes anymore. You know, it's not the same as it used to be.
Huh.
My brother fishes on the bay of Lake Superior, and then my daughter, we're more northeastern Wisconsin. She's on lakes most of the winter doing fishing tournaments and things like that.
Yeah, man, there's places called Shantytown where they have big lakes where maybe 1,000 shanties on the lake, all in the same area. People's cars are all parked out there. It's like a big party that lasts for weeks, you know?
My younger brother actually partially paid for some of his college um, through working as a fishing guide on Lake Osakis in Minnesota and other lakes around there. And then him and later on his son became fishing and hunting guides in Minnesota.
Well, that's another thing I do is fish shanty covers. I redo those.
Fishing's a big thing, and so the kids' first fish is always a big thing. Pictures, just like their first deer, their first hog, whatever
Did you just say their first beer? Is that what I heard?
deer,
Oh dear. Okay. Sorry, Mommy. Sorry, I'm
buck,
laughing
doe.
over here.
First beer too, you know. Hey, who knows?
Yeah, we don't celebrate that.
That's what Alabama's for.
Bama, Alabama. Let's let.
When I got my first deer, I was at deer camp with three older guys, all right? Like each one of them was at least 10 years older than me. And I got my deer, and these guys all said it was a tradition and I had to do it. And they made me take a bite of the raw heart of that deer. And the whole time it was not a tradition. They were just getting me to do that. And I completely fell for it. You know, like I did it because it was like a ceremony, you know? And then they fucking teased me about it for decades.
Paid homage to the deer.
Yeah, uh-huh.
No, I would never do that. Done a lot of dares, but not
Could have
not
been worse. You could have went snipe hunting.
I've never
did
fallen
that.
for that, but I've seen elaborate setups where they've taken a whole yard full of kids out on a snipe hunt. I've seen that happen.
I
Yeah,
used to, every January on my birthday, I had a friend who had property that was on a bayou of a river. And we'd always go down the cliff face and go down to the river. And they had their floating shack that they would put out on the river during the summer, pulled up for like a warming hut, the buckets to go to the bathroom inside of there. And we'd
mhm.
all party on the pond or on the bayou and do ice fishing and sledding on the hill. And everybody gets so loaded doing our little chug-a-lugs and everything where we pass the bottle, you know. Once we got the kids all brought home by the babysitters and everything, because it was a big family event. And after all the family were brought to the babysitters, that's Older people would have a few and have to be snowmobile lifted to the top of the hill because we weren't going to get up there trying to walk.
That reminds me of folks here in Michigan, and this all the way through the 70s and 80s. I think they quit doing it in the early 90s, but every year they'd take a junk car and they'd set it out on the ice by the highway in Lake Orion, Michigan, and people would bet on what day that it would fall through the ice. And that was a big thing. They did that, I don't know, probably since before I was born, they were doing that, but they
They
quit
still
doing
do
it.
that here too.
Do they?
The
Yep.
melt offs, huh? Melt off is what they call it.
I don't remember if they even had a name for it, but boy, they did it every year. It'd be out there.
There's still a few
I'm
places
from
around here
California,
that have
so I
ice
gotta
races.
learn about all this stuff, you know. So
Yeah, the same lake. Now that you say that, the same lake is where they used to have a lot of snowmobile races on the lake. I was out
I
on a
can't.
snowmobile race on Lake Orion Lake once. Like, a few hundred people, maybe 50 snowmobiles, a few cars and trucks, and they were having a race. There's probably like 20 or 30 snowmobiles in the race, and the whole lake, and I'm
And
talking
they were
pretty big
having a
lake.
race.
Well, it's a pretty big sized lake, but the whole lake like dropped 6 inches at once. I mean, crack, boom, everybody fell 6 inches. And everybody, including the snowmobilers, were all headed for the shore. I remember crowds of people just yelling and running for the shoreline because the whole lake had a bubble of air under it and it settled. You know, nobody
That's
really
why I
went
don't do
in.
cold weather.
Yeah, same.
I'll visit y'all in the
Ice fishing?
summer.
No.
Yeah.
Yep.
Let me know when the lake unthaws. I'll come up there then.
I've been through the ice. It's not nothing I want to do at this age. Let's put it that way.
Mm-mm. Uh-oh. Hey, Yorga.
Hey, I'm sorry, my audio was somehow completely
oh,
off.
nice.
If anybody said hi, I missed it. Whoops, there goes the phone.
Yorga's
What's
up.
up, Warren?
Yorga's up. Love me some Yorga.
Yeah, I know. Don't they all?
Mm.
Nice.
I don't know if you could see that. That was one of my deer racks. I didn't know I was muted.
Oh yeah, I
What
saw it.
happened?
That's nice.
I
You
didn't
had a
know
deer accident?
Got my dogs outside. I have to keep
Oh.
an eye on them because there's owls out here.
Yeah, I think mine's eating. Can y'all excuse me a minute? Can y'all be good?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know.
Be right back.
The trouble about being good is it makes you really good at being bad too.
Carl, how you doing, man?
I don't know. I'm just rolling with it.
All right. Good to hear.
Actually doing pretty good, man.
All right. Well,
Yorga,
that's
first
better to
time
hear.
on panel with you.
Well, hi, Echo.
Is it? This is a
Oh,
first?
Let Gecko and Orga take the floor then, because I think this could be good. Like, as far as, like, I think Echo is a nice chick. Yorga is a nice dude. Let's get it going on.
Oh, now I feel like I gotta warn Yorga because Echo is smart as a whip and
Yeah, but why would you have to warn Yorga? Yorga's a smart man, too.
because
Why would you have to warn him?
she's a spitfire. I know Echo pretty good.
That's nice. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
I try not to let the piss and vinegar out too much.
Ooh. She ain't trying to clean no pennies. She ain't trying to clean no pennies.
All right, I'm gonna sit up for this one. I'm gonna make me some more coffee so I don't miss nothing. What's the new, Yorga?
Nothing much going on, man. I'm just been hanging out here. Did Christmas with two of my kids the other night ago. I got one more to go, and really
Right on.
whole lot of nothing going on, man.
So you know that dream of me driving around the United States,
Yeah,
meeting everybody? It's gonna
yeah.
happen real soon. I got my
That's
tires are paid for. They're almost here. It's gonna
that's what's
happen.
up. Petrol and gasoline, baby. Let's go.
They
Yeah,
must be some. I bet they're expensive tires, so they got to be pretty big, right?
they're
Ooh.
expensive. They had to be a certain kind. They're 8 lug, full time 4-wheel drive. They're E-load 10-ply tires,
And
radials, and
fly.
they're an odd weird ball size.
Man,
Yeah,
Woo.
that's a
thought I
tire.
was
But I
doing good
got
with the 4-ply.
That's
but
special oversized. That's a big boy rolling in there.
Four
but
season.
but I got 6 of them. So now I have 4 on the truck and 2 on the roof for spares.
There you go.
And I had the government issue inner tubes for them. So now I can lower my air in my tires on sand and stuff and not worry about dropping the bead. So I can, it's gonna, it's gonna be sweet.
Home
Oh
slice
wow.
is all terrain. He's all terrain, baby.
I
Right now,
am.
you needed brakes as well. I was thinking about that truck. I'm thinking, does
The
that have
tires
drums
will
all the
be
way
here.
around, or probably doesn't have any
No,
disc
listen,
brakes, does it?
the tires will be here Monday. The brakes will be here Tuesday. The backs are drums and the fronts are disc. And I've
They
got
are disc.
government
Okay.
issue, U.S. made government issue old stock parts coming.
He
Nice.
busted out the NOS, Yorga. NOS parts, baby. He's
That's
ready to
right.
roll.
That's right.
NOS, baby.
American made, baby.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, I tried to go kind of NOS the first time I did the brakes on my vet, and I made a giant mistake. Uh, I looked up a bunch of videos on how to basically rebuild them and stuff, put new seals in them and all. But I used the old type seals, which will leak. And after a while, they started to leak. So I just went ahead and bought all new calipers because mine are discs all the way around.
You
And the
guys are
new ones
talking crazy.
have
You
an
guys are
O-ring
talking
seal.
crazy. I wish I'd find me a leaker right now. You guys are crazy.
Yeah, brake fluid ain't my favorite thing, man. I'm telling you, I hate that stuff.
Yeah, well, it's very corrosive as well to the meticular structure and what you want to call it, the particulates of the paint aura that we have going on nowadays with the beautification of the said
You know what's
vehicles.
weird
Well,
about it
I don't
too?
know about all that,
It's brake fluid is agroscopic, so it soaks the water out of the air. And
Yes.
when my car was sitting in there leaking, when I had the bad seals, I finally pulled it out, and where all the brake fluid leaked, there were big water droplets all over the floor in the garage. Man, I'm like, man, damn, that stuff does suck the water out of the air.
that's why this truck,
Hashtag
my
corrosion.
whole, you guys listen, my whole system is silicone brake fluid. The military uses that so it doesn't
No,
freeze on it,
no, no,
and
no, Carl. Silicon brake fluid is outdated. It's .6 now. So you're out of date on
it's
that.
expensive, but
You're out of date on that.
I
Silicon
can
brake fluid
only,
does not work
I,
for military
whatever
applications.
you say, but I can't use anything but silicone brake fluid because it'll coagulate my system. All right, I've had to pay extra.
That's
It's
the
not
problem with
cheap.
it. That's why they're .6 now. .6, bro. Look it up.
Well, no, it's still silicone. It's a government. I buy all my shit. It's silicone right on it.
This is my only beef with you, Carl. I love you, Carl, right? But why you got to be expert on everything, bro?
I'm not
Why do
trying
you
to
have
be
to?
an expert.
Why
I'm
why do you
telling
have
you
to have
what
a
I do and
story
what I
about? I'll
have.
tell you this and I'll tell you that, and I know all this.
No, I don't sound like that. I'm telling you
No,
what I
that's
do
what you do,
and what I
man.
have.
That's what you do, bro.
You're saying I don't have silicone brake fluid when I know I
I
do.
never told you that. I said that silicone brake fluid is not the standard now, and you
I
don't want
know
to
it's
listen.
not, and they don't mix.
Carl, I love you, bro, but you know what? You just
Uh,
hate me, bro. You hate me. You hate me. Just
no,
just just admit you don't
I
like me.
don't hate anybody.
I think mine is
Don't hate
dot
anybody.
three. I think that's what mine is. I can't remember if it's dot three or dot four, but I think it's dot three. I mean, it's a
Carl, you're the
1975 car, so
Carl,
Yeah.
you're the smartest guy on the planet. You'll tell us how to do everything, right?
No, I won't say that. And never have said that, and
No,
never
no,
thought
but
it
you had a
ever
story
will.
about it. You tell us about oh you knew this and you knew that, and I'll tell you about this and shit. Fuck, how am I gonna wipe my ass tomorrow? I don't know.
You're the only one I've ever heard say anything like that, man.
No, because you're a hypocrite and you know it.
Am
I'm
I?
calling you out, Carl. I love you, and I didn't mean to get like this on you, but you know what? You talk out your ass sometimes. Tell me how to wipe mine.
I
Tell
He's
me,
have
Carl.
never
driven the
Give it to
even
me.
same
Give it
type
to
paid.
me.
vehicle for how long, done the same maintenance on the same type vehicle for how long. I think he knows what he's talking about.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
give
I
it to me,
told
Carl. Give
you
it to me,
I
Carl.
have. I don't have to give anything to you, and I'm not worried about
You
what
know
you
what
think.
you did. You know who you are, and you know why I'm saying what I'm saying.
You mean when you came up and started being rude to people on my panel, and I
Just
blocked you
like
from my channel?
yeah,
Yeah, I
just like
did that.
just like now, and then you want to infiltrate
But I'm not being rude,
other
no, I'm not
communities.
being
You want to
mean.
infiltrate other communities, which I'm well known, and you want to call me as a piece of shit liar, and you want to do this and you want to do that. Mute me
Did
now,
I
Carl.
say any of this?
Mute me now, Carl.
I have not said anything of what you just said, and you're kind of going out there now.
No, I'm calling you out because you're a good guy, but you
For
fucking talk
what?
like you know everything and you don't respect anybody else's opinion. And that's my problem with you.
Oh,
And you're a
really?
fucking, you're a hypocrite because you exercise your powers when their opinion doesn't agree with, align with yours. So if somebody has a different opinion than you, they're the worst enemy. They're they're a horrible person, but yet you know everything.
I want to hear somebody else that says they feel the same way.
See, no, rule by mob. Bring on the masses. I'm talking
No,
about you. I don't want to hear nobody
you're the
else's
first
opinion.
I've
I'm
ever
calling you
heard
out and
any
asking you a
of that
question.
from. You're being combative, and
It's
I'm not
not
even
combative.
feeling it.
It's a or B subject. You either like me or you don't like me.
I didn't like what you did on my panel. Correct. I
And
removed
I'm
you
not. It's
from
not
it.
about that. I
This
don't
was
harbor a
not
grudge
my
over that. I
panel,
don't harbor
nor was
grudges.
I telling you to
I'm
do
calling you
anything.
out about how you act and about how you're treating people, and I don't agree with that. I think you're a cool guy. I think you have a lot of stories. I think you have a lot of intellect, and I think you have a lot to tell
You're
people.
just
But
patronizing me now. I
I
don't
don't
need
think
that.
you're the fucking bee's knees. I don't think you're the shit, and I don't think you're ruled by mob, motherfucker. And that's what you call me out on. So that's why I'm hashing out with you. You either get it with me or you don't. You either like me or you don't. It's a yes or no question, like I've asked you repeatedly.
Clearly, it's not that is the issue. Clearly, it's you that don't like me.
Yes or no, Carl. Quit diverting.
I didn't even hear a question in all that accusation.
Do you like me or do you not like me, Carl? What's your problem? Yes or
I
no? Do you
told
like
you
me or not
straight
like
up.
me?
I told you straight up I did not like the way you were talking to
There
women
you
on my
go.
panel.
Simple, simple. You answered it. Done. Over. End of discussion. Free. I'll shut up. I'll mute my mic. Listen,
all right, time
Carl's
out.
still here. No. What I'm saying, you have the floor. I'm done. You answered it. That's all I asked for.
Can I play devil's advocate on this whole brake fluid debacle? All right,
What
so
happened?
Carl's saying that his truck used silicone, which I've never heard of, but I believe him. And the deal is
Silicone
saying
is a
it got
synthetic
phased
brake
out and
fluid,
they
George.
used dot.
But
Hold
I
on a
shut up.
second. They, yeah, shut up. And he says it got phased out and they're using dot six now. So if they're using dot six, can you still buy the silicone brake fluid? Do they still sell it? You know, that's my only question.
They do. It's expensive and it ain't easy to find.
Okay.
It's like 30 fucking $5 for a little bottle.
Ooh, that is high.
Back
that
up
now?
to Pat. What
Is it
happened?
is it
I
silicone?
just want to apologize to Bonnie. Bonnie, I didn't mean to do this to you, but like I just, had to get it over with. So sorry.
Yeah,
But
well,
I still love and respect all you. I
He
love
didn't
Carl,
mean to
and,
do
and,
it.
and I'm gonna shut up.
hey, fuck you. How about that? Fuck you coming in here and getting on Camo Carol for your bullshit. Who do you think you fucking are?
I don't think
Fuck
I'm
you,
nobody,
dude.
woman.
Fucking go fuck yourself. Yeah, goodbye, you fucking piece of shit. Fuck that. Heard enough of that. Fuck off, you fucking.
He's just rude.
Fuck him.
Sorry, deal. Out. That's the real deal.
Fuck that guy. What a piece of shit.
Bonnie,
Yes, ma'am.
if your phone ring, that's my
Yes,
new
it
phone
did.
number.
Okay. Save it.
What an asshole.
Yeah, he got crappy in another stream that I was on, and he kept saying I was a pimp, and he kept on and on
He's
with
a
me. And
fucking
I don't know
asshole.
this guy. I don't know
He's
this
a
freaking
fucking
guy.
asshole. I'll say it. Fuck you, dude. Don't ever come back here. Fucking getting on our friend.
Okay. Let's calm down.
Fine.
I
I
stayed
leave
calm the
y'all
whole
for
time.
I'm
I
going to
leave
bed.
y'all for 5 minutes. Look what
Now, Bonnie,
I
Well,
know.
there
You
was
said
only
y'all said.
one that just
Bonnie,
chose not to behave.
I
I
was
know. Bonnie
calm
said
the
y'all
whole
behave now, and an
time.
argument broke out.
No, I was calm the whole time. All right,
Oh, I know you were. I agree. I agree.
you
You were.
didn't have to leave, hon. My goodness.
because
Yeah,
I
you
know I
handled. I think you
didn't
handled
do
yourself
anything.
very well, Carl. He
What
was
good
trying to
does it?
provoke you, though. He was trying to get you going.
What good does it do to get angry and worked
None.
up over?
None.
I muted because I was laughing at him. I'm sorry.
I mean, like I said,
Nothing
the
wrong
other
with that.
panel, I can't remember which one. I think it was Cole's, I think. He came in and kept on me and on me, and I did the same thing Carl did. I just didn't pay any attention to him. He was leaving comments about me, and I don't know this guy, man. I don't know. I don't know him. I don't know why he kept going after. I mean, he didn't really go after me, but he kept leaving little crappy comments. Oh, he did say
Somebody
he
has a
did ask
little bit
me.
of an ego problem.
He asked me
He's
when was the last
always
time
So,
I
been.
got laid, and I said, and that started getting me pissed off because I'm like, man, that ain't none of your damn business, man.
He's mad at me because I kicked him off my
Yeah.
panel and blocked him on my channel because he was rude to gals on my panel. All right.
Oh,
And I told him when I did that, I told him why I did it. And now I just told him again. He already knew why I did it. He go back, see the damn live I did. He was, yelling fucking shit at the gals and Bonnie, in fact. All right. So I kicked him off. I don't do that for no reason.
Oh,
yeah.
I forgot about that. See, and I just kind of just blow it off because it's
well, didn't he come in
it's
under a
not.
different name tonight?
No,
No, he was.
but
What's
it's
up,
not worth
Ghetto?
stressing over. Hey,
It's not.
ghetto.
His opinion means nothing to me when he judged me like that and says I'm doing things I don't do. All right, he's not going to make me feel bad over something that I'm not even guilty of.
That's why it was pretty laughable, Carl, because we all know you. Nothing he said was anything that any of us have ever seen in you.
Thank you. And I figured that I would get that, backup because that's like he's the only one I've ever heard anybody say anything like that to me about. That's the first I've heard of it. It's like, oh,
That's why I was laughing. I'm like, where is this guy coming from? How long has he been around? You know?
Oh no, I think he's got mental problems or something. Or
well,
he's
there's
just
something
or
going
he's just a
on.
person like a troll that just wants to start shit wherever he goes and then sit back and laugh about it. I can't stand that.
Some people need a metaversal daddy. He just thought Carl was his metaversal daddy.
From the
Yeah.
multiverse.
There's
Well,
a big lack of fathers out there. People need that metaversal daddy now.
Cheryl, it was
What?
the same time that Copper came on and that other dude came on. It was the exact same time. But I try to get along with everybody. I don't want to be mean to nobody. I don't want to be negative. I try to get along with everyone, man. I do.
The deal. I'm not letting you back up, hon. You upset the whole everything. Sorry. Yeah. Just looking at chat, I can see where. Okay, that was
Should have brought some extra holiday cookies.
He kept saying he was calling me out. What? He's calling me out.
I think I caught that when I was coming back, and and then my phone was ringing, and I was going the other direction, and then but I didn't answer it quick enough, I guess, and then I was like, came back, and I was like, whoa, what's going on here? Mm,
As soon as you said behave, you left and he started.
yeah. And why would he do that?
I don't know.
Oh, he's probably had it loaded. All right, he's probably been waiting because it was been a couple of weeks at least since that live.
Oh, he just left a comment saying, okay. Okay to what?
Because I wouldn't let him back up again. He tried to.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, you blew it, pal.
I hate to do that. I mean,
Yeah, I don't like to do it either.
everyone
I'm
does
sorry that
deserve an
my
opinion. I don't know
well
what is
on
was.
that point there, Bonnie. I'm sorry that my presence involved you like that.
No.
Poor behavior is poor behavior, period.
Yes.
Hey, what happened to Dee?
And I think she was just mad. And
I was going to say, you didn't kick her
Yeah,
out, did you? By
no,
accident.
no.
she was probably making sure she didn't say more than she wanted to
Oh,
She
yeah.
said
on
enough,
camera.
but, that was everybody's sentiment, I think, what she said. So,
Right.
Oh, really, Deb? Thank you, Cheryl. I don't like drama. I don't like fighting. I don't like none of that. All right. I try to get along with everybody. I try
Oh,
to be peaceful.
that
But
is.
if that's the case, I gotta say that I do attract this type, like the demons that you just spoke of in chat. I do attract that, and I've spoke to some of you folks about it to where I wonder sometimes if it's like something about me irritates people's demons.
I
Sometimes the
don't know.
calmest waters attract the most ferocious storms. You
Mm-hmm.
know,
It was Sherry that said that.
Yes. No reason for name calling. So he was calling names.
Oh
I
yeah,
mean,
he went off on me. I mean, I don't even really know what I know what it was about. It was when I kicked him off the panel, but it wasn't. He was being super rude to you, all right. And I'm not gonna endorse that. As soon as somebody does that to me, they're out of it. I'm not even. I won't lose
How do
any
you,
sleep.
how do you start an argument over brake fluid anyway? I mean, come on, man. Can't
I
you get a
know.
little more creative, man? Damn. But Carl knows what goes in his damn truck, man. He might be freaking turpentine. I don't freaking know.
No, it's a warning to people who have these trucks. In fact, because if you were to put regular brake fluid in that system, it coagulates, and you're going to have to flush everything.
Oh, no. Yeah, I hate doing that.
So that
I'm
reminds
telling
me,
you.
I have a question for you men.
Okay.
Here lately when I get in my car and I'm not really sure what Freon smells, but it's like there's something, and it's
Sweet.
only for no. If it was sweet, I'd know what it was, heating core. But it's and it doesn't last very long. But it's like it's it's almost like it burns your nose. It's like
Sorry.
I don't even know how to explain it. It's a smell, but it's not sweet. It's not like transmission fluid. It's like something.
They just recharged the Freon on your air conditioner.
Yes, they did.
They are bound to a contract. If you have any suspicion, take that back. That's one of those things you have to be certified for. They may have done something wrong. Find
So
out.
it could be leaking. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, my daughter kept saying she didn't smell it, but every time I got in it, like after it had been sitting a while, I was
Well,
smelling it.
if it's leaking, you'll lose it fast. You'll have to pay for that recharge, and it probably wasn't cheap.
Right. I'll get that checked out Monday.
Thanks everybody who defended me. All right, I knew it was. I mean, I
Oh,
wouldn't
wow.
be up here if I would. Oh boy, this is a strong one.
Hey, John. Good to see you.
I guess it could be Freon. You know, if they had a charge your system, that pretty much says you've got a small leak somewhere, and they should have looked for that.
But what does Freon smell like?
Freon,
Like a chemical?
like you said, it's not sweet. I don't know how to describe it. I mean, it's not really pungent or anything. It's Carl,
Like a
help me out
chemical
here.
that would burn your
I
nose?
can't. I'm agreeing with what you're saying because it's hard to. How do you describe the smell? I mean, it's kind of
I
all
don't.
right. Kind of maybe like a mild butane smell, or you ever feel butane
Kind of.
lighters?
Yeah, kind of. That's a good
Kind of
analogy.
like chloroform.
Yeah. Well. How do you know what chloroform smells like if it
I
knocks
don't
you
I
out?
know.
know.
Unless
Right.
you've been somebody
Well, if you
abducted you
ever,
sometime.
if you did your biology stuff or whatever, where you had to cut up a fetal pig or whatever, you would know what that
Oh,
smells
it's
like.
not chloroform. You're talking about yeah. You're talking about embalming fluid. What's that
Formaldehyde.
stuff? Formaldehyde. Yeah.
Formaldehyde. Yes.
Chloroform. I don't know if anybody knows what it smells like. Do you remember what it smells like when you wake up?
Right.
It could be a touch of formaldehyde smelling. I've smelled that.
Kind of, but not quite.
John Dunning.
Okay, I googled it and it says a faint, slightly sweet odor that some describe as similar to chloroform, nail polish remover, or even Swedish car coolant.
Nail polish remover. There you go. Like a chemically. Like,
But you say it's only there for a minute and then it goes away?
mhm.
I don't even want to say it because I sound like a know-it-all.
Whatever. And it's probably because we crack the windows and smoke a cigarette. And
Oh,
so
fingernail
it,
polish smells like acetone because it usually has acetone in it.
mhm.
I have to go back and listen to all the things he called me. I kind of tuned some of that out.
Mendacity we have in Georgia.
Man, I'll tell you, I'm the type of guy that I don't know how, but I always spill everything. I can't do a freaking oil change without. I'm like, all right, I'm getting it all. I'm getting it all. I'm getting it all. Pull the pan out now, spill it or something. You know. When I did my brakes,
I
when I
worked
did
with
my
some
brakes
people
on my
like that.
Corvette, I had all 4 brand new calipers, so I got to put all brakes on all the way around. You got to bleed them and all that stuff. Man, that freaking brake fluid, man, I was bathed in that shit, man. I'm telling you, man, I hate that stuff with a passion. Good thing now that whole system is good and sealed, bled, everything, and hopefully next time every time I move the car, I look at the garage floor for a leak check, it could be anything on a car that old. It's going to be 50 years old this year.
Yeah, man, that's when it becomes an antique. A car, if it's 25, it's a classic. If it's 50, it's an antique.
Well, we've got in Virginia, we've got at 25, you can make it an antique and you don't have to get it inspected anymore. So I put antique plates on mine already.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then my Jeep is going to be an antique in 25 this year. So I'm going to put antique plates on that too. And then my Silverado, it won't be till 2028 I can do that. But as soon as I can, I'm putting antique plates on everything, man. And I'm not getting any new cars because I don't want any car payments, and I'm going to keep these hoopties out here just running forever.
Yep.
I put a whole new motor in that Jeep. Huh?
I was asking what life is that, if that's true.
It's weird you mentioned. It's weird she said that because it was not so much the day, but the day before yesterday, which would have been Friday and Thursday. There was like this weird, like I don't know, like smog looking cloud. It was kind of weird.
Are we talking like aliens weird?
No, it's hard to describe. Even one of my coworker I was working with, he was like, "Man, it just looks weird out. It just looks like it's smoggy everywhere." And I was like, "Yeah, I kind of noticed that too." I don't know what
When
it was.
I went to LA the first time, it was in 1987, and I looked for the smog and I didn't see any. But I went back in 2017, and that shit's everywhere, man. I mean, you could. It's like a brown cloud that hangs over the city, man. It's freaking gross.
Where is that? It's
Los Angeles.
It is the odor of mendacity. She's not too fond of men, I don't think. It's called the conversion. I used to come down I-20 and see the haze.
Yeah, that I-20 corridor.
Fanny Willis.
Well, dang it, I wanted to go to Georgia.
I still do.
It's a cool state.
I just don't know how to get there.
There's water everywhere. I mean, if you go through it on 95, man, everywhere you look, there's ponds or lakes or, inlets or it's everywhere in Georgia.
I've been there a couple times, to be honest. I saw the Okefenokee Swamp. I saw the Georgia Guidestones in the mid '80s.
Oh, really?
I've been through there. Yep, I've been through there a couple times. I want to go back. I didn't get to see the coast of Georgia. I got to see the coast of a few other states there, but not Georgia.
That's what I want to see. Brunswick.
Oh, it's there. It's waiting on y'all to come back. Georgia's still on y'all's mind. Y'all just
All
ain't
right,
made it back yet.
wait a minute here for a second. Brunswick's right on the Florida line, isn't it? Is that the one I'm thinking about?
Yes, South Georgia.
Yeah, man. There's some. Well, I ain't gonna say it, but I don't want to say anything about it. Man, every time I go through there, I see people that like. Last time me and my daughter went through there, we stopped at some sort of quick stop and we split up, which wasn't a good idea because there was a lot of sketchy people around this place. And when we hooked back up, going back up to my car, she's like, "Get out of here right now, Dad! Get out of here right now!" And there was a guy walking out in the parking lot with a backwards. His knee was backwards, man. His leg, it was like a dog's leg or something. His knee was going the wrong way, man. And I was like, "All right, let's get out of here now." And I've heard some other stories about Brunswick, so it's kind of, I don't know. Again, I don't want to say anything bad about the place, man. I love Georgia.
Sure, you wasn't in Alabama.
No, this is Brunswick, Georgia. We were coming back from Florida, and we stopped in there for a second. And it was like it
Yes.
was real
I'm kind
sketchy.
of worried about driving through Alabama now. Louisiana and Alabama.
It's
I've
okay.
been through
Just
Alabama. Alabama's
make the
okay.
pit stops. You'll be all right. Nah,
Yeah,
it's all right.
Alabama's all right. They say Mississippi's kind of sketchy, so I don't know. I've never
I'll
been
tell
there.
you all about it. I'll tell you all about it when I go there.
You going to Mississippi?
I'm going to all those states. I'm going to all the states I was invited to. That's a lot of them. I got to go to Florida, North Carolina, Virginia, West Virginia. I got to go. Dude, I got to go to New York. I got to go to Pennsylvania, Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Wisconsin, North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming. I got to go to California, Washington, Oregon. I got to go to Texas. I got to go to Missouri. I got to go to Kansas. I got to go, man, Arizona. I've been invited all over the place, folks. I'm going.
And that's like a couple of years, isn't
I don't know. I'm going to find out.
it?
So are you allowed to shoot the gators if they come up to you?
I don't think so. I just watched a thing on YouTube tonight about that they're having a bad problem with actual Nile crocodiles in the Everglades. Somebody set some loose, or they got loose out of like sometimes they'll have like a gator farm and they'll keep a couple of crocodiles in there just for laughs, and then they'll get a hurricane and they get away. So they say it's the crocodiles you can shoot on sight, but I think anything else somebody from the state has to shoot it, not just some yahoo like me, But but I'd shoot it. I mean, I ain't gonna let no freaking paperwork get in the way.
Yeah. If I was there and it was trying to come in the front door like the stray dog was,
Yeah,
it would.
he'd be gone. The other thing that they're having a big problem with down there are these caimans. And that's like a medium-sized looking alligator. They only get, I think the biggest they get is about 5 or 6 feet, but they say they're overpopulated with those guys.
Oh yeah,
and they're mean too. But the crocodiles will hunt a person. They will. I mean, where the alligators, I think not so much, but the crocodiles will run a person down, man. And
I
eat
want
you.
to see those too, Deb. I want to see the Everglades, but I really want to drive the Keys.
Oh yeah, you got to. If you go to Florida, you got to go to the Keys.
I've been to Florida twice, but I didn't get to spend any time there. I've been there twice on the state, but didn't get to explore.
Key West is kind of sketchy now, but if you just go for the day, it's pretty cool. But the cool part about that is you go to this place called Mallory Square, and it's the most southernmost point in the United States, and it's got a sign that says Cuba, 90 miles.
I've seen that sign. I've seen that sign in pictures and stuff.
Yeah.
Yep. And I'm used to armadillos. They don't bother me.
When I was in
Missouri, they got a lot of armadillos in Florida, man. They got lots of them down there.
They were all over in Missouri too, and they were telling me no, don't touch them because they had leprosy.
I have played with armadillos when I was a kid. I don't have spots all over me.
Well, last time I was in Missouri, it was about 7 years ago, 6 years ago, something like that. And that's when they told me that. And I was like, how the hell do armadillos get leprosy? I thought that was something for humans, but apparently they do have it.
Yeah. They stink when they've gotten hit out on the road too. When they're roadkill, oh God, they're horrible.
Oh, the one guy on the top of the mountain had a big garden, Yorga, and there was armadillo skeletons all over the bank of the mountainside. I'm like, where'd all the dead? He's like, I've been shooting those for years. I just kick them over the side.
Oh my goodness.
It's like a
Okay.
it's like an armor plated possum or something.
So I thought that happened in Arkansas. So it happens in Alabama also.
It happens everywhere.
Yep.
True. That's true. Heck,
I know a
we got.
guy. I know a guy that his wife started having an affair with his dad. No lie, man. That's messed up.
Well, to be fair, that shit happens here in Michigan too. That's the kind of shit, that's they
Happens
don't
in
they don't get a
Wisconsin.
market on
It's
that.
just people.
All right, here's the weirdest one I ever heard. And this was true. There was two guys I used to work with. They were best friends. And they married two sisters. Okay. So they're all like brother-in-law, whatever, son-in-law, whatever, well, you know what I mean. So it's two guys not related, married two sisters. And then one of the guys' dad married the girl's mom.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's like, so let me get this straight. Your mother-in-law is your stepmom, you know. None of it worked either. I mean, it was every relationship was dysfunctional, and none of them are together.
So I know two twin brothers that married two twin sisters.
Wow.
Or maybe the brothers weren't twins, but they were brothers. Married twin sisters and realized that they married the wrong one, swapped. There was no kids involved. And then lived years and years and years until they passed, married to the right one.
So this, you guys realize this is how you get backwards knees and shit, right?
Right. All right. Here's one. Here's one. I worked with a guy and I worked with a girl, and they both were named Charlie Smith. They got married. Both of them's name was Charlie Smith. No kidding.
Hmm.
I always thought that was weird, but they were good people. I liked them.
I have known people to get married, but they didn't have to change their last name. Back in my hometown.
You know what a friend of mine did? And I think this is the biggest. Come on, man. He married a girl, and then I noticed on Facebook his name was a little bit different. It was his first name, and then it said Ortiz, and then his last name. And so I went and saw him. He lives in Florida. I went down and hung out for like a week with him. He's a guitar player, and I said, "What's with this Ortiz shit?" He said, "Well, when we got married, she took my last name, so it was only fair that I take her last name too." And I'm going, "Come on, man. Ain't you got no balls, man? Come on, man. I wouldn't do
I hope
that."
Sherry's talking about armadillos there. Dated a twin and his brother wanted to date me. Kissing cousins is a real thing.
And I had a couple cousins I wanted to hook up with, but
Oh my gosh.
they were like 4 years older than me. I don't think I had a chance, and plus it's weird, so I didn't do anything about it. But yeah, and they were twins. They were twins, Jill and Judy. Fine as hell.
I had some good looking cousins, but I never thought of them in that way.
Well, you're not a guy.
I just have a good looking family.
One of those maps had a sticker. I don't know how old this is. It says Matt J. Dunnicus, State Representative, 6181st District, and it has the Michigan seal on it. I didn't even see this before. It must have been folded up in one of the maps and slid out. The sticker looks like it's at least 20, 30 years, probably 40 years old.
Yeah, the only problem with those old maps you got is, there's a whole lot of new interstates and shit that ain't going to be on them. That's the only
I
thing. But
know. I know it. I'm gonna pick up new ones as I can, but you're right. But I might be able to find more back routes with these older maps.
yeah, some of
If
them
the
might be
road's
gone
still
now.
there.
Some of
Yeah,
them might be like Route 66, and they ain't all together there.
they've
No, but I
developed over
Google
it.
Earth. I followed the entire route from Route 66 from Chicago all the way to California with Google Earth, and there's remnants of it that you can parallel, and you can use little pieces of the highway to get back to it and stuff, and you can see a lot of the old Route 66, which I remember riding that when I was a kid. That was one of the good things about going to Texas from Michigan, is
Me
Route
too.
66.
We lived when I was 3. We lived in Sacramento. We moved out here to Virginia, and we took 66 the whole way.
Yep, that's one of the things I look forward to is going and checking out some of those old abandoned stretches of Route 66 along the way.
I remember these teepees. It was like a motel where the rooms looked like teepees or something. I remember that.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I don't think that was. See, I only remember Route 66 from like Chicago to Texas because we didn't go. I mean, I've been to New Mexico, but we didn't go any farther than that.
Right.
Went to Carlsbad Caverns and we got to see Merrimack and Mammoth Cave. This was the cool thing about going across the country with my mom is she took us everywhere. We got to stop at all the tourist traps and
Oh
all the
yeah.
cave systems and all that shit. And that's part of what's fueling my desire to do this. All right, because I remember that was a great time for me down
Did
in
they have
Texas, going to the Paraduro Canyon in Texas and stuff on the Red River there and things like that. They just pretty vivid in my memory from so long ago.
Did they have Stuckies?
Oh yeah, I love Stuckies, the
I
pecan
do
logs.
too.
Man.
I
You
love
remember the
Stucky. I know
pecan?
where one still is. I know where there's a Stuckies.
There
There's
is
one in
one. I think
Virginia.
it's in Ohio.
Mhm.
I think there's one in Ohio, and they had the big long pecan logs. Remember those
Yeah,
things?
yeah. I think they're good too, man.
Yeah, I will. Yeah, got to stop by a Stuckies.
3
When I
blocks
was,
away.
what'd you say, Bonnie?
Benji said Route 66 is 3 blocks away from him. And I don't know why I thought it just went through a desert part. I didn't know it went all that way that you're talking.
It went from Chicago down to Texas, and then beelined right for the the California coast. So it ends at the Pacific Ocean.
Yeah. Ends right in Santa Monica, I think. But you know what? Let me talk for just a second. This is one thing that I hate. And there's no fixing it. When I was a kid, let's say very early 70s, my parents would go to Florida like once a year. We'd go down there and it's weird. You get out of Virginia, you get into North Carolina, everything's kind of different. So it was exciting. All the food places were a little bit different. They had an Andy Griffith's barbecue place and this, that, and other. Then you get into South Carolina and it's a little bit different again. Then you get into Georgia and it's different again. And then you get into Florida and it was, it's kind of different. But now everywhere you stop, it's a McDonald's, a KFC, a Burger King. Every stop looks the same. And I hate that.
Right.
Man.
I
That's
know
what
right
I'm
where
fighting
you're
here.
talking, that I lived in a town called Kernersville, North Carolina,
I know
and
where
it
that is.
right.
I had to audition for a band in Kernersville.
Well, then you know that the fictional town of Mayberry was actually built on the town Mount Pilot. All right, Pilot, right there by
It's
Kernersville
not
in those
called
same
Mount
mountains.
Pilot. It's called in
Mount
the
Airy.
show.
Mount
I
Airy,
Mount
think
North
it
Airy.
is. Yeah.
Carolina.
In the show, it's
Mount
called Mount
Airy.
Pilot. The real name is something else. Yeah.
It's Mount Airy, and it's got Pilot Mountain there, but I remember
Mhm.
now. It's Mount Airy, but they got little displays and stuff commemorating the TV show and stuff, and the fictional town of Mayberry.
It's the hometown of Andy Griffith, and it's also the hometown of my grandfather, Mount Airy, North
Oh,
Carolina.
really?
My grandfather and Andy Griffith went to school together, but Andy Griffith was a few grades ahead of him.
Oh, wow.
Well, before he died for quite a few years, when he wasn't acting, he'd gotten old. He lived in Manteo, North Carolina, which is part of the Outer Banks. Well, my brother lived down there too. And he would run into Andy Griffith all the damn time, you know. I mean, he didn't know each other or anything, you know. And if you were in the grocery store and you heard him talk, he had this big booming voice and you knew it was him, you know. But my brother went to see the doctor. I know this might sound kind of crude, but he goes to see the doctor. He just turned 50 and it's that time for the old finger up the, you know what. And so he's sitting there waiting for his appointment and out comes Andy Griffith. And he walked on out and when he said, all right, you know, to my brother, it's your turn. And he goes, are you going to use the same finger on me that you did on Andy Griffith? He said, well, yes, I am. He said, man, I feel like I'm famous.
Almost as famous as G-Ma Merkel, who once peed on John Wayne.
Right.
Yeah, I heard about that. And I
Go to
don't want to
Mount
say
Airy.
bad things about Andy Griffith, but actually he got to start down there in Manteo acting in the Lost Colony. They had this Lost Colony play they do year round down there, and he was in there. But in his later years, he had a kind of bad problem with the old sauce. You know what I mean? And
Oh, yeah.
there were many times where he would run his car up in a ditch, and he had a guy he could call with a wrecker that would get out there before the cops would. And even the cops were kind of like, let it go, you know. It's Andy Griffith. Yeah. But he got real bad towards the end.
Dang it.
That was a
I
wonderland for
quit
me to
drinking
live in.
altogether, man. I haven't had anything to drink in 10 days. I've been 11 now. Yeah,
Well,
I feel a lot
you're
better.
right. If you're trying to do that, good news.
Yeah. I was drinking too much, man. I just had to go. No more. We're done here. So yeah.
I
So you'll
love
be
the
ready to cut back on the sweet
mountains
tea.
too, man. You guys down there got real mountains. Oh, that's what that mesmerized me. All those mountains down there
Down where?
in the Virginias and North Carolina, especially North Carolina. I went through, but I got to go up into Virginia too.
Go to West Virginia if you really want to see mountains. Good God, man. Sometimes just driving on the interstate there scares me, man. It's like, you
Well,
know.
I did that too, man. I walked right up 77, right up from North Carolina into West Virginia, and it's a giant. It's called Big. I think it's called Big Gap, but it's just you
Yeah,
go up for miles up one hill. They got big brakes built into the side if the semi trucks lose their brakes and stuff. It was just up and up and up and up, and it just keeps going. You just keep. You look back and you can see what they call the Piedmont. It's an
yeah,
entire flat area that goes all the way to the coast of the East Coast down to Florida, and it's in the Civil War. Some of those places you could go up there and they could see armies coming from 100 miles away because of the dust clouds and shit. That's how
yeah,
far you can see in the tops of those mountains. It's a trip.
yeah. They're big. It's a beautiful state, though. I mean, people badmouth West Virginia all the time, but man, it's a gorgeous state.
No, I loved it, man. Virginia's got, I mean, they got mountains too, but West Virginia seemed to be like all mountains. Everything I saw of that state was
Yeah,
mountains.
yeah, it is. It is all mountains because if you go from there into Ohio, it's still kind of mountainous, and then it finally starting to flatten out. You know,
Yeah,
just
even
think of
Ohio
Ohio
has
being
some of
flat, you know, but there is some bleed
there
over
is,
from West Virginia.
man. It's right, because
See you,
when I,
Scat Pack.
what's up,
Merry
Scat?
Christmas.
That's the thing I remember is walking into Ohio out of there, and when I came down, I was still in Ohio, but it was still mountains, and I remember
Right.
like I was walking for days. All right, it had been like 3 days since I'd been to a store or anything, and I come out of this mountain range onto a highway, and this lone building off in the distance, I could smell it, man. It was Bob Evans down on the farm, and they had this little restaurant in the middle of a valley, and it was like I could hear the angels singing and shit. There was trumpets sounding. It was one of the best meals I ever had in my life.
Mm. Yeah.
But yeah, you walk on the west side of Ohio, and it's flat and fuck, it takes forever to get across that state, but it's mountainous and cool looking on the east side.
Yeah, it gets completely flat. Indiana's pretty flat too.
Yeah, I remember like the longest. It's like it kept repeating itself, Yorga. I walked this highway called 80. It goes all the way through Pennsylvania, the lengthwise of it, and it just like repeated itself. Like every 30 miles, you'd see the same thing over and over and over. It just never seemed to end when you walked that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Al. I heard shit like, "La,"
Yeah. Somebody said, John Dunning said, beautiful gorges around Virginia, Kentucky, and Tennessee. Have you ever seen the Natural Bridge in Virginia? That's a trip. It's
That's ringing a
supposedly
bell.
George Washington had carved his initials in it, up on the thing. But anyway, they've got a motel there and everything, and they've got some caverns you can go in. So, I mean, you can go spend a day or two there, and it's really cool. But you walk down this long path, and I can't give it any justice because it's so flipping big. This natural bridge, it's all rock that goes up, and then one of the highways goes over top of it. But it is so flipping high, man. I can't even tell you in feet or yards or whatever. You just look at it in awe when you get there, man. It's crazy. Been there forever. Little creek
That's a
runs
heck
down
of a
through it.
mouthful there. I was going to say hello to this new person, but that's a heck of a mouthful. Dirty sector downs and ups above the. I can't
Horizon
even.
News TV. Wow.
It was so long it was cut off on the end of the chat.
I
Yeah,
know.
that's a pretty long name.
Hello, dirty sector.
I don't know what I'm going to call this one. I guess in chat, if I had to type that, I'm just going to call him TV.
Yeah.
That's what was getting me, man. I walked the Blue Ridge Highway. I walked through many states with a pack on my back. And every time I'd see something, it would blow my mind. It looked like it'd be okay. Take me a few hours to go over there and check it out. No, no, it's going to take you 2 days off of your beaten path. It's way farther over there than it looked. Because I'd see
Yeah.
cliff faces and stuff like that, and I go, "Oh, I got to go see that." And you go down a valley, and there's a big flipping river there blocking your way. Now you got to go down the river till you find a crossing. It's like it looked a lot simpler than it was. And when you're walking, like a guy normally can cover like 25 miles a day. All right, that's a good pace.
That's a
But
lot.
when you're in the mountains, now you're going up or down, so it varies. All right, and it can be a whole
In
different
the
game.
air. Yep.
Yeah, you might only get 10 miles in a day and feel like you worked harder doing it.
Yeah. I used to hike all the time, and a couple years ago, my park is, I forget how many acres it is. It's a big state park. Um, but the longest trail that comes all the way back around to where you were is 13.3 miles. And so I decided to do it one day. I'll never do that again. I did it, but I was like, no, man. And I got like halfway through, and I'm like, man, I feel like turning around. I'm like, I'm already halfway through. If I turn around, it's the same as if I keep going. So I just kept going, man. Yeah, I'm a wuss, man. But I did it.
I'm not sure, Yorga, but I think it was West Virginia where I walked up on a sign on that Blue Ridge Highway trail, and it said 65 miles to anything. They give you a warning. Make sure you got your water, make sure you got your food, Because for
Wow,
65 miles, there's nothing in between.
man, that's a warning.
That's a warning. And I remember going, all
Now,
right.
let me ask you this: was there a store that you could get gas or anything right there? That would have been smooth.
Yep, there's a last ditch chance to get what you need.
Okay, okay, all right, that's cool. Because I'd hate for that sign to just come up when there's already there ain't nothing around, man. It's like yeah.
And you know what was cool? I will never forget is they got these little like shelters built off the side of the trails for overnight camping and stuff. And
Right.
you'd go to one of those, and there'd be fresh jugs of water that the guys before you left. All right.
Oh, cool.
Sometimes, cold pops or something somebody would leave behind, and there'd be notes on there. Hey, we didn't want to carry it out. We just thought we'd leave it for the next guy. That's kick ass shit. Always
Well,
try
they
to leave
also
something
have.
for the next guy.
I know on the Appalachian Trail they have. I think they call them trail angels or something, and they're just people that will leave stuff for hikers like water and whatnot. And there's also like stop offs where some family will just feed everybody. Just have a big cookout and feed everybody, stuff like that. I think they call them trail angels or something like that.
That's awesome.
Yeah, yeah, it is cool.
Any more news on Tom?
Last I heard Indy talking about, I thought you were there.
When Zach gave the update?
I don't remember who gave the update, but that he was improving. He was out of the ER and in a recuperation or something. That she had talked
Next
to
level
him.
down from ICU. Yes.
Okay, all right, something like that. Good news, but not out of it yet.
That's good.
Yeah. But he was responding to Laura, and
He's
I
a
don't
good
know
guy.
why for his daughter. He is a good guy.
Definitely wanted to meet him, man.
He had surgery. Somebody was fixing to have surgery. Darn it. I haven't seen Bruce in chat tonight.
No, I haven't seen him in here in a few days.
And I lost that website when they took down all my tabs. I think I have it written down somewhere, though. I'll find it. See if I see anything. I really hate to look. I just. I know last night or the night before at Creeks, Mike's mother had surgery that day and it wasn't done right or something. And so she had to go back in for surgery the next morning. We said a prayer for her and DJ Sweets. Is that what she goes by? Sugar Sweets. She's really sick. I'm hoping my fudge will perk her up.
I think the temperature dropped. I'm looking at my doors and I'm seeing frost like 8 inches up my doors on the inside.
What's the temperature? It's 25 here.
It was 5 below when I got on here. I think it's gone down some.
Damn. That's
40,
cold.
43 here.
Yeah, I just noticed my feet are a little colder than they were, and looked down and saw the doors are all frosted.
Yeah, I don't like that below zero stuff, man.
I
I
wish I would
don't
have
know.
told my kids I want a cape for Christmas because,
You mean like a superhero cape?
of course, because when you go, when you're when you're wearing dresses, it it just it's a cape, and
So you can
plus,
run around and make it look like you're flying?
no. So, like, if I'm going on the carriage ride tomorrow,
Oh, I know what capes you're talking about. Those ones that make you look like you're in an old Christmas card.
well,
They're like
okay,
velvet
that'll
capes, I
work.
think they were. They were like velvet capes. They had a little collar on them and a little brooch that attached them in the front.
Yes.
How cold did you say it was, Carl?
It was 5 below 0 when I got up here, but I think the temperature's dropped. So I'm suspecting another 10 degrees we've lost here. Probably 15 below now.
Oh, you might be getting one of those Arctic blasts coming in, huh?
Something's going on because the inside of the truck don't usually frost like that.
Yeah,
Like,
it's eight degrees here.
what'd you see, Al? Oh, for a second, my feet. Did you see my feet? I was like, hopefully nobody
Yeah,
noticed that. Y'all don't want to
they're
see my
probably
feet.
gonna start. They're probably gonna start a super chatting you any minute now.
I had on stockings, but
See, I hear you make money doing that here. You know, if you need to
I
make
was
money, I think.
tired. So I had my feet up on the dash and I was doing the lights and stuff and then on my phone. So you know you can push whatever button and yeah. And I looked and I was like, eat my feet. No, turn off.
It's supposed to be in the 40s Monday. It's supposed to warm right up here this week.
Yeah, like tomorrow night it's supposed to be 50. So that's a
Snow
little,
will all melt away. We're gonna lose all our snow right before Christmas.
is that a bad thing?
Yeah, that's a bad thing. I want more snow. I haven't been able to snowshoe or anything in several years now. I need at least 3 foot of snow to be happy.
Fixing to hit the road so then you can go to a snowy place and have fun.
Yeah. And I even got a second set of snowshoes now, so somebody can go snowshoeing with me.
Never done that before.
There's something really cool about going out into the middle of a deep snow, wooded or wilderness area. It's like only thing that really moves is the birds. At night, nothing moves. It's complete silence. It's get away from all the traffic and all that, and it's just there's something very unique about it to me.
I used to love cross country skiing because I could come right up on deer when the snow was real deep, and they couldn't get away fast enough. You'd have to hold still just to let them get away from you because the snow would be so deep, and you'd come upon them when they were bedded down by the brush and stuff.
Yep.
And I always felt bad because they really couldn't get away very fast.
Mm.
Now
And
you
you'd
catch
be
them
going
off
along, and
guard.
you're like, is that a ski pole hole? And all of a sudden, a bunch of grouse would come flying out. The grouse will fly into snow head first to get burrowed down under the snow to stay warm, kind of like, it's like their igloo. They go right down into the snow. But it really
Do you
shocks
still
you when
ski?
you're out skiing and they come flying out at you.
Do you still ski? I've got my own set. I've got a pair of combination cross country downhill military issue ski set, the poles, everything. I got the whole 9 yards. Do you still have some?
No, I actually gave them to somebody just before I moved here because my knee's so bad. Mine had mohair on the bottom of them.
Yeah, I got the mohair grips that you can put on for climbing. Yep.
Yeah, they were really nice.
Dang, if you had a set of skis, maybe we can go up in Minnesota and find some deep snow and go skiing.
You trying to kill me? I'll have a heart attack, man. I got to get built up to that.
I ain't trying to kill nobody. I'm just.
I had a black lab that would get pooped out wanting to go out with me, and it would get on my skis and ski with me because the snow was so deep, and a lot of times I was breaking my own trail.
I'm not so much into downhill skiing. I like the cross country. That's what I've always liked.
It's so quiet when you get out in the middle of nowhere.
And
Yeah.
coming up on deer like that's fun. I've even done that on mountain bikes, just rolling down a trail at night, and they just don't hear you. They don't
Yep.
expect it, and you're up on right next to them before they even realize it.
Yeah, they seem so small when you're up above them like that on the snow.
Man, I almost got T-boned by, and I've never done any of this stuff y'all are talking about, but just hiking in a park around here, I almost got T-boned by two deers, man. They were just flying through the woods. They came out right in front of me, man. They didn't
Mhm.
see me. I didn't hardly see them until like 2 seconds before they came barreling through there. We almost had a wreck. I don't want to hit no deer. I've never hit one with a vehicle. I hope I
I've
didn't
had
jinx
one run
myself.
out. I had
They've
one
hit
run out in
me.
front of me.
Yes. They will
Yeah,
hit the side of your car, even. They just run right into you.
they
Yeah.
I've
do.
already been around here. They'll dig like they're not really canals, but they're ditches for the water runoff, so that the water all runs towards the rivers from the farmers' fields. And a lot of times brush will grow along them, but the deer will come running along that brush line across the fields. And a relative of my ex-husband's never let anybody hunt on this land. It was nothing to see 75 deer out in that particular field that went back to a woods. And then
Wow.
those deer would get running along that ditch line. I've seen them hop over the top of cars, coming in a line and jump on top of cars. I've even had them jump on top of my car going down that road that was only about 2 miles from where I lived. It was like
I've,
unreal. They won't stop.
I've never heard of a deer whistle. Have y'all?
Yeah,
I
I
got
was just
one.
going to
Yeah.
say, Kissoff said, put the deer whistles on your car. Works here. A guy I
I
worked
got.
with put one of those whistles on his car, and that day he hit a deer.
Well, they
Hit a
do
deer.
work. All right. I've had those deer whistles have been on the front of my truck for over 25 years. I've used them. There's two of them on the front of my brush guard. I know they work, but
Yeah, it makes
you know,
sense.
deer do panic and don't know what the hell to do. And I had one do that to me up
Yeah.
near a place called Carlin, Michigan. And for some reason, I just felt like I better be ready. Like I just had a premonition. And sure enough, this deer run out right. He was headed out for me, but then he was starting to run parallel with me. And it gave me enough time to where I slowed down just in time for him to get a headache. He hit my quarter panel with his head and walked
Hmm.
off shaking his head and then took off running. So I know he got a headache out of it, but luckily enough, I was slowing down and seeing it happen. I kind of anticipated it.
Yeah.
Sometimes they get spooked and they're on a dead run. They aren't going to stop for you,
Right.
especially if they're being chased.
I
Mm.
was following a guy on a highway called 115 going just past Cadillac, Michigan. And we were both hauling ass. I mean, I was at the time I had a S10 pickup. And I'm behind this guy doing like 80 down the highway when I saw the deer jump out of the woods like a full leap over a ditch. and he landed right where the nose of this guy's car was. Right at the same exact spot that that car's nose was, he landed. And it went poof. And I saw a red mist, and it just covered my whole truck in red mist. I saw the front leg and some of it is innards doing circles, like doing 50 miles an hour off into the ditch. And he pulls over, and his whole car was just covered in blood. My car was misted with blood, and he's got this look on his face like, "Oh my God, what happened?" And his car, it was some kind, it was plastic or something. It didn't even fuck his car up. That's what was weird, man. It was like the deer must have landed just perfect and just blew up.
Oh my goodness.
It drove through the essence of a deer.
That's kind of sort of what happened to me going walleye fishing when I was with my fiance. It was not pretty. Not at all. I won't get into the gory details, but yeah, it was not cool at all.
Said she's got a male deer being territorial. Came walk to her mailbox. The heck? It seems like there's something for that, some kind of spray or something.
I hit a dog one time by accident, and I'm going down the road, and I mean, in a split second, I saw the dog, and the only thing that got in front of my car was his head. So his head, it, I mean, it was like somebody just punched him, man. I saw it. His head went, and he took off up into the woods, and I felt bad about it. So I pulled into the first driveway I saw, and there was two kids in the next yard that were out there playing ball or something, and they saw what happened. And we got to talking, and I went running looking for the dog, back behind all these houses and stuff. And those kids came with me. Well, I come out, and where I parked in this guy's driveway, this guy came out. He was all like bodybuilder and stuff, and wanted to whip my ass out there for parking in his driveway. And I said, "Man, dude, I hit a dog. The dog went running. I went running after the dog. That's all there is to it." But yeah, he was on the verge of getting violent with me because I parked in his driveway, man. What a dick.
My best friend and I lived together, and you should hear her sister get upset about somebody parking on her side of the road that goes through the park she lives at. If somebody parks on her side of the road in front of her house, she just, wow, I can't. She loses it. Like, nobody has the right to park on the road in front of her house, even though she has one car and parks in her driveway.
I've got a little turnaround in my driveway where you could come in and drive all the way around and then come out at another entrance. And people will stop.
Yep.
People will stop because they think they're going the wrong way, and they'll back up into my driveway. I'm like, man, just drive around the damn thing. I don't care. It ain't bothering me.
What do you think dogs? What do you think dogs are thinking about when they bark at cars going by? Like, you can't do that. It's on my road. What are they thinking? Why do they bark?
The ones
Certain
that try to
animals,
eat the tires. What the heck
and
is that?
I don't know. Certain animals have certain triggers, man, and God only knows. I haven't seen a dog going after a car in years, though.
I used to carry vinegar in a squirt gun on my motorcycle because there was a dog that always wanted to chase me. First time I got it with the vinegar, it went off real quick. Second time I got it with the vinegar, that was the last time the dog came after my motorcycle.
I had one of those giant Dalmatians that lived like 4 houses up from me. And every day going to school, that dog would come after me. I started keeping a chain with me, man. His head was like that, Took a couple whacks for him to get the message, you know what I mean? But he would still come out the next day and attack me again.
Hilarious too. I've actually heard where dog urine scares off deer. So maybe if you could like pour dog urine around your mailbox,
Ew. But maybe
Around here, a lot of people get hair clippings from when the barbers and stuff will let them. They'll ask for a bag of hair clippings, and you put that out, and that'll deter
Really?
even rabbits, I guess. Yeah.
You get somebody's dog to pee around her mailbox route or something, it might help.
Go to the dog groomers and get the dog hair. I think that'll help.
Yeah,
right,
that would.
something.
What's up,
Yeah,
Blue?
something. Hey, Blue.
If I ever get back on my computer, get that running, I got pictures of where I lived up there all those years up north, and I'd have 100 deer in my backyard. I got a lot of pictures of it. It was fun. I remember one night watching. They had to be brothers because their racks were identical. 8-point deer, good size. They fought each other in my backyard for 8 hours straight. I watched these two bucks just fight each other and fight each other and fight each other. And finally, the only reason it ended is I had a post hole dug out there that the one tripped in the post hole and fell with his face to the ground. The other one just like jumped on him and held him there like I win, motherfucker. It was a battle royale. It was enjoyable.
You're in Senate now. Oh my goodness. Huh.
And I didn't have to bait them in with food. There was no water for like a mile around me. So I put a big giant trough of water out there, and every animal for miles came to get that water.
Church is a good place. Just saying.
We got an army base near here. It's actually a supply center, but it's pretty big. And the people that sold them the base or gave it to them or whatever, they had, I'm talking about way back in the 1800s, they had elk out there. And yeah, and to this day, that's part of the deal with the army is that they have to keep the whole southern end fenced off, and there's still elk back there. When I was a kid, that's where I went to swimming pool because my old man was, an officer and all that kind of stuff. And we used to walk back and look at the elk. And one time, I mean, we didn't discover it, but one time one of the elk got freaking horn stuck in that chain link fence. And I don't know how they got him out of there. I don't know if they sawed off some of his horns or what they did, but yeah, he was stuck big time.
I've tasted elk. I love it. I mean, I've never killed an elk. I haven't had it fresh from a kill, but I can even buy it at the store down here. There's this country market. They sell venison and buffalo and elk and all kinds of wonderful stuff.
Wow. Yeah, they're big, man. They're big animals.
But see, man, you'd have to quarter it up in a bunch of pieces to pack it out. If you couldn't get it to a vehicle easy.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it's something I was wondering about. One of the park that I did the 13.3 miles in, well, two things about this place. I'll normally hike a mile in and then a mile back out. I try to do at least 2 miles every day. Sometimes 5, sometimes whatever. But this place I forget how many thousands of acres it is. You hardly ever see a bird, a squirrel, nothing, man. I mean, it's always quiet as hell out there. But they do let some hunting out there. And I'll see these guys coming in on like mountain bikes with all this archery stuff on it and everything. And I'm thinking, if you do bag a deer out here, how the hell are you going to get it out of here?
Well, you said it right there. You said it right there. You can tie them to a mountain bike and roll them right out.
You think?
Oh, I know. I know you can. From
Okay.
experience, I know you can.
All right. Well, that solves that problem.
Yeah. They even have rigs for that, man. They even make a deer drag for mountain bikes.
Wow.
So, if I close this, you'll see the title. What do you want for Christmas?
I'm
I
good.
got it. I got what I wanted.
Good.
Well, what about you?
I'm good. Yeah. So, I don't know if y'all can hear her bumping around on the walls, putting that flooring down.
Yeah, you
So
told
I
me
was
about. I
like,
heard you talking about that. How far she got to go?
shit, just about 4 feet out from my bedroom. But it sounds like she's getting pretty close to my bedroom. I don't know. But she's been bumping around for days. And so today I ordered wallpaper. And I was like, well, since all the furniture's moved down and everybody's off till after New Year's, getting some work done around here. What a way to spend Christmas, right?
Well, I can tell you this. Every project through my life that I went, oh, probably 2 hours, it was more like 8 hours. Everything I went, oh,
12.
it's like an 8 hour trip. Every one I thought was like 8 hours, it was actually 2 days. Every project I think, well, that would take a couple days. That was a couple weeks. All right. Every time I have ever got into a big project, it takes a lot longer than estimated.
Same
Swear.
thing with me. I had the floor where my toilet. I had one toilet, and the floor where my toilet was. I didn't even notice it. My daughter noticed it. She said, "Dad, look at that!" And the whole thing was. It had there was a little leak in the supply valve that I didn't know about, and it was drip, 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 dripping for probably a couple of years until that whole floor gave way. It took me 8 days to cut up all the old floor, to put in new stuff, and then put the tile in. 8 days it took me. And I was like, oh,
It's a lot of work. And
man, it was
that's
a
what
lot of work.
And
I
once you
can't
start
believe
Solidarily.
doing it, and once you
she,
start doing it, you want to do it right. So you
yes,
do it, you know. So it ends
and
up
that's,
taking.
she is doing an amazing job. I wish, well, I'll share the video with y'all, Carl and Echo, but um, I can't believe how good it looks. She, she's
It's
just on
awesome
it.
stuff. You got a capable daughter.
Yes, and anything she puts her mind to, it is done. And it's
That's
like,
the attitude to have, I think. I really do. I was just talking to Guns about that. If it's something I really want and I put my mind to it, I'm gonna be able to do it.
so
You
Benjamin,
know,
I'm thankful to be alive and for good friends. Amen. And I am thankful you are too, Benjamin. And
yeah, me too.
I spent the last 2 Christmases alone because of the weather. Looks like I'll be able to cook some good food and play some games with my daughter. That is
This is the
awesome.
this is the fourth Christmas I spent with all of you all. I mean, every Christmas this is all I really do. Every holiday this is all I really ever do. What I do last Thanksgiving. I was gonna save up my hours so I could do something or New Year's Eve or something, where I could just do a long live on New Year's Eve day or something. I don't know. We'll see. I end up hanging out here. I'd rather be here than I've had people invite me to holiday dinners and stuff, and I don't. I'm better. I like it here better. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, um, I think for some reason this Christmas, everybody is going to show up. From what my daughter said, I guess she got them to RSVP to her, and so I did the grocery order. Was picked up today, and so I think it's they know how hard it's been. It's been hard on them too. My daughter that's living in my mama's house, it's like she she gets hit with it too. Because mama really loved Christmas. And so just being with all of them. Hugs. I'm gonna be hugging everybody all day long.
You girls and your hugging. I got a lot
I'm
of threats.
telling you, it's medicinal, Carl. You
You're gonna learn that.
German babies. Just remember the German babies.
What?
The test they did. Half of them no affection, no attention, nothing. The other half cuddling them and loving on them, and big difference.
What was the difference?
Read up on it, Carl.
Thank you. Thank you. I think they were like, weren't they like depressed and um, social issues and I don't know. Yeah, read up.
There's been a
I'm
lot of
learning
studies done
socialized.
about how, you know,
I thought
as
I was
far as
learning how to
loving and cuddling
socialize.
and caring and touching
Humor.
or not touching, not you know how like when you go to a child and you pat them on the back and say good job and the positive input type thing,
Yes.
and the kind of the it's hard to put it into words, Carl.
Humans
I
were
had a pretty good
made for
relationship. I
human
told you.
interaction,
I've
not
had some of that. I mean, I told you I had there. I got to know what it was like to be a grandpa. All right, with the ex, I spent 7 years very close to the grand boy. But it
yes.
wasn't like a bunch of hugging and stuff. I mean, he would give me random hugs out of nowhere, right? But most of the time, he was trying to catch me off guard and sock me. He spent 7 years trying to get a sock in, and he never got one in.
So, what was your reaction whenever he would sneak a hug in?
I took it. I actually, I miss the kid a lot. It's like when you
Did you hug
break
him
up with
back?
somebody. Yeah, I did. I mean,
Okay, then
I
there you
was
are.
pretty. I mean, yeah. I'm just saying, and I'm getting pretty good at socializing. I thought.
Yes, but you need to be ready to be hugged.
Hey, what's it? I'm getting pretty good at
Yeah.
socializing, I thought. Yeah, I guess you've been living in that truck and in a tent for quite a while.
Thank God in Christ is in control. Lots of family coming here for Christmas. Lots of little ones. It will be joyful. Very blessed. Amen. Scat pack. I'm a hug. We're gonna be close.
I'm just happy when I can
Have a
sit
Merry
down and
Christmas.
have a meal and have the dogs take a nap so I can get the dishes done.
Right.
Get out from under my feet.
Alimony, paying your bills, living, loving, just a woman.
Y'all were just talking about kids that don't get any attention or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I watched this thing on Netflix last night. It's a 3-part series. It's called "I Killed My Dad." Right
Oh,
and
that sounds good. That sounds
Man,
wonderful.
it's really messed up because the poor kid. You find out first you get to watch it and you go, yeah, that's something that needs to go to jail. But once you find out that when he was 5, he was basically abducted by his dad, took him to another state, didn't let him go to school. He somehow or another he was tricking the authorities into he was homeschooling him. He wasn't he wasn't doing shit. He wouldn't let him have any friends. He could never go outside by himself. He had cameras all over the outside of the house. I mean, this guy was wigged out. He was doing a lot of drinking and a lot of cocaine and stuff. So the kid was just basically like in a bubble all his life till his dad came after him trying to break down a door and he shot his old man. He was 17. Well, they take him into the police station, and of course it shows the interrogation and everything. And the kid is basically emotionless. You know, he was just matter of fact, this is what happened, blah, blah, blah. And they said, what's your birthday? And he didn't know it. They said, what's your address? He was like, I think it's this. And he just said the zip code or something, man. I mean, 17 years old. He's not driving. He's not doing anything, man. I mean, this guy,
No
he was
education
abused.
whatsoever.
He was abused his entire life, you know, and his old man was beating him up and everything else too. You know, so yeah, he ended up getting out of it. He ended up the kid ended up getting out of it. Yeah, I mean they charged him with like accidental homicide or something like that with probation. So he actually didn't have to really do any time or anything. Which you know, by the end of the series, you're feeling real sorry for this kid, man, because he was
Yeah.
like a blank sheet of paper. He was like a nobody, man. Never see him laugh. He never, you know, anything. So I hope he's doing well now. He went to moved in with his mom in some trailer down in, I think it was in Florida. But
I'm not emotionalist. I have emotions. I'm not that much of a stick in the mud.
No, you're not emotionless. You wouldn't be here in this group.
It just wasn't a lot of, you know, the only one I ever really enjoyed hugging was my girlfriends. All right, you know that's where hugging came in. That's where an affection came in my life.
Okay, you want to go that direction?
I've been in that direction. That's what I said. I've already
I know
been in
you
that.
stay there. First long, real kiss.
That I had.
Any of
Oh,
y'all.
not just a smooch, but a real kiss. I remember.
I remember
Uh,
too.
And you don't have to
1970.
go any further. If you remember, that's
It's
the
just
point.
1973 junior high school. Yeah.
I was 9 years old.
Oh, I wasn't. I was like 13.
Nine.
I was 9. I became active at age 9.
Oh
I
no.
yeah, and had several long-term girlfriends from that on. You know, I would usually 2 or 3 years or so I'd be with the same girlfriend, and then there were some that were like 5 or 6 years, and then the longest relationship I've ever been in was 7 years.
You know, I was married for 15
Years, age
years.
15.
I was married for 15 years. The second go around, my second marriage, and everything
Hmm.
was pretty cool. Everything was, you know, okay. We had a couple of kids and everything. And I swear, even my kids will tell you, she just turned into somebody else. It's like having a different person living in your house. I am not joking, man. It was weird. And,
I've
you
seen
know,
it happen.
she ended up running off with some guy, and I ended up raising the kids, which that's fine because all the times they got hurt, all the times they went to the dentist, whatever, it was me. She's got a big block of time where she doesn't have any of those memories. You know what I mean? So
Mm-hmm.
screw it, man. If you're gonna run off, I'm raising these kids, man. You know, but yeah, she turned into like a. I swear to God, man. I don't know how fast it happened. It seemed like it was like that, but I guess within maybe a year before she completely turned into this person I didn't know. You know, I mean, I don't know if it was a mental thing or I don't know, man.
Did she have a hysterectomy?
Did she have a what?
A hysterectomy.
No.
Hmm.
Yeah. Al Bundy says you're not alone, Yorga. I'll tell you, man. 15 years. You know, I'm committed and everything. You know, and
Right.
we had a house and cars and all that stuff. You know, and just turned into somebody else. I mean, I still see her from time to time because we have kids together. You know, but she didn't like that.
Right.
She didn't like the last phone call we had. She had said something about, well, yeah, the marriage just went bad. This was only about a month ago. I said, you abandoned us, you know, which
Mm-hmm.
she did. I mean, it's the truth. And she hung up on me.
Yeah.
She didn't want to hear that shit. It's the truth, though. Don't tell me, oh, the marriage just went bad. No, it didn't. You
The
turned into
truth
somebody
hurts.
else and freaking moved to Montana, man. What the hell? Some guy she met on the internet, you know? Hold on, I
Yeah.
gotta let my cat in.
It's always the same, having a nervous breakdown, drive me insane.
Night Wildlife, thanks for coming out. To her age. Goodness. I'm eating Nilla wafers. My daughter, she said while we were on the trip, she said, Mom, I really think that's a nervous thing. When you
Yeah,
get nervous, that's when you
she
grab
kind
the Nilla wafers. And I was like, yeah, you could be right.
she kind of outed you on the trip. I remember her saying you had vanilla wafers, and you were like, "Don't tell him that."
Oh, she's always, you can never rob a bank with my daughter. She will go off.
Don't, the kind of person you don't put on a speakerphone.
That's when she comes in here when I'm live. I'm like, shh, shh. mm, salted peanut sounds good too.
It sounds pretty good. I've been sitting here eating for a couple hours straight. It's all right. I save it all up and eat all at night, anyways. I guess that's what I do, anyways.
Al Bundy says, first time my wife left and took the kid, I said, screw it, join the army. The army will take me. And they did. I'm going to tell you, if you're going to join the service, it's best not to be married or have a girlfriend or anything. You need to be solo when you go in there so you don't have anything screwing with your head while you're in there. The Dear John letters and all that kind of stuff, man.
Absolutely.
You don't need it, man. Go in there solo, man.
Because it is so hard on the family. That distance, that constant worry,
Oh,
that
yeah.
the
I'll
whole
tell you
every.
what, I'm sorry I interrupted you. Finish what you were saying, Bonnie.
I'm done.
Sorry.
It's okay.
My daughter's graduated from high school, got pregnant by her boyfriend, and he took off and joined the military just before the baby was born.
Hmm.
Tell you what I felt like doing. Felt like hunting him down.
I don't have to tell my story again, do I?
No.
Good.
That's where I met my next wife. Mm.
None of it worked out like I thought. I could just sum it all up. I thought you meet one girl when you're young and you fall in love and you have kids and you get married and you live happily ever after. I was fucking dreaming.
That's what we all thought, and it is a fairy tale. I mean, I've seen some people somehow make it. My grandparents, 65 years.
When I see that, I kind of admire that. You know, I've seen people who've been together all those decades, and they tell me
Not
all the
me.
time, "Oh, it
Not
wasn't
me. I
easy."
love being single. I'm not that guy, man. Yeah, I'm not that guy.
But
I
Mm-mm.
love.
were you always that guy? Did you always want to be that way? I mean, or was it an evolution?
Look at that thing. This is my roommate.
Mm-mm.
You didn't hear
Um,
me? Were you
I did
always
hear
that
you.
way, Yogi?
I did hear you, and I think I've always just kind of been a happy loner. Um, my mother, when I was a kid, I had plenty of kids to play with and stuff, and I did play with them. But we had if you went across the road and there was houses, and then if you went past those houses, there was this long freaking hill that went down to a pretty substantial creek. And I'd go down there and play by myself all damn day long. And my mother used to say to me, she said, "You really value your time by yourself, don't you?" And I never thought about it, but yeah, I've always, I mean, I was married twice and I've had a bunch of girlfriends and stuff, but
No, I'm
yeah, I
still
think
that loner
I've always
too.
been the loner guy, man. Like
I'm
now
still
I'm
that.
happy.
Yeah, I'm still that loner, but I always wanted that female companionship. You know, that's the
Yeah,
thing.
you can have if
I
one comes
always,
my way, I'll send her your way. How about that?
no, it's like that's it been an evolution, all right? Because like I said, I started at a very young age thinking I would meet this, best friend or for life kind of deal. And at times I thought I had that, and I got a little taste of it maybe, but it didn't last like it was supposed to.
Yeah,
And now at this point, like I said, now this is way late in the game. The chances of me finding that are pretty slim now. So it's like I think the longer you go, the less chance of that happening is, anyways. And it kind
Definitely.
of sours you, man. After so many, it's not like it sour you, but you lose you kind of lose hope in the idea of it.
Yes,
yeah.
I totally
Well,
understand.
That I
And
get.
I was kind of a loner too when I was a kid, but same time, seeing what my grandparents had, that's what I wanted. And that's why I stuck with them for so long, even after I knew what they were doing. I still thought, no, this can be worked out. To me, in my mind, any problem has a solution. And it just takes finding what the solution is. And I don't think it's always divorce.
I had a friend explain it to me a few years ago pretty well. He was explaining because he had to break up at the same time I did, and he had realized that they
Fine.
were just. Were you talking? Because it completely blanked out. If I'm talking over you, I couldn't hear you talk.
No,
Okay.
I said
Anyway, he
hello to
told me
Rare Mama.
that there's a couple types, where both me and this guy I'm talking about were real creative. We like to fix things. We like to make things. And when the relationship started getting bad, we were both trying to fix the relationship while the other parties were like, we're done, whatever. They're destroyers, man. They don't have the same attitude. They don't even try to fix it. All right. You end up like beating a dead horse trying to fix something that you'll never be able to correct.
Yes.
well, I really screwed up when first time I got married because I'm 20 years old. I get my girlfriend pregnant. 1980. It's like, yeah, all right, we're going to do the right thing. We're going to get married. You got married. And I mean, I got a really good job. We had a brand new house. We had a brand new car. You know, everything's looking good. But man, we were just too young. We were too young. And it didn't last. That lasted 2 years. It didn't even last 2 years. It lasted maybe 8 or 9 months. And then it ended in 2 years. But man, you know, when you're that young, man, you don't know anything. I didn't know anything, you know?
Well, not only that, but man, I had one girlfriend in one town. My mom moved. I had a girlfriend in that town. We moved again. Then I had another girl. It was like you're at the mercy of that too when you're young, you
You're
know.
at the mercy of
Yes.
your town. You're at the mercy of your location.
Yeah. What a long, strange trip it's been.
Guess it's too late for them. All the years at Bonnie's Land. What?
Well, now if you were looking for someone, you would need to find someone that has a curiosity for a sense of adventure.
And
Who, me?
financially stable.
Are you talking to me, Echo?
Yeah.
Oh man.
That's the thing with me. I'm like, because I've always taken care of the financial part of it, that part might be a little hard for me to turn over to man, but at the same time, it would kind of be a relief.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well,
It's
I did that. I did that the last go around when I was married. I let my wife do all the bills and everything, and she screwed everything up, man. Getting credit cards to pay credit cards. I got no clue all this is going on until
Oh no. I felt it
oh
was an
yeah,
even
oh yeah, it
trade.
was bad. I got a phone call from the bank saying somebody came and took all your money. And you know, it was some kind of thing. I got it all squared away and I took over all the bills, all the everything. Because she blew it, man. I mean, she freaking blew it.
I've been
wow.
lucky a couple of times where I just all I had to do was just give them all my money. They took care of all the paperwork and all that stuff, and I did all the yard work or whatever. It was an even deal.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
is lucky.
That's the way my brother is. He always has the woman do all
Now
that stuff.
I lived with a girl like 10 years ago and I know exactly how long, 27 months, because I paid the rent all those months in her house. And
Well, I had the
together,
absolute extreme opposite too. I've experienced the other end of that. This one gal that moved in with me, she was the kind of girl she'd go shopping, for instance. She'd get everything for tacos but the fucking hamburger or something. It was like everything she did was fucked up.
But
well, this
so that's a
particular one,
double-edged sword that y'all are talking about because so if he's in charge of the money, or no, if he makes you be in charge of the money and paying the bills and all of that, like Carl was saying, then if he goes and makes a big expenditure, he blames you because there's no money,
yeah, you can't
because you're
do
the
that.
one in charge of it.
My ex and I would sit down and do the bills together, but he took control of the money and then would tell me how much I was allowed to spend at the grocery store.
Yeah.
Then when I
I
was
could, I
engaged
would,
several years after I had been divorced, um,
but I don't
I
like to feel
lived
like
I'm
with
a
sorry.
dick.
him and he had his bills and I had my bills. That's just how it was, and we just put the rest of the money together and played, did what we
That's the
wanted.
best way to do it. Well,
The thing is with me though,
hey,
Yeah,
caller,
I
much
this
just
for
don't like
last,
coming.
to. I
I'm
don't like to
sorry.
feel like a dick. I just want to say I don't like to feel like a dick. I'm not going to be controlling to anybody. I don't want to tell anybody what to do or any of that. What I meant is like I'd make my money for the week and I'd hand off what if I was saving money for something or like gonna buy her something, I wouldn't give her that money. I'd give her the money for the bills or whatever and let her deal with that. That was nice. That because I don't like doing all that. If I can get out of
Yeah,
the
well,
paperwork, it's a
this
fair deal.
last one I was with was basically a thief because she was an accountant. So my dumb ass lets her do all the bills again, you know? And like I said, 27 months, you know, I'm the one who's actually paying the rent on her house. And things went south. Oh, and she was always bragging about how much we had a savings account, how much we were building it up. And we had like 10 grand in it. I know that ain't much, but still we had 10 grand in a savings account. So when I left, I said, all right, well, give me half of that savings account. It's all in her name. She kept every penny of it, man. Every penny. I had to start all over from scratch, man. You know, and that's good. You know, I was counting on that money for, you know, when I started renting this house, which I own it now. You know, you have to have a full month's deposit to put down
Yes.
on it. You know, just, you know, and I was counting on that money. Man, I just had to dig it, you know, just dig for that money. And somehow I did it. But yeah, she completely stole from me.
Yes.
No, that happens too.
Yeah. I've heard in this community a lot of horror stories about relationships.
Well, like I've always said, I think trust is more important than love. You know, you
Yeah.
can love the crap out of somebody that's not trustworthy. You know what I mean? And
Trust
that
and
was,
communication. Yes.
yeah,
But those things are what builds the love.
yeah, you got to trust each other, man. I had, it's my very last girlfriend. Shoot, it's been probably almost 10 years ago now. She was highly like protective over me, or what do you call it? Just ate up with jealousy, and I wasn't doing
Jealous.
anything.
That's me.
So one
Jealous
time,
to the bone.
all right, well,
It's
I
horrible.
I'd
It's
broken my foot and it was in a cast, right? And
okay.
she texted me saying that she was gonna take a nap, and I went, all right, cool. And I just got a wild hair, and I went up to the gun store. I was going to buy some ammo, and I ended up farting around up there a little bit too long, and I ended up buying a gun, right? So then I'm like, all right, I want to shoot this gun. So I had to go down the road a little ways and go to the indoor range, you know, and I'm hobbling around with my foot in the cast. So I just left my phone in the truck, and I came back and my phone's blowing up, and it's her. And she's going, where are you? Where are you? Where are you? I'm like, no, we're not. That was when I broke up with her because I said, no, we're not doing this. We're not doing this. You said you were going to take a nap. I was only gone for like an hour and a half. You said you were going to take a nap, and now you're blowing my phone up saying, you know, where have I gone? What am I doing? You know what? No, no, I ain't living like that. I don't care how good looking you are. I ain't doing that, man. No.
You know what though? Is it jealousy or is it trust? Because that's while you were talking about that, I was just thinking, well, wait a minute. Because if you've been in a relationship that you were totally screwed over in whatever way, that trust is gone. And
Oh yeah.
so, how do you build that trust up with someone else? It's
That's the thing. That exactly the thing. You
and
can't.
so you question everything with that other person because you don't want that to happen again. And whenever you think it's happening again, then you go all ape shit crazy and say stupid things, and then it's gone.
Well, there you can address things by saying,
I know.
this is what happened in my past. Is this something I can expect with you? You know, that's one of the things that I think a lot of us fail at. We do learn from our past, but we have to realize that the next person that comes into our life is not that person.
It's a completely different. Yeah.
So when we do project those things on other people or have those, oh, I hate to say expectations because it's not really expectations. It's the old recordings going through your head. So you have some inhibitions and you like little alarms, or you're watching for certain characteristics,
Yes.
and those little flags go off or whatever. They need to be addressed, but I think sometimes it's how we go about saying, hey, I've had this happen in my past and I'm really uncomfortable with that, and I don't have tolerance for that. I'm not going to let that happen. So if you're going to be that kind of person with me, I need to know now, because I'm not going to put up with that.
And that's where setting boundaries come in, and talking about all of that. I mean,
Well, there's a thing of
even,
like baggage. We all carried, if you go in at this age, if you enter into a relationship, both sides are going to have some sort of baggage that the other ones have to understand. You know, you
right.
can't go, you got to, like trust issues, for instance. You know, if you if you find it hard to trust a situation like that, you should let it be known, because the other one might not be aware of that and create issues that totally unnecessary. You know that everybody has at this, especially at this age, man. We've all had so many experiences that soured us that you're going to be a little trepidatious about things.
Definitely. And so something happens, you would think the person would understand if they know all those sour things that happened. I don't know. I don't know. People are crazy. We're all
Well,
crazy.
it's
But
like
Here's
if I felt,
another. I'm sorry.
here it is right here. If I feel like a gal was hiding something from me, my trust is already in question. Right, and that has ended relationships for me when I felt like they were hiding something from me. I'll end the relationship and find out a week later that they were definitely hiding something. All right, I've already been there, man. It's like if I got that feeling, it'll screw it all up for me.
Well, what
it's
about this? What about
the
this? And
main cause at this point.
going back to that last relationship I was talking about. With her, I was always guilty of something, or always, she was always suspicious of me. And I never cheated. I never did anything. But when you're confronted with a person like that, after a while, you start thinking, why am I always guilty, but I trust you? Maybe she was the one that was screwing around. You know what I mean?
That's what I mean. I know what you mean. Because, like, all right, I would have nothing to hide from a gal like on my phone. I'm not going to hide my phone from them. I'm not going to. If I had a computer, it would be wide open, just like it'd always be. It would like nothing to
That's
hide
another
there.
thing. That's another thing, Carl. I don't mean to
I'm
break you up, but every girlfriend I ever had would go through my phone, and if I found their
I'm
phone, I
the
would just
same
pick it
way,
up and hand
Carl.
it to them. Huh?
I would
I'm
never do that. That's like that's just wrong. That's like going
Yeah,
through their wallet or going through their
Oh yeah.
whatever.
exactly,
If,
exactly, and
exactly.
if it's
and
theirs, it's theirs, and
it
it should
is
be the same both ways.
You know, it's weird you say that because I've had like I can't even remember how many. I've had several girls like get a hold of my wallet and go, "Oh, what do we got here?" And they'll sit there and they'll count my money and they'll look at all my pictures and my
what the
ID and stuff.
hell?
It's like they check you out, man. They do.
Yeah, that going through your phone thing ain't cool, man. That is not
It's just
cool.
it's not right. But I'm gonna say I I personally I have nothing to hide. So I mean, I don't ever want to be the kind of person that has anything to hide.
Mm-mm.
And I can't comprehend people that think they got to go through people's shit.
Yeah.
It's
Well, even
like
though it
lying. If you're hiding something, you're lying. That's exactly what
even
it is.
even though it didn't last, the last relationship, it was like 7 years. She told me that I was the first man she'd ever been with, that she was never worried about me looking at other women. She knew I only had eyes for her. Because, and it's true, every gal that I've ever been with, the way I see it is, I wouldn't be with them if I wanted to be with somebody else. That's the illogical part of it to me. Is like, if I have a girlfriend, it's because that's the girl I want to be with, not anybody else. Nobody else even gets on that radar. You know, it would
Exactly.
be all, only about her when I have that type of, that's the confusing part to me. And I know what it feels like to be cheated on. That shit didn't feel good. All right. It happened to me a couple times when I was younger. So I would never do that to somebody I love. All right. That's another part of that. Why would you want to hurt somebody that you're supposed to care about like that?
I
Exactly.
was on the receiving end of being the person that was faithful, never looked at anybody else, and was always being accused of trying to get other men's attention or being accused of, what did you do all day while I was gone and where were you? My kids even got
Question.
evaluated by their dad every time we go to the grocery store. What way did your mom take to the store? He'd even look at the mileage on the car.
Yeah, that's too
And
much, man.
I'm like, what? And then he'd not come home after work and be out to the bar. Okay, I'll put his dinner in the fridge because dinner was always ready and on the table when he came home from work.
Yeah.
And he'd come home drunk at bar closing time and flip the mattress up and look under the bed and look in the attic and he'd be looking all over the house and he'd be looking at my underwear and everything. I'm like, what are you doing?
But if he
And
really
he's like,
cared, he would have been at home. Sorry.
yeah, exactly.
So what Rare Bond said here, tell me if y'all make, I can't make sense. If we are all merely nasty, stinking, stupid animals, pretending otherwise, deceiving ourselves and occasionally others, that's the way it is. Those who demand control are ill prepared for any command. What does that
Makes sense.
mean? Command by who? Fortune cookies say never try to understand a woman. Whatever. That's why I have no girlfriends. I don't compare and don't want the drama. Or you can have the person who could care less and they move on. Women understand women and they hate each other. I know women got 7 older sisters. I go through shit all the time. Perhaps the leader. Oh, I can, okay, I can understand the leader part.
All right, y'all. Well, it's getting to be about yoga nighty poo time. I got to go to sleep. Or
I
try
know,
to.
me too. It's kind of past mine, but
All right.
this was a good conversation.
Thanks for having me up. I appreciate it. And I'll talk to you guys later.
Take care, York. I love you, man.
I
Take
love you
care.
too. Take care.
Good night.
Yeah, I'm no relationship expert. That's for damn sure.
You bet.
I won't call myself one either.
I might make a good bad example, but
It sounds like you have your mind in the right place. You just haven't met people with the similar mindset.
it's what's weird about it. I think sometimes you meet somebody and they emulate who they think you want them to be. All right, so you're really
um,
not seeing who they are, and or maybe they see somebody they want to turn you into, you know? And it's
Think
like, I don't know. It's pretty complicated. I can say that. Way more complicated than I expected.
well, and you kind of hit a maybe emulate what they think you want them to be. So if they're doing that, and then you get to know each other personally, and there's a change, and then you wonder why. If it's emulating, isn't that the same thing as a lie, also?
It is. It's confusing, you know. You suddenly find out that it was a mask, you know. That can be disappointing as hell.
Well,
Yes.
sometimes you have to take into consideration too that sometimes it isn't that a person wore a mask as much as sometimes people have a sudden chemical imbalance or you know, chemistry imbalance in their body or have something affect them. Um,
Well, I've seen what menopause does firsthand. That certainly changes things up.
yeah, and you know, sometimes it's not always that that person was wearing a mask. I'm just going to say that because I've seen some very good people that were true blue all of a sudden have like some kind of a brain injury that changes them, and people that have gone on medications that they're different. Um, People that have had
Sorry.
creative life where they have where they drink or and then suddenly they don't and they're a different person than when they were a drinker. You know,
Right.
it's
It's
hard
funny
to
you say
say
that.
what'll
It's,
cause a person to behave out of character.
well, it's funny you say that because there was a relationship I was in that, you know, when it got crappy, all right, in the last year or two of it, the only time she really wanted anything to do with me is when she was drinking, which was like on the weekends. The rest of the week, it was like my existence irritated her. But then she'd be drinking and she'd want to dance, and you know, they,
And that's the whole reason I keep telling the girls, do not meet someone in a bar because when they're drunk, it's different than when they're sober. And so it's it's like if you got to get to know a person sober. That's all there is to it because the drinking is a different person.
I mean,
Even
that's the thing, man.
I
I
know
try
the
to be.
drinker doesn't think so, but I've seen it. They're working in bars. It they're a different person.
And this doesn't even go just for like relationships, but I mean, generally speaking, I
Mhm.
try to be exactly who I am. I don't try to pretend to be anything I'm not. I've been absolutely upfront with who I am and all of that, because I don't want to attract the wrong people. I mean, all around. I don't want people that aren't like-minded. You know what I mean? I don't want fake people. If I was to be fake, I'd get fake people around me. If I was mean, I'd have mean people around me. I don't want that. I want good people around me. I want, you know, treat me as you like to be treated. You know,
I think that's most people, Carl. It's that's everybody. None of us want to be around shitty people. It's
well, I think that people who pretend to be things they're not attract the wrong people, though.
the wrong people for them or the wrong people in general.
In general, I mean, because you know, it's like somebody playing the part of a prepper, for instance, comes into the community, they're playing the part of this prepper. It's all a facade. There's nothing real about it. You can't establish anything real with a fake relationship like that. See what I'm saying?
But it then it goes back to again lying is the whole basis of the relationship between any of us, between any any anybody.
Well, there's
If you
something
start out a relationship with a lie, it's never going to work, whether it's
right.
friendship or, or anything.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, kiss off. You check their pockets and everything when they're washing clothes.
Definitely. Especially when you got a man that's in the construction industry or whatever and has a nail or a screw in his pocket that you missed and gets stuck in the little hole in the washing machine, goes around and around and cuts a hole in the plastic tub that's surrounding the
I saw an article
wash
years
basin
ago.
thing.
I saw an article years ago, Echo, about this mother who had saved everything she'd found in her son's clothing throughout his whole life growing up. And she had this big giant jar full of cash and coins and just all kinds of randomness that she just kept and then gave him when he was old enough.
Oh, neat.
Oh, Reverend, I'm so sorry.
After the 25th, Cheryl.
Reverend said it means that our desires are usually prioritized beyond the realm of reasonable expectation. Lost my Belinda car crash '07. She doesn't get to enjoy her beautiful home beside the high meadow brooks. I'm so sorry.
That's gotta
Authentic
be
is
hard.
I don't think I've hid too much from y'all.
Say it again. I couldn't hear you, Bonnie.
I said I don't think I've hid too much from y'all.
No, I actually heard you go, dang, why did I say that? I should, what am I doing?
Right?
I
TMI.
don't, I don't understand why I'm not worried about it. It's like I would normally never stand in front of a crowd. Like I never stood in front of the class. You couldn't get me to do that shit. All right. This is kind of not, I'm surprised I'm up here just telling people so much. I don't understand why I don't have any fear of it. You know what I'm saying? No shyness about it, whatever it is. That's not holding me back.
Authenticity is the highest frequency we respond to, even higher than love. Times more powerful than love. True.
I'm pretty comfortable, especially with you two. You know, I talk to you guys a lot, all right, but I'm pretty comfortable with the crowd that we're in here, you know, and pretty satisfied with it. I'm not looking to be a giant channel or nothing like that. It,
No.
I feel like I already know all the cool people, you know.
Hey, I gotta ask Al Bundy a question. Al, I had put my email in the chat on Bonnie's one night. Did you get my email? Because I never saw if you sent me a number to send to Carl, or all you had to say was hi, this is Al Bundy, and I would have gave you Carl's number.
Yep, he's authorized for that. Quite a few people I'm in contact with now, you know.
Did Al get through to you at all, Carl?
Nope, not yet.
Because I never saw anything in my email.
He's not going to answer that. He's like, I'm not answering.
It's
I
okay.
didn't hear it. I didn't hear the
It's
question.
okay. I tried. I took a risk and put it out there. So if you I was hibernating for a week, freezing as okay. I'll watch for you then, Al.
You get used to the cold. I rode with a guy last
No,
week
you
in
don't.
his truck.
Bonnie, no, you don't.
You're full of shit.
No,
I'm
I'm not
sorry.
kidding, man. I can't even stand like some people crank their heat up. I can't even deal with that now. That's too much.
When I went to take a shower, I'm all turning that little electric heater on. My bathroom is so big, and it's right outside. No, especially last night when it hit freezing. So when you get up in the morning, it's cold. So I have this new rug robe that I wear, and I'll go outside in it to take the dog out. I don't care who sees me. I don't care who sees me with my hair all over the place first thing in the morning, smoking my cigarette out there. It's like, well, what do I have to hide?
Bonnie, your hair would freeze instantly outside right now here. If you had
No.
wet hair, it would immediately freeze.
Bonnie, I've lived in so many houses that frost would be on the window. The last place I lived at with my parents before I left home, there was a window in the bathroom. They had built a porch on the outside of there, and
Excuse me.
while you were sitting on the toilet, you could blow on the window and melt the frost that was on the inside of the window. All the windows in that house would get frost on them and be frosty most of the winter until like the sun would come around to the side of the
Oh, God.
house. A glass of water would freeze in my bedroom. If I had to take a shower, the bathroom was always cold. There was no vent that went in there. Everything was either wood stove or oil burner heat. So there was nothing that was piped from room to room with a fan or anything like that.
Yeah.
So when I'd have to take a shower and need privacy in the bathroom, shut the door, turn on the hot water, get the shower all, get a little bit steamy in there and nice and warm, strip down, take a fast shower, and get out of there as fast as I could.
Maybe that taking the trash out barefoot, 18 degrees. No.
18 degrees. Aren't you in Florida, Navy vet?
Florida, 18 degrees? No.
No, see if you guys can see that.
Well, 15 degrees for kiss off.
Can you guys
Okay,
see
wait a
that?
minute. Let me.
Move my boots. I think you'll see better if I move the boots.
Oh, that's on the metal part down below, huh?
It's on the inside of the doors.
What is it?
Frost.
Frost.
Frost?
That's frost coming in. That's how cold. It's like I said, it's got to be like 10 below zero here.
And it's coming inside?
Yeah, I mean, it's that cold.
But
It
you don't. So is that a doorway right there?
That's a door. That's the doors right there.
Are they not insulated good?
They're insulated. I mean, the whole truck's insulated, but it's that cold out.
Okay, y'all are just crazy. Sorry.
I love you, Bonnie.
I can't do it. No. Mm.
Remember the year before when I was showing you the pictures, the whole inside of the tent was frozen?
Yes.
That was 35 below zero.
Oh my God. Okay.
Like I've
Is it
said though, you get used to it. I can't stand to be in too hot of a room for too
if you're
long.
a Neanderthal? Is that what they're called? Neanderthals live in the
You
ice?
call me a caveman. You call me a caveman, Echo.
Well, Carl, I'd have to put it this way: if that's what she's calling you, then you're a step up from what I called my ex, because I called him the missing link. I'm sorry, I couldn't help but say that.
I can tell you're really sorry.
Layers, dude. Yes, layers of clothes. I've got on. I've got on leggings. I've got on my flannel shirt. I've got my rug robe around my shoulders. I've got my throw over my legs. It's
Yeah, but
43 degrees.
What Navy just said is real though. It happens. You get used to it, like to a point to where now houses are too hot for me.
Mm.
Especially if I had to sleep in one. I got to have my face in the cold. When I sleep in the winter like this, I don't have any heat on. All night, I wrap myself up in a downfill sleeping bag with a couple of poncho liners, and sometimes I even open the window because I like that cold air. I like breathing that cold air.
Well, yeah. I mean,
Sorry.
that's what I.
When I showed you the deer horns and I was out on the deck,
Mm,
it was 8 degrees and I was out there in a long t-shirt and my undies and slippers. And I was waiting until the dogs got done going potty and came in with them.
even the dog.
You get used to it, honey.
She sticks her nose out the door, and if she thinks it's too cold, she'll turn right around and I'm like, no, we need to go potty. And I have to go out there with her. And then she'll go out. But, mm-mm. Well, and I can understand that because it's the same with the heat here. Y'all wouldn't be able to handle it, probably.
No, I would melt down there.
No.
I would. I know it. It would take me 3 years just to acclimate to that climate.
And I'd rather be cold sleeping than hot sleeping.
Oh, that's good. Ice cold milk. I don't even
The
have to have
heat
a baby
takes my
there.
breath away. And it's
Where'd
been so
milk
cold
come
at
in?
times it takes my breath away. So
Yeah.
I don't even have to use my refrigerator this time of year. I just put my food and drinks closer to the doors, and it's plenty.
yeah, I have some stuff in a kettle outside or not a kettle, ice cream pail, some frozen soup because I made a big pot of soup and You keep it on the shady side so the sun doesn't melt it. It's froze solid.
Oh, here's too. I sleep with ice in the summer.
Well, I'm gonna have to sleep with a bottle or two of water tonight because if I don't, I won't have coffee water. I'll have coffee ice when I wake up.
I can understand that, Al. And I think that was the biggest part of that trip was being outside almost all the time. We were only in a place whenever we had to sleep.
I kind of feel bad, Bonnie. You've never been tobogganing or inner tubing and down the hills or
Well, I've done it,
snowmobiling's
but
fun.
in a whole different way, not in snow, but we go tubing on the river. We hook one to the boat and go on an inner tube on the boat,
Yeah,
flying across the
we,
waves. Or,
we do
um,
that up here too.
I used to love. I haven't been there. I haven't done it in years, but I love water skiing. I used to be pretty good at it.
I am all about the water. That's my home. And
I like being by the water. I don't especially care for being on the water. I like fishing, being in a boat, but I'm not one to play in the water much. I like floating a river, canoeing a river.
actually, I have made a snow angel because my hometown in the 80s, we got 14 inches of snow. And I went out there and made a snow angel. And then I got clean snow and made snow ice. I mean, I've seen snow. We get garbage can lids and tie them to the vehicles and slide around on them. My grandmother and we would get cardboard boxes and go up and down the hills. We used to slide down the railroad track hills on cardboard boxes.
Carl, what were those sleds that were popular when we were little that you could roll them up? They were like a sheet of plastic. What were those
Oh,
things?
yeah, the red ones.
Oh, they were fast.
Yeah.
Yeah. I used to like to build
Oh,
ice
Navy vet.
forts and all that. I used to make real big snow forts, get my buddies to help, and we'd go down the side of an embankment or something, and we'd carve tunnels, and we'd take the garden hose and run water down the tunnels and make them all ice. And you could fly down a hill through a tunnel inside of a snow fort. That was fun stuff to do, shit like that.
We used to do that in Duluth when I was a kid.
Hey,
That was
What's up,
real
Victor?
hilly there.
Victor just woke up.
Hi, Victor.
I'm gonna have to see what that link is that Navy vet put.
Even just, like 6 years ago, I made a igloo in the front yard. We got enough snow to do something with, and I made an igloo for the grand boy to see. And I showed him, make a little shelf inside of it, and I put like 4 candles lit inside, and it really does warm it up. You make a completely sealed up snow fort and put some candles in there, it'll be way warmer than the outdoor air. It's really a big difference. I mean, the kid loved it, and to him, he had his Tonka trucks and shit in there in no time. But
Mm.
it it's kind of a sneaky way to teach a kid that you could do that if you had to. Yeah, it's
Thank you,
fun,
Rare Bond.
but it could
Merry
also
Christmas,
save your life. What's up, Kim?
and you take care. Thank you for coming in. Hey, Kim. Aw, have a good sleep, Kim. Okay, so I set one for New Year's Eve. If I do the carriage ride, I'll do it live because I want y'all to see the lights. Somebody said they were going live Christmas Day, but I'm not sure. I think.
I think Indy's going live Christmas.
No, she just had her Christmas Friday last
Alright.
night. That's what her Christmas show was last night. And
Alright.
then
Well, I can't go live till after the 25th. I
I
figured
know.
I'd just do it like New Year's Day or something.
And I'll
This
be at the kids' Christmas Day, so I was thinking about going live Christmas Eve if I can. Like I said, the closer it gets to Christmas, the harder this is. So we'll just see what happens. But I have the one set for New Year's Eve. New Year's Eve party. Hope y'all are there. Hopefully I can get to my desk by then and have my Christmas lights on and my backdrop. And I haven't been able to get to that since she started working on the floors. Everything is piled in my bedroom and my other daughter's bedroom and the dining room. It's just, and that's why I was like, get the stuff in love seat out. I have too much furniture, but I have to keep the shelves. In my ugly little recliner. Baby girl was asking me, do you want to keep that recliner? And I was like, do you want it? And her mother's no. Good to hear, Al. Oh, it's a video of you, Nick. Okay.
30 days until the reckoning begins. 1 month.
I wish you quit saying that. Just a bad feeling about.
Huh?
It's all gonna be great. It's all gonna be great.
Oh, Carl, you're making me look forward to my birthday more and more every day.
1 month.
The countdown.
I'll be looking for your ears, maybe.
So will I.
Oh, I know, Al. I know.
Me too, Navy Vet. You're overrated.
I went 9 days past my own birthday once and didn't even, forgot my own birthday for 9 whole days.
I kids don't even didn't want a birthday this year at all for nothing, nothing. But they did it anyway.
I haven't really celebrated anything in years, you know. This year, I feel a little more Christmassy.
I'm working on it. That's why I kept going to all those Christmas towns and parades and lights and neighborhoods, all of it.
It's funny how, you know, those old Christmas
songs and movies and stuff can like take you right back to your childhood. I had a lot of memories this year come back about Christmas and Christmas time just because of people playing songs and stuff.
Yeah. I could
Good
drop
memories.
links of the songs I was going to play, I guess. Yeah, I tried to do that in private. That didn't work. That just didn't work. I've got to find out how to share things because
What's in 2 weeks, Victor?
there's a song. These covers are really good, actually. Mm, this little girl, man, she can sing. 2 weeks till what? New Year's?
Pretty much.
2 weeks till your birthday? 2 weeks till what? A closet full of Christmas decorations. I understand maybe that. That's what my mama's decorations. We didn't even go through them because so I took decorations and gave them to my daughter to use because I don't have any up here. I have a red bow with lights on it. That's it.
Hey, Navy vet, in that shot that you were talking about at 109, are you the guy on the left or the guy that's closer to the woman on the right?
Did I put that one? That's not the one I wanted.
Oh, that's cool, maybe.
You don't have big ears.
I didn't figure he did. Why men always think they have big ears.
I don't know. I got pretty good sized ears myself.
Me
I
too.
mean,
This is the one. But I think I already put that link, didn't I? Did I already put that? I don't know. Now I lost me. There we are.
I hear an echo.
Where's
All
that
right,
really?
everybody. I guess I'll call it. It's been fun. Thanks for having me up here, Bonnie. Talking to everybody somewhere soon. Good night, Echo.
Love you,
Thank
Carol.
y'all for
Talk to you
coming up.
later.
Night sleep. Oh, girl, it's 3 a.m.
Yeah, I think it's time to get ready to crash.
Yep. All
Well,
right.
thanks for having me up, Bonnie.
Thank you for coming up, hon.
It was nice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good night, everybody. And if I don't get a chance, hope you all have a good Christmas.
And thank y'all all for coming in. I enjoyed it. Great chat. God
Lots of
bless
love,
y'all.
everybody.
Have a good night. I'll see you before Christmas. Merry Christmas. Good night.
Good night.